Stormwind entered the next phase of war with Levi deliberately removing himself from routine battlefield command. Clay, Roger, Garcia, and Creel now carried orders that once would have passed through Levi personally. By then, the purpose was simple, even if the risk was uncomfortable for everyone involved. Stormwind needed commanders who could win without waiting for their lord to solve every problem. 3 graduating classes from the professional academy finally gave that plan something stronger than optimism. Elsewhere, the oldest graduates had already reached officer rank after years inside the army system. Younger batches still lacked experience, but the front lines were providing that experience brutally fast. Angeles approved Levi's approach because a territory this large could no longer depend on one mind. One reason was simple: every veteran commander eventually aged, weakened, or died. A military rotation system only worked if younger officers learned while experienced leaders still stood beside them. Levi therefore handed most Southern noble contingents back to Frostmoon Command instead of absorbing responsibility forever. His own officers would focus on Stormwind's 3 battlefields and the people they were supposed to train. Along Cane River, Garcia studied the pressure without copying Roger's methods blindly. Near the Gray Corridor, Roger mixed cavalry raids with naval support from Creel's fire fleet. That combination repeatedly dragged pursuing orcs into ranges they did not understand until shells started falling. Thundercloud cavalry could retreat over land while ships punished anything that chased too aggressively. What happened when infantry faced an enemy that could choose both the road and the river? Nearby, the orc vanguard learned by losing men every time it tried to force the answer. Garcia responded by sending cavalry across the flank instead of launching another predictable frontal defense. Soon the maneuver turned pressure into a pincer. Stormwind had won a small lesson without Levi touching the board directly. Elsewhere, Baron Grove's southern forces were less fortunate and collapsed under a separate crisis. A hidden clone intervened afterward to stop uncontrolled Naga forces from turning defeat into civilian slaughter. Even the royal family briefly feared that Naga and orcs had coordinated it against Frostmoon Province. That suspicion faded, yet the wider northern war kept growing more violent each week. 2 months into the campaign, Earl Arthur's new territory suddenly approached complete collapse. Redman left his own battlefield and personally reached Grey Fortress with an offer Levi could hardly ignore. Arthur needed aerial reinforcement fast enough to arrive before ordinary troops could cross the distance. Only Stormwind's white-tailed Dragonhawk squadron could cover that distance inside the remaining window. Redman offered his 3 personal sacred techniques and his fusion experience in exchange for temporary support. That price told Levi more about Arthur's condition than any dramatic battlefield report could have managed. Redman had placed years of sacred insight on the table for several days of air support. Why would Redman pay so much unless his grandson truly stood near disaster? Levi first suspected the southern nobles had failed to send enough troops. Redman corrected him immediately and explained that several central territories were suffering similar crises. Later, the real problem came from weapons the orcs had stolen during previous campaigns. Copied storm cannons were dangerous, though defensive arrays could still absorb much of their pressure. Bloodfire oil was different because trained professionals could use it to tear at fortress protection directly. Across Alpha, the stolen stock was limited, which meant the orcs could threaten selected fortresses. Levi asked one question that sounded almost trivial beside the military emergency. What color was the bloodfire oil currently being used by the orcs? Redman answered blood red, and Levi's concern immediately eased by a measurable degree. If the orcs had truly reproduced the process, their product would have shown changes from crude imitation. Instead, they were burning stolen reserves rather than operating a mature bloodfire industry. That meant Arthur needed to survive the current crisis, not an endless future of copied production. Levi accepted Redman's bargain and dispatched Alex and Benson with the white-tailed Dragonhawk riders immediately. Redman returned to Puth Fortress while Levi opened the sacred technique notes like a starving scholar. Straight thrust focused overwhelming speed into a direct killing line before the target could escape. Thunderous Strike converted that momentum into a heavier burst designed to break through resistance. Flowing Shadow multiplied attack paths so evasion became almost useless under sustained pressure. More important than each technique was the logic connecting them. All 3 belonged to the same broad category, which made fusion dramatically easier than mixing unrelated concepts. Redman had already fused the first 2, and their combined power far exceeded either technique alone. He warned Levi against chasing an elegant combination of offense and defense too early. Different concepts could fuse, but the difficulty multiplied until talent alone might no longer solve the problem. Levi had plenty of talent and absolutely no reason to waste decades proving he could suffer unnecessarily. Strength and speed therefore remained the safest direction for his own early sacred technique research. Meanwhile, the Dragonhawk squad reached Arthur before the city reached its breaking point. Black burn marks covered walls where bloodfire oil had repeatedly damaged protective formations. Orc forces expected another exhausted garrison and instead found Stormwind's aerial riders descending behind them. Inside Stormwind, the new pressure disrupted their siege engines, scouts, and supply routes almost at once. For several days, the squadron did exactly what Redmond had purchased with priceless experience. It did not win the entire Central War for Arthur. It bought time, and time became reinforcements before the city's defenses finally failed. 10 days later, Kingdom forces arrived and forced the orcs to abandon their immediate opportunity. Arthur survived, yet the episode revealed how much previous Stormwind technology had changed enemy behavior. Every weapon Levi introduced eventually became a question about what happened after enemies learned from it. At the same time, another kingdom was beginning to crack for reasons no fortress engineer could repair. Inside Blackrock, the Lexus family had become divided between Evanson and Saruman. Legendary Haldane had tried balancing rival successors without allowing either one to become uncontrollable. That balance created resentment instead of stability as both factions gathered supporters and watched each other. At court, the Lincoln family saw the same fractures. For a long time, Blackrock's ducal title had belonged to enemies of House Lincoln. Now the family could attack that problem without starting a clean war between two United States. Baldwin moved on the legendary level while lower commanders prepared pressure along carefully chosen borders. The plan worked only if Lexus factions distrusted each other more than Lincoln troops. Before that intrigue matured, Levi still had unfinished business with the retreating orc army. Daniel, the 9th-tier Dragonvein kobold, had survived too many encounters and hated Levi with equal persistence. Boris provided the opportunity by feeding movements from inside the orc command structure. 3 9th-tier orcs volunteered to cover a broader retreat because Stormwind had earned a reputation for ambushes. That caution led them directly into a formation prepared around their expected route. Boris guided Daniel and a 9th-tier bearman into the trap before quietly removing himself from the center. Levi arrived with Angelus, Jormungandr, Sugard, and clones before the targets understood the betrayal. In practice, the bearman died first under concentrated saint-level pressure. Daniel lasted longer because hatred made him fight with the stubbornness of someone refusing every possible exit. He finally saw the Dominator contract beginning to reach toward him. Daniel asked what Levi had done to Boris. Instead of becoming another slave, Daniel burned what remained of his strength in one final eruption. A clone vanished under the suicide attack, while Daniel destroyed himself before the contract could take hold. Levi watched the corpse and updated his future method without wasting time on frustration. Next time, mental resistance would be broken before he attempted to enslave another saint of comparable strength. Then, right after that private calculation, the Fourth Orc War began, ending across the northern frontier. Retreat orders spread through orc forces until entire formations disappeared back toward the Wild Mountains. Stormwind itself had not suffered the bloodiest campaign because Levi's officers learned to trade space for advantage. Garcia alone captured thousands while younger commanders finally accumulated achievements that belonged to them. By then, the official merit report, however, contained numbers. 15 9th-tier orc corpses appeared in Stormwind's broader war record alongside dozens of 8th and 7th tiers. Those bodies included Levi's hidden hunting results from beyond the frontier, not merely kills from this campaign. Redmond wondered whether Levi had spent his absence hunting directly across orc territory. Elsewhere, the royal court reached nearly the same conclusion after examining the evidence. How else could one earl produce a graveyard that looked larger than some kingdom's saint-level rosters? 18 first-class merits now sat behind Levi's name, placing another promotion within visible distance. Yet Levi chose not to hoard every merit a title. Stormwind needed tools and cultivation resources more urgently than it needed decorative patience. A complete breathing inheritance entered the exchange list first, followed by 9th-tier sacred crossbows and ammunition. The Storm and Volcano each received sacred weapons worthy of their flagship status. Remaining merits became lower-level cultivation resources for the professionals still climbing through early ranks. Levi kept turning every surviving wartime advantage into another layer of preparation. Army expansion followed because the newest recruits had finally hardened enough to stop being recruits. Old Charlie and Creel received orders to expand naval formations, while shipyards continued producing hulls. Langdon would leave the Flying Tigers temporarily and study fleet command beside Annie and Rayleigh. None of them were ready to replace veteran admirals immediately. That was exactly why Levi wanted them learning before a naval disaster made preparation impossible. Across the border, House Lincoln began its own preparation by creating friction instead of announcing invasion. Small clashes appeared precisely where Saruman and Evanson's spheres of influence touched each other. Each incident looked local enough to deny responsibility and serious enough to deepen existing suspicion. Both Lexus factions eventually retaliated against Lincoln positions, briefly uniting through anger rather than trust. Soon the Lincoln army absorbed the pressure, then struck Evanson's forces hard in the far north. Jormungandr tried to help, but guarded borders forced him through Evanson's territory. That route made every Allied movement look like a possible betrayal. Lincoln forces deliberately avoided Jormungandr and punished Evanson, allowing distrust to do more damage than cavalry. Afterward, Lincoln troops withdrew as though revenge alone had satisfied them. Peace returned to the border while hostility inside House Lexus kept climbing. Powerful outside families attempted mediation because civil war would weaken BlackRock during an already dangerous period. House Lincoln answered by adding another layer of pressure against the Allen and Alessio territories. Later, the Alessio family had secretly cooperated with Lincoln for generations, making the apparent confrontation partly theater. Its hidden cooperation delayed support and ensured surrounding nobles drew the wrong conclusions from each defeat. Evanson's allies began whispering that Jormungandr should be eliminated before he ever reached legendary strength. His wife and House Allen pushed hardest because Jormungandra's survival threatened their future position inside Lexus. Eventually, Evanson chose fear over restraint and launched the attack Haldane had tried to postpone. Jormungandr's supporters inside Lexus City were destroyed. Family members died, neutral officers became furious, and old grievances instantly acquired fresh blood. Jormungandr escaped the encirclement with his main force and drove toward Blackwood Fortress on the northeastern frontier. That fortress had been placed under Paladin Andrew precisely to keep either faction from owning it outright. Evanson's violence changed Andrew's neutrality into disgust. Instead of blocking Jormungandr, Andrew opened the route and chose his side. Blackwood Fortress gave Jormungandr enough walls and supplies to sustain a real civil war. When Evanson heard the news, he demanded explanations from allies. One mistake had become rebellion, and rebellion had become a struggle for the entire BlackRock succession. House Lincoln had spent centuries wanting this opening. Now it only needed to decide how much of the fire it intended to control. News of BlackRock's civil war spread faster than any army could cross the border. Neutral ducal families withdrew from mediation after watching their authority ignored by both Lexus factions. Across Alpha, the Church of Dawn attempted the same intervention. For Alpha, the crisis looked less like foreign tragedy. House Lincoln argued that helping Jormungandr could finally end the Lexus threat along their eastern border. Several great nobles agreed because a friendly BlackRock government would change Alpha's strategic map for generations. Inside Stormwind, the royal family accepted an expedition. That distinction sounded careful on parchment, and much less meaningful once noble banners started gathering. Levi joined because the campaign offered experience, influence, and access to technologies BlackRock had guarded for centuries. Clay received overall command of Stormwind's expedition, with Roger serving beneath him as deputy. Thundercloud Cavalry formed the mobile corps, while multiple infantry battalions filled out the marching force. At court, the white-tailed Dragonhawk riders joined as the weapon no ordinary fortress commander could safely ignore. Levi also invited Frostmoon nobles who wanted battlefield merit to assemble before the expedition moved. Klein arrived first because the campaign reopened an old wound inside his family. House Lincoln was preparing to reclaim the duchy. Levi gave him a ruby fruit before departure because sentiment without strength rarely survived a civil war. A complete set of 8th-tier enchanted equipment turned the farewell into an investment. Klein accepted without false modesty because returning to House Lincoln meant proving value immediately. What use was family honor if he arrived too weak to stand beside the people reclaiming it? Stormwind's forces moved while Lincoln commanders concealed the true timing of their offensive. Public plans pointed toward a later invasion, giving Evanson's coalition time to prepare for the wrong calendar. Meanwhile, a secret Lincoln army crossed through the wild mountains under April's command. On that front, the force struck Evanson's allies outside Blackwood Fortress weeks ahead of schedule. Caught between surprise and internal distrust, the coalition broke before its leaders could organize a stable response. 2 9th-tier saints died, and the surviving army scattered with less than half its strength intact. Inside Blackwood Fortress, Jormungandr and Andrew watched the battlefield change ownership without firing the decisive blow themselves. Andrew finally said what both men had been avoiding since the Civil War began. In practice, the Lexus family, as they had known it, was finished. Jormungandr now faced a choice between clinging to a collapsing dynasty and surviving under Lincoln's returning authority. By then, the wider answer came from legendary powers who appeared around the same political fault line. BlackRock legends Clarence and Frida met Alpha legends Buziris and West under carefully controlled circumstances. Their presence ensured neither side could suddenly turn a political intervention into a legendary massacre. Conversation between them carried an unexpectedly practical tone once the old Lexus structure started disappearing. Both countries had spent years bleeding against orcs, cults, and increasingly aggressive outside powers. A stable border could be worth more than preserving one family's ruined pride. At Dark River Fortress, however, stability still had to be purchased with siege warfare. Elsewhere, the stronghold was one of the Lexus family's 4 great barriers against House Lincoln. Dark River had been built specifically to survive an invasion from House Lincoln. Lincoln's army divided into several routes so one fortress could not freeze the entire campaign. April led the central pressure with Earth Dragon Knights, mages and allied noble forces. Stormwind's expedition entered that structure beside Frostmoon and East Sea contingents. Nearby, the first attacks confirmed what everyone already feared about Dark River. Traditional pressure could hurt the defenders without breaking the core formation fast enough. Every extra week gave Evanson time to reinforce Lexus City or rescue the fortress from another direction. Levi's answer was waiting hundreds of kilometers away inside workshops rather than military camps. John and Sugard had been reconstructing explosive rune technology from fragments left by the Wizarding era. Their earliest versions still depended on fire crystals, which made every serious bomb painfully expensive. John hated the cost because a weapon could be brilliant. Levi cared less about the prototype price than whether the principle worked. If one bomb proved the design, cheaper materials could be hunted later. Soon, the same research also pushed Sugard toward reproducing proper magic cannon barrels from southern samples. A magic cannon required materials capable of surviving repeated magical pressure without destroying itself. That problem belonged to alchemy as much as warfare, which was exactly why Sugard mattered. Later, the Lich had memories from an era when armies treated magical engineering as ordinary military infrastructure. Stormwind's workshops therefore began approaching questions modern nobles had forgotten how to ask. Before the technology matured, House Lincoln sent an urgent request directly to Levi. Their offensive had run into greater resistance than expected, and Dark River still stood. Duke Howard offered a complete wind element meditation method if Levi could help capture the fortress quickly. That inheritance was worth more to Stormwind than another pile of captured weapons. Levi agreed, with one condition designed to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Church of Dawn. He would help take Dark River without deploying Sugard's undead army unless circumstances forced the issue. Howard accepted because the fortress mattered more than how dramatic Levi's methods appeared. Across Alpha, the deadline was tight enough to turn Stormwind's experimental rune bombs into battlefield equipment immediately. For the next stretch, Levi and John personally pushed production while fire crystal reserves disappeared alarmingly fast. Each sphere represented money that could have trained soldiers, purchased land, or supported entire villages. Then again, what was the price of a fortress that months of conventional siege had failed to break? Levi took the unfinished technology to Blackrock because real battle would reveal defects no workshop could simulate. Inside Stormwind, the Dark River garrison relied heavily on its high-tier formation and saint-level controllers. Destroying walls alone would accomplish little if archmages could keep the defensive system functioning. Levi therefore treated the magical command structure as the real fortress. He sent clones forward because losing a duplicate cost energy. At court, the first saint-level alchemical rune bomb detonated with power approaching top-tier holy fire magic. Stone, defensive weapons, and mages vanished inside a blast no one on the wall had seen before. Sandra, the defending archmage, survived the first moment but emerged badly wounded and disoriented. A clone had already paid for that opening by triggering backlash and forcing the timing. 2 other clones attacked from the front. Sandra focused on surviving the pressure in front of her. A dark sword entered from behind before Evanson's warning could reach her in time. Half her body tore apart as the strike destroyed the saint who had been sustaining critical defenses. For several seconds, Dark River's commanders could only stare at the empty space. Then the wider assault began because a fortress without coordinated magical control was suddenly just expensive stone. Rune bombs hammered defensive positions that had survived conventional siege weapons for years. On that front, the eastern gate failed after repeated explosions shredded protections. Lincoln troops poured through the breach while Earth Dragon Knights turned organized retreat into panic. Evanson and Andrew tried to preserve the saint-level core rather than die beside ordinary soldiers. Levi pursued because their bodies, techniques, and storage rings were worth extraordinary value. In practice, the battle ended with Dark River falling far earlier than its designers could have imagined. Thousands from the Lexus main force were killed, captured, or scattered across Blackrock roads. Only a fraction escaped in enough order to become useful soldiers again. Stormwind's expedition captured Thundercloud horses and large numbers of defeated troops during the pursuit. Levi also enslaved an 8th-tier archmage and released him back toward Lexus City as an intelligence asset. That decision cost no public banner and potentially bought months of information from inside the enemy capital. Lincoln commanders studied the rune bombs with the kind of attention usually reserved for legendary weapons. One commander asked what weapon had crippled a Saint-controlled defensive formation so quickly. Levi named the weapon plainly because its existence could no longer remain hidden. By then, the real secret involved everything required to manufacture the weapon reliably. Materials, production methods, and trained specialists mattered more than the public name. Welsh recognized the connection to ancient explosive runes and admitted his own family possessed incomplete fragments. Modern nobles often preserved Wizarding-era fragments without the industrial system that once supported them. Stormwind was slowly rebuilding that missing chain one workshop at a time. Elsewhere, the Dark River victory therefore carried two separate values for Levi. One was military, because the Lexus defensive line had lost one of its strongest fortresses. Nearby, the other was experimental, because the rune bomb had finally survived the only test that mattered. Could an expensive prototype kill on a real battlefield instead of impressing engineers in a field? Sandra's absence answered that question more clearly than any laboratory report. Soon the success also changed House Lincoln's timetable for attacking Lexus City. If enough bombs could be produced, defenses built across centuries might fall inside days. That possibility made the remaining fire crystal stock look painfully small. John immediately began searching for ways to preserve the explosive rune while replacing the rare magical material. Sugard pushed magic cannon replication in parallel, because artillery would spread the same principle across entire fleets. Levi refused to choose between the two projects. A frontier power with enemies on land. Back in Lexus City, Evanson returned alone. Galfa asked what had happened at Dark River before seeing the answer in Evanson's expression. Sandra was dead, Andrew was likely gone. Evanson had spent years fighting Saruman for control of House Lexus. Now the family itself was shrinking faster than either claimant could inherit it. Outside, Lincoln banners kept moving toward the capital while neutral nobles calculated how long loyalty remained profitable. Inside Stormwind's camp, soldiers cleaned captured equipment while alchemists counted the bombs that had not been used. Every surviving rune sphere suddenly looked more valuable after the battlefield proved what one could do. Levi had entered Blackrock to support an ally and train his officers. He was leaving Dark River with a weapon concept capable of rewriting siege warfare. And Lexus City still stood ahead of him, protected by people. Dark River's fall turned the battlefield into a market of corpses, prisoners, horses, and information. Stormwind alone captured more than 100 Thundercloud horses and thousands of defeated soldiers during the pursuit. Nearly 3,000 elite Lexus troops died before they could regroup behind another defensive line. Levi counted those losses without pretending the numbers were separate from the technology that caused them. Every dead defender became proof that explosive runes had returned to modern warfare in usable form. Welsh brought Levi a scroll and used the moment to ask about the weapon directly. His family knew fragments of explosive rune theory, but their inheritance had never reached complete production technology. That distinction mattered because ancient knowledge often survived as recipes without the workshops needed to scale them. Levi offered information carefully, trading what no longer needed secrecy, while protecting the pieces Stormwind actually controlled. Elsewhere, the Blackrock War was moving toward a conclusion far more violent than any diplomatic settlement. Legendary Haldane had disappeared into a battle where House Lincoln had prepared something beyond ordinary military strength. Sun Destroyer was a Wizarding-era weapon designed specifically for legendary battlefields. Its activation turned a smaller plane into the center of something resembling a miniature sun. Haldane died inside that devastation while Baldwin escaped badly wounded but alive. One legendary life had been converted into the political permission for House Lincoln to reclaim Blackrock. At the mortal level, Lincoln's northern and central armies converged toward Lexus City. Saruman left Blackwood Fortress rather than become a prisoner inside Lincoln's victory. He intended to reach the Kingdom of Ron, where the Church of Ice. His followers formed a rough cavalry force, from people still loyal to his branch. Saruman accepted Lexus was dying without allowing his own line to die beside it. Lexus City still had walls built across centuries. That belief became harder to maintain when fresh alchemical rune bombs reached the Lincoln siege lines. Southern defenses collapsed under explosions far stronger than anything the garrison had prepared to absorb repeatedly. Earth Dragon Knights forced entry once the wall and formation stopped functioning as a single defensive system. Street fighting began inside the capital while noble compounds tried to preserve family treasures. What was an ancestral city worth once every hidden vault became a target with a price attached? Levi cared less about ceremonial conquest than the people likely carrying breakthrough treasures out through secret routes. He positioned himself north of Lexus City, where escaping high-ranking members might try reaching the wilderness. Other ninth-tier hunters had the same idea, turning the approaches into a silent competition among supposed allies. Evanson Galfa and members of Haldane's core faction all possessed rings worth more than ordinary estates. Across Alpha, the city finally broke, and isolated high-level auras began appearing beyond the walls as survivors fled. Levi moved whenever his intelligence and perception indicated a target valuable enough to justify revealing himself. Jormungandr briefly crossed a route watched by the same terrifying Earl from recent rumors. He had wanted a legendary opportunity for years. Now survival demanded that he abandon people, treasures, and grudges faster than enemies could close around him. Jormungandr chose to flee rather than test whether Levi's reputation had been exaggerated. That decision preserved his life and left other Lexus fugitives exposed behind him. Levi eventually caught Evenson's group and ended the remaining resistance before the treasures could disappear elsewhere. Inside Evenson's storage ring waited a collection large enough to explain centuries of ducal accumulation. 4 legendary treasures appeared first, including 3 cultivation resources and 1 knightly breakthrough treasure. Inside Stormwind, the breakthrough item was the Knight's Heart, valuable enough to decide whether a bloodline produced another legend. Levi had no immediate need for it because his own path and resources were already developing differently. Angelus and Panda also had no reason to consume a treasure meant for this specific knightly route. Then Anduin's existence turned a legendary inheritance into a family decision. At court, the boy had only recently become an official knight, yet Levi had already noticed unusual qualities around his cultivation. Giving a legendary breakthrough treasure to a child would normally be the kind of stupidity. On that front, the Knight's Heart was different for someone whose hidden compatibility could absorb it safely over time. Angelus stayed beside Anduin while the treasure integrated, watching every breath like the room itself might betray him. Levi inspected the boy's methods repeatedly and found no ordinary flaw that explained his unusual development. Could Anduin possess another talent that even the panel had not yet revealed clearly? In practice, the question remained open, but his condition stabilized. Evenson's ring also contained an enormous stock of 9th-tier resources that Stormwind could actually use immediately. Breakthrough treasures covered knights, warriors, and several magical elements that Levi's growing officer class would eventually need. Cultivation treasures filled gaps for people who had talent. By then, the Lexus family had spent generations building a private ladder towards saint-level strength. Levi had just removed several rungs and carried them home. More exciting than the resources was the collection of sacred technique information scattered through the spoils. House Lincoln traded additional 9th-tier records because alchemical rune bombs had suddenly become essential to their campaign. For Levi, that knowledge widened the map of possible sacred techniques. He kept returning to space because dimensional space already belonged to the deepest structure of his abilities. A sacred technique built around spatial power could ignore defenses that ordinary force needed to break directly. Elsewhere, the first concept focused on an invisible cutting edge created through spatial tearing. Destruction would be the primary effect, with sealing or control layered behind it where possible. If several spatial sacred techniques could later fuse, the legendary combat technique might become terrifyingly difficult to evade. Levi did not need the finished answer yet. He needed a direction stable enough that every future experiment moved toward the same mountain. Anduin woke after the Knight's Heart integration without the catastrophic backlash everyone had feared. His body remained that of a young knight, yet something inside his future had been permanently rewritten. Angelus finally left the bedside and immediately asked Levi what danger he had just placed inside their son. Levi answered with evidence rather than comfort, because guessing would have insulted both of them. Anduin's foundation was stable, his vitality was strong, and no hidden damage appeared under repeated inspection. Nearby, the mystery therefore became something to study rather than something to panic about. While noble bloodlines argued over legendary treasures, Stormwind's workshops received news about something much less glamorous. Soon, the Church of Dawn had finally located material matching Levi's description of sulfur. Pastor Martinez had spent months sending ores that looked close without producing the result Levi wanted. This time, the yellow mineral burned and reacted in exactly the way his old-world memory expected. Sulfur alone looked worthless beside 9th-tier crystals and legendary hearts. Combined with charcoal and saltpeter, it opened a path toward cheap chemical explosive powder. Levi immediately treated the discovery as strategic, because fire crystals were strangling rune bomb production costs. John received the formula and began experiments without any illusion that ordinary gunpowder would impress magical soldiers. Later, the first black powder bombs proved that concern correct. In a world where professionals could survive magical explosions, crude powder looked almost embarrassing. John refused to discard the cheap explosive idea so quickly. He asked whether cheap gunpowder could replace fire crystal as the energetic core inside an explosive rune design. That question changed the project from failed weapon to potentially scalable technology. Explosive runes already supplied magical structure and amplification. Gunpowder only needed to provide enough base reaction for the rune to magnify. Within months, John produced a gunpowder rune bomb far cheaper than the original fire crystal version. Its power remained lower, yet the cost difference changed the arithmetic completely. A weapon slightly weaker than the prototype could still dominate if Stormwind could manufacture hundreds instead of dozens. Levi immediately imagined fortress stockpiles, naval shells, field artillery, and siege trains without draining rare crystal reserves. One reason was simple. Wars were rarely lost because commanders lacked a single spectacular weapon. They were lost because spectacular weapons could not be supplied after the first month. Across Alpha, the gunpowder project therefore became as important as any individual cultivation breakthrough occurring inside the castle. Back in Blackrock, Lexus resistance finally ended as Lincoln forces occupied the ducal heartland. Inside Stormwind, the old black stone curtain that had divided the border for generations was effectively gone. Saruman's surviving branch escaped toward Ron while House Lincoln began reclaiming institutions rather than merely winning battles. Neutral families adjusted quickly, because nobody wanted to die defending a political order whose legend was already dead. Levi watched the transition without confusing alliance with ownership. A restored Lincoln Blackrock would be friendlier to Alpha, but it would still possess its own ambitions. Stormwind needed useful cooperation without turning that alliance into dependence. That principle also shaped how Levi handled the enormous resources returning from the campaign. Ninth-tier items were allocated toward people with realistic promotion paths, instead of locked inside decorative vaults. Young officers saw equipment and cultivation treasures move toward living users within weeks of acquisition. Nobody inside the army could miss what that policy meant. In Stormwind, merit and usefulness could unlock resources that old noble houses reserved for blood relatives. That policy built loyalty while quietly making Levi's army more dangerous every year. Then Mia surprised everyone by completing the prototype of her first sacred technique. Her technique, Point Kill, borrowed the logic of Redmond's straight thrust without copying its personality exactly. She used extreme speed for a precise assassination attempt, retreating immediately if the first strike failed. At court, the method fit Mia because she valued control and survival more than heroic exchanges. Future techniques would likely follow the same speed-based family, so fusion remained practical. Levi approved because Redmond's experience had already shown the advantage of conceptual consistency. His own spatial path continued developing in parallel, helped by every sacred technique record acquired in Blackrock. Then, right before the next Dawn Festival, the direction finally became clear enough to commit. Levi would build his nightly sacred techniques around space rather than imitate Redmond's speed route directly. On that front, the first technique would emphasize spatial cutting power that could tear through conventional protection. Later techniques would connect destruction, restraint, and movement without abandoning the same elemental foundation. That choice meant the next bottleneck was no longer imagination. It was promotion into the 9th-tier Saint realm, where sacred techniques became something more than theory. By then, Levi's accumulated energy essence and talent evolution had already pushed his body toward a threshold nobody around him fully understood. Most saints reached complete extraordinary transformation and stopped. Levi reached the same boundary and felt the panel continue moving anyway. His body, perception, and mental structure did not recognize the ceiling everyone else considered absolute. Even Panda and Angeles had no explanation because their knowledge ended where conventional cultivation ended. Was the panel simply raising his limits, or had everyone else mistaken a common wall for a universal law? Levi had no proof yet, only a body that kept answering the question by changing. In practice, the coming 9th-tier breakthrough would force that hidden difference into the open. Stormwind had spent this arc rebuilding siege warfare and stripping a ducal family for resources. Now its lord was preparing to rebuild the definition of saint-level progression inside his own body. Mia's breakthrough finally pushed Levi to stop postponing his own saint promotion. 3 days after advancing, the last wave of extraordinary evolution finally settled through his body and mind. His saint-level perception had effectively evolved twice, while several sky-level talents climbed far beyond their former limits. The brain changed most dramatically, doubling the comprehension and cognitive advantage Levi had already considered abnormal. His spiritual foundation rose again, proving the promotion preserved every earlier talent improvement. Angeles arrived quickly, relieved and irritated that Levi had broken through away from Stormwind. She asked whether he had gambled his night future on the difficult saint skill of space. Levi admitted it, then told her he had already planned 3 connected spatial routes instead of relying on one trick. Angeles snapped that failed geniuses also began with plans, and most never survived the second step. Levi asked her to judge first sharpness herself. A 9th-tier enchanted sword from House Lexus carried the spatial slash across the sea, like an invisible execution line. Combined with that weapon, First sharpness approached the force Angelus expected from two ordinary Saint skills working together. Her complaint disappeared because Levi had achieved that result before stacking flame body, blood burning, magic, or clone support. With every layer added, Levi could already threaten Redmond's class. What happened when a fresh Saint carried a technique veterans considered too dangerous to cultivate? Levi returned convinced the spatial route was worth the risk, then refocused on the orc season. Far away, Panda felt the breakthrough through their life contract. Levi's lifespan had jumped by more than 200 years, and Panda inherited nearly 150 through the contract. The lifespan jump shocked Panda, but the shared comprehension revealed something stranger. Panda borrowed Levi's cognition, and found the already abnormal advantage had doubled again after his latest extraordinary evolution. For once, even Panda had no joke ready. Then Panda decided curiosity could wait because Levi's fortune was improving Panda's own brain. Inside the blazing sun plane, that comprehension multiplied an environment already saturated with fire elements. Panda dropped into enlightenment almost immediately and began releasing drunken intent without consciously directing the technique. Stormwind liquor vanished jar by jar while drunken force and fire rolled across the lava sea. Nearby fire elementals gathered because no Panda had awakened legendary drunken intent there for nearly 2,000 years. They noticed another contradiction because Panda carried torrent sect blood, not old drunken sect blood. Panda cared more about the breakthrough than genealogy. After several Noah days, drunken intent crossed into legend and Panda woke laughing in the heat. The life contract Panda once hated suddenly became one of Panda's greatest decisions. A legendary fire elemental warned Panda to leave before attempting the far more dangerous legendary tribulation. Inside the Kingdom of Sicily, the Divine Eye Society joined forces with House Jason. Their fleet gathered under cover of ordinary movement before sailing north along safer waters near the open sea boundary. Across Alpha, the attackers possessed multiple first-class warships and several ninth-tier saints, including top-level combatants. Their public justification mattered far less than the destination their hidden partners had chosen. Stormwind's magical weapons, clone secrets, and repeated destruction of Divine Eye operations had made Levi personally profitable to kill. At the same time, orc forces were again moving south toward Alpha. That timing made the naval operation more dangerous, because Stormwind could be forced to divide Saint-level strength across two fronts. Then Sugard completed the first Stormwind-built magic cannon. Inside Stormwind, the barrel looked enormous beside ordinary siege weapons, yet its true value lay in surviving repeated magical firing pressure. John and his assistants prepared shells while Levi inspected the weapon on Stormwind's eastern coast. A successful cannon would connect several technologies developed over previous arcs into one scalable military system. Explosive runes provided force, alchemy provided the barrel, shipyards provided platforms, and gunpowder research offered cheaper ammunition paths. At court, the first firing test turned theory into a projectile crossing distance too quickly for ordinary defenders to react. Levi immediately ordered continued development rather than waiting for ceremonial approval. Then the Fourth Orc War's vanguard reached multiple northern positions and encountered another unpleasant surprise. Stormwind's new gunpowder rune bombs could be produced in quantities impossible with pure fire crystal designs. When the first barrages landed, formations expecting conventional arrows instead met chained magical explosions. Orc soldiers who had learned to survive bloodfire and storm cannons suddenly faced another weapon with unfamiliar timing. Some tried spreading out, only to lose supporting structure under repeated detonations. Others charged faster and reached kill zones prepared for exactly that response. On that front, the psychological effect arrived before commanders could develop proper countermeasures. Entire vanguard groups began withdrawing because ordinary soldiers could not tell how many bombs remained behind the walls. Similar reactions appeared across Alpha's frontier where the new weapons had been distributed in limited numbers. In practice, the orc main force had not even committed fully, yet its opening pressure had already been thrown backward. Clay stared at retreating enemies, and almost sounded disappointed that the battle had ended. Gagri laughed, because magical weapons had finally begun changing what a normal battlefield victory looked like. That confidence lasted until news arrived from the sea. 5 Alpha fleets had encountered a mysterious foreign force, while exploring newly discovered resources offshore. By then, the meeting turned into a naval battle with almost no time for either side to hide its identity afterward. Alpha possessed numbers and courage, but its ships belonged to a lower technological generation. Within half a day, all 5 fleets were destroyed. Joseph Faust of the Venus family died with the defeated force, adding a saint-level corpse to the wreckage. Only Drawn escaped and carried the report back toward Kanglan City. For the royal court, 30 lost warships meant more than a humiliating defeat. It meant Alpha's ordinary navy could not protect its own coastline from this fleet at all. Elsewhere, the attackers also suffered damage, yet their surviving formation remained powerful enough to continue northward. Diop and other enemy saints complained that encountering Alpha's fleet had revealed their presence earlier than planned. Their route could no longer remain a complete secret. But what could Alpha do with the warning if the only navy capable of matching them did not belong to the crown? Royal notices spread along the coastline, and minor nobles began moving wealth and heirs inland. Hasavi lacked a serious private navy and depended on royal forces that had just been cut almost in half. Leon withdrew its limited fleet into rivers while preparing ground troops along vulnerable coastal zones. Tulip ships also shifted defensively because nobody knew where the foreign fleet would strike next. Stormwind reacted differently because Levi already knew the Divine Eye Society maintained a Sicilian connection. His first assumption was that the mysterious fleet was coming for him. Angelus challenged the certainty because a naval invasion could have many political targets. Levi pointed toward timing route, and the absurd treasure-hunting explanation circulating around foreign movement. Why would a heavily armed Sicilian fleet sail into Alpha waters during an orc invasion unless someone expected profit from chaos? He ordered John to distribute stockpiled conical shells among the 6 fleets already refitted for modern artillery. A portion remained behind for coastal defense because sending everything to sea would leave Storm Bay exposed. Nearby, the remaining fleets continued supporting northern river defenses while the refitted force assembled at a secret eastern port. Ashara searched the sea for the attackers, using Naga movement where human patrol routes would have been obvious. Weeks passed without contact, which made Levi more uneasy instead of less. White-tailed dragonhawks expanded reconnaissance over the coastline and still found nothing. For a moment, even Levi considered whether his assumption had been wrong. Then a Thunder Falcon returned carrying a secret message from Gerald, the Divine Eye Vice leader already under Levi's control. Soon, the enemy fleet had hidden inside the Green Island base before beginning its operation. Gerald also confirmed the presence of several 9th-tier assassins and spatial archery specialists from the Divine Eye headquarters. House Jason was directly involved, turning private cult activity into something uncomfortably close to Sicilian state cooperation. Levi stored that political question for later, because the fleet itself had to be handled before diplomacy mattered. He chose to attack Green Island before the ships dispersed into open water. Jormungandr remained in Stormwind because the Divine Eye knew about the dragon and might have prepared counters specifically for it. Sugard would accompany Levi, while Fiza and Ashara supplied additional hidden saint-level strength. Angelus, Mia, Jormungandr, and Boris stayed near the orc front so Stormwind could survive if the land war suddenly escalated. Later, the plan looked aggressive because it was aggressive. Waiting for the fleet to choose its battlefield would only give 5 enemy saints time to coordinate with orc pressure. Levi sailed with 6 artillery-equipped fleets and the white-tailed Dragonhawk squadron toward the eastern base. His clones arrived first under darkness alongside Sugard and Fiza. Rodney stared across a harbor already turning into fire, and finally noticed how many pieces of Divine Eye intelligence were impossible. Stormwind had a lich, hidden saints artillery fleets, and ambush routes the Alpha branch never reported. Then the earlier water dragon incident came back to him, along with the monarch's unexplained suspicion of that same branch. His eyes dropped toward Gerald, the local Divine Eye commander responsible for intelligence around Green Island. Levi's clone caught that look and decided the compromised spy had reached the end of his usefulness. One death sword killed Gerald before Rodney confirmed anything, then several supporting mages fell too. Gerald had spent months selling information for Levi. His final value was making Rodney doubt his own conclusion for several seconds. Those seconds mattered because the port fleet was still trapped behind burning hulls and incoming magical shells. Diop roared that Divine Eye intelligence was garbage because even one clone exceeded the reports. Rodney ignored him, blasted Sugard backward with a fusion saint skill, and drew his enchanted bow. What kind of archery could make a headquarters fighter trust 3 arrows more than an entire fleet? The answer arrived before Levi could react. Rodney released 3 arrows almost together, each carrying spatial power that ignored the distance ordinary defenses expected. 2 clone heads fell before Levi reacted. The third survived because shared perception warned it to trigger no distance and slip aside. Levi stopped admiring the archery and started deciding how to steal it alive. Rodney ordered Diop to free the ships before Levi could summon replacement clones. Sugard returned furious and switched from wind techniques to vicious lich arts that kept Rodney occupied personally. Below, Diop used water magic to drag trapped vessels toward open water through the wreckage. The surviving clone was eventually killed by 2 Jason Saints, but Levi's main body was already closing from outside the battlefield. From 20 kilometers away, Levi launched a 9th-tier dark magic sword toward the Saint-level fight. Rodney sensed the killing intent a heartbeat too late. Lucas died under the Black Sword, and Logan fell when Levi appeared beside another clone. Diop screamed at Rodney as two Jason Saints vanished almost immediately after the real Stormwind Lord entered. Rodney finally abandoned the fleet and ordered retreat. Levi answered by summoning two more clones, sending 3 after Diop while his true body blocked Rodney. Charlie broke away from Fiza first, trusting wind magic and raw speed to carry him south of the burning harbor. Then Ashara rose ahead, and the 9th-tier Naga turned Charlie's escape route into another battlefield. How many hidden 9th-tier allies could Stormwind reveal before Divine Eye intelligence became an expensive joke? Diop chose another route, entering a first-class battleship protected by an 8th-tier formation and sacred crossbows. Other surviving warships followed, hoping the outer sea would provide monsters, weather, and distance. 3 Levi clones attacked the same formation with first sharpness instead of trading shots against its crossbows. 3 spatial cuts opened a breach, and 8th-tier fire crystal bombs entered before the formation recovered. Explosions shattered order inside, forcing Diop to abandon his armored refuge and dive into the water. Water offered Diop no safety from Levi. Diop died before the outer sea could become salvation, while Charlie also fell after Ashara and Fiza closed around him. By sunrise, 12 enemy warships remained captured in usable or repairable condition. 2 first-class vessels survived as trophies, while Levi's breached ship became scrap. One knight had converted an invasion fleet into years of shipbuilding Stormwind no longer needed to finance from scratch. Fiza supervised salvage while Ashara drove curious Nagas and sea monsters away from the wreck field. Rodney remained harder because Fusion Saint skills, Divine Eye techniques, and spatial arrows prolonged the fight. Even Levi and Sigurd could not force a contract while Rodney still resisted mentally. When the returning clones joined, repeated spatial attacks finally pushed Rodney from dangerous opponent toward exhausted captive. Levi stepped back and spent fresh energy essence on the Dominator contract before attempting anything reckless. The talent became Saint Domain contract, raising his maximum contracts to 9 and strengthening deterrence with extraordinary mental power. Soul Descent could now possess 3 contracted slaves at once, while his extraordinary mental evolution doubled again. If that still failed, Levi would kill Rodney rather than gamble the whole fleet on one inheritance. 3 clones used backlash to deepen Rodney's injuries before Levi resummoned them for the final attempt. The true body pinned Rodney while 4 minds prepared deterrence around the same exhausted target. Rodney felt the contract and connected Gerald's betrayal with Divine Eye's strange Alpha Branch behavior. The Stormwind Lord had been enslaving people beneath the Thousand-Eyed Monarch's attention, and Rodney had just found the proof. He tried activating a Divine Eye technique meant to destroy everyone nearby before the contract settled. 4 deterrent strikes hit Rodney's mind together. Rodney's resistance disappeared for the fraction of time the Dominator contract needed to seize control. Rodney woke kneeling instead of firing again. Rodney called Levi master, and the battlefield suddenly contained something more valuable than 12 captured ships. The fleet could strengthen Stormwind's navy. Rodney could expose Divine Eye techniques, routes, personnel, and saint-level secrets. That made the defeated archer a living intelligence vault whose value increased every minute he remained undiscovered. Levi gave him recovery medicine because the next task required precise memory, not more torture. Rodney needed to record the complete spatial archery inheritance before the Thousand-Eyed Monarch noticed. Only after that would Levi risk forcing him to reproduce the Divine Eye secret method tied to something far more dangerous. The battle for Green Island had ended. The real danger was about to notice who had won it. He immediately ordered Rodney to record the complete 9th-tier spatial archery inheritance on Ogre Hide. Later, the process took hours because sacred techniques required mental imprinting, not ordinary handwriting. Levi fed Rodney recovery medicine so exhaustion would not interrupt the transcription halfway through. Once the spatial archery was complete, he demanded the Divine Eye secret method as well. Every minute mattered because a godlike existence somewhere beyond Noah could notice the broken connection at any moment. Eventually, the Thousand-Eyed Monarch noticed the broken connection through Rodney. Its projection descended through the secret art and turned Rodney's body into an anchor for something far more dangerous. Levi found himself facing power close to a saint who had fully fused 3 sacred techniques. Sugar judged the projection quickly because the Lich remembered fighting enemies from the wizarding era with comparable strength. This was still below half-step legendary, but ordinary 9th-tier saints would have been overwhelmed almost immediately. The Monarch attacked Levi more aggressively than Sigurd because controlling the Lich required finding its life box first. Negative forces crashed through the battlefield in waves of corrosion, cold mental pressure, and distorted energy. Levi's clones used flame body and blood burning to push their output beyond normal saint limits. That surprised the projection, because advanced clones were not supposed to reproduce every hidden technique of the original. For the monarch, curiosity became almost as important as killing Levi. What kind of inheritance allowed one human to multiply high-level combat power without splitting his true body? The Thousand Eyes secret technique expanded across the confrontation and forced Levi to rely on every defensive layer available. Even with Sigurd beside him, the exchange made clear that a true godlike being operated on another scale entirely. Levi had provoked something whose real body could erase him before Stormwind even heard the first report. Then another overwhelming will suddenly descended into the Noah plain. The goddess of dawn appeared with authority so overwhelming that the monarch's projection immediately lost control of the confrontation. Her intervention did not resemble a long duel between evenly matched deities. It resembled a higher power reminding a lower one that Noah remained inside territory she was willing to defend personally. The thousand-eyed projection shattered under pressure Levi could barely interpret. Across distant dimensions, other gods and hell monarchs sensed the goddess descending and began asking why she had acted now. Her presence vanished quickly, leaving more questions than explanations behind. Nelson later received little more than confirmation that forces far beyond the northern continent had noticed the disturbance. Levi carried Rodney's corpse away and returned to Green Island before curious Naga and sea monsters reached the battlefield. The captured base immediately became useful rather than ceremonial. Stormwind converted Green Island into a forward naval station for repairs, resupply, and surveillance beyond the coastline. The surviving Divine Eye fleet had just been destroyed where Alpha's Royal Navy had previously failed even to slow it. When reports reached Kanglan City, disbelief became unavoidable. Royal officers had seen the enemy annihilate 5 Alpha fleets and kill Joseph Faust within half a day. Now Stormwind had erased the same force while capturing valuable ships intact. Had the strongest navy in the kingdom quietly become the private fleet of a frontier earl? The answer was politically uncomfortable, because evidence no longer allowed anyone to dismiss it. Crawford personally traveled towards Stormwind, while the royal family began discussing captured warships and future naval policy. Before Levi could enjoy that leverage, Boris delivered another warning from the orc front. 3 ninth-tier orcs had shifted towards Stormwind, including a top-tier behemoth with an exceptionally dangerous mount. Their plan was to draw Stormwind's visible saints into frontal battle while a separate group circled the peninsula. That second group would strike the territory directly once defenses committed elsewhere. Levi answered by attacking before the orc timetable reached the phase it depended upon. Jormungandr, Angelus Mia, and Levi moved against exposed ninth-tier commanders after the strongest raiders separated. The orc leaders had expected humans to wait behind fortifications. Instead, the supposed defenders appeared first and collapsed the local saint-level balance before reinforcements could reconnect. Levi harvested new energy essence while Boris continued feeding movements from inside the enemy structure. The encounter also highlighted a weakness Rodney had already exposed painfully. Levi's offense and movement had advanced faster than his ability to absorb a direct top-tier saint attack. Clones could take risks, but the main body still needed defenses that did not depend on sacrificial positioning. He therefore pushed absolute defense into its saint-level form. Black armor advanced with the talent and wrapped his body in protection far beyond ordinary enchanted equipment. Counterattack also strengthened, returning portions of incoming damage according to the opponent's relative level. His skin completed another extraordinary evolution, raising physical durability beyond the conventional saint baseline again. Levi estimated that his defense now approached top-tier saint standards even before other techniques entered the calculation. The improvement arrived just in time for the war's final orc movements around Frostmoon. Clay's army routed retreating formations while Levi moved between battlefields collecting targets and supporting critical points. When the northern campaign finally ended, royal commanders returned to Kanglan with fresh stories about Stormwind's performance. The naval victory alone forced a political response, because Sicily had crossed into Alpha waters with overwhelming strength. King Thompson's court issued a new decree before older nobles had finished adjusting to Levi's previous promotion. Stormwind suddenly had Marcus Levi standing above its old earldom. The official reason emphasized destruction of the invading fleet and defense of Alpha's territorial waters. Privately, everyone understood the title also acknowledged a power balance that had already changed on the ground. Redman and Crawford reached Stormwind soon after the decree and explained the limits attached to the promotion. The royal family could not simply hand Levi another enormous block of settled noble territory. Instead, the Marquisate would extend deeper into the wild mountains through future development and conquest. Stormwind also inherited broader responsibility for Frostmoon Province's defense as royal forces were redistributed elsewhere. That arrangement gave Levi more authority and more expenses in the same sentence. Redman requested priority access to future magic cannon purchases for royal defense needs. A marquis with the kingdom's strongest private navy could hardly pretend artillery sales were still a minor commercial matter. Levi agreed to negotiate rather than surrender control of production. The royal family gained a supplier, while Stormwind preserved the leverage created by actually knowing how the technology worked. Then another visitor exposed how quickly demand had spread beyond Alpha. Duke Howard arrived from Blackrock seeking large quantities of magic cannons for House Lincoln. Stormwind could not fill every order immediately, especially while upgrading its own fleets and coastal defenses. Levi promised roughly half the requested amount within a realistic schedule. Howard accepted because even half could transform preparations for the next Orc invasion. In return, he offered cooperation if Stormwind moved against Shadow Temple positions inside Blackrock territory. That offer mattered because the cult had been gathering beside a second organization just as dangerous. Inside a hidden stronghold, Prince Ode of the Shadow Temple confronted Amelia from the Witch Church. His anger centered on Judy Lanchi, the Viscountess who had survived an earlier scheme. Ode suspected the Witch Church had interfered with Shadow Temple operations against Levi. Amelia mocked the accusation and revealed that Judy had been cultivated as a vessel for Baphomet instead. Baphomet's name changed the hidden meeting's atmosphere immediately. Baphomet was a legendary horned demon serving the Witch Queen, powerful enough that Ode could not dismiss his involvement casually. The Witch Church had entered Shadow Temple territory because the sudden descent of the Goddess of Dawn demanded investigation. Their monarch wanted to know why Dawn had personally intervened on Noah after remaining distant for so long. Shadow Temple losses made cooperation attractive despite mutual contempt. The cult had already lost operations, saints, and even a reborn legendary demon because Stormwind kept surviving traps. Prince Ode saw one final chance to recover standing by helping a larger operation succeed. Amelia offered legendary support through Baphomet while Shadow forces contributed local networks and human agents. The two cults therefore began building a joint plan around Stormwind and Nelson. One cult wanted information about the Goddess of Dawn. The other wanted revenge against Levi badly enough to risk another catastrophic confrontation. Back in Stormwind, Levi remained unaware of the exact meeting while finalizing weapon contracts with nobles. He finally found time to study Rodney's spatial archery inheritance in greater depth. Before that research progressed far, Wendy arrived with completely different news from the southern coast. Little Kun, the mutated whale dragon, had begun advancing into the 9th tier Saint realm. The creature's growth had always been strange because its legendary Dragon Ball came from a mutated white dragon. Jormungandr watched the transformation and recognized something even stranger as the breakthrough stabilized. Little Kun did not merely borrow the Dragon Ball's power. The pearl fused perfectly and became the creature's own sacred Dragon Ball, as if the organ had grown there naturally. Because Little Kun had never possessed a Dragon Pearl before, the foreign legendary inheritance caused no internal conflict. The result was a pure-blooded mutated dragon with genuine legendary potential. Little Kun celebrated the promotion by asking for the freedom Levi had denied during its vulnerable youth. Levi finally allowed broader travel with warnings about open sea and human activity. The young dragon disappeared with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent years staring at the same coastline. Only days later, Levi's mental mark erupted with an urgent distress signal. He and Jormungandr crossed hundreds of kilometers and found Little Kun near the open sea badly injured. The rescue forced Levi to burn through abilities at a moment when another revelation arrived from his own body. Blood ashes had advanced, granting absurd regeneration and the ability to hinder enemy recovery through his blood. Resurrection also evolved into something much closer to literal return from death. If Levi died under the right conditions, immortal ashes could rebuild him toward his former state. The same power might save someone else, though the target could also be burned to death by the process. Levi immediately thought of Panda because the life contract tied their survival together in complicated ways. Then Panda's signal arrived from a frozen dead star beyond Noah. The bear was preparing to attempt the legendary tribulation. Stormwind had just gained a Marquis, stronger defenses, a 9th tier whale dragon, and a navy nobody could ignore. Now its oldest monster companion was about to gamble everything against a calamity no army could fight for it. Panda chose a frozen dead star because fire-based legendary tribulation became weaker against an environment built from extreme cold. The location looked miserable, which Panda considered acceptable if misery reduced the chance of dying. It swallowed the true gold of the sun and immediately discovered why legendary breakthrough treasures were never described casually. Fire erupted through blood, soul, and artistic conception until even the surrounding ice began melting beneath the pressure. For 2 weeks, Panda absorbed the treasure while its holy body started abandoning ordinary biological limits. The sacred soul separated from the physical body as both structures transformed toward legendary form. 7 days of deeper change stretched Panda's body larger and reshaped the strength inside every movement. When the sacred soul finally returned, legendary aura rolled across the frozen landscape like a new law announcing itself. That first transformation was only the beginning of Panda's trial. Lightning, fire, and other calamity forces arrived as the universe tested whether Panda deserved the transformation it had begun. Panda relied on accumulated resources, drunken intent, bloodline strength, and the life contract connecting it to Levi. When injuries became severe, it drew life force from Stormwind across the distance between worlds. Levi felt the drain immediately and understood the tribulation had reached its dangerous phase. Blood ashes regenerated what Panda consumed for a while, but the rate kept climbing beyond comfortable recovery. Dawn Festival celebrations filled Stormwind while its lord sat in private looking increasingly drained. What did fireworks matter when every missing year of lifespan told him Panda was still being torn apart somewhere in the dark? The terrible drain finally stopped without giving Levi any warning. Then Levi's remaining lifespan surged upward until the increase became impossible to mistake. Against every escalating calamity, Panda had actually survived the tribulation. Legendary transformation multiplied the bear's natural lifespan, and the life contract divided the benefit between them. Levi suddenly possessed more than 2,000 years of expected life under the new balance. The victory solved one danger and immediately opened another. Exceptional legends could face a dark calamity after the ordinary tribulation, an extra test tied to unusual talent. Panda quietly hoped the dark calamity would ignore him entirely. Unfortunately, Panda's luck refused to cooperate with that hope. 100 poison twin-tailed serpent appeared as the kind of legendary enemy nobody could schedule around. Its poison entered Panda before brute strength became the main problem. The bear attacked aggressively and only recognized the danger after its body started weakening far too quickly. Running would have been safer if movement had remained reliable. Instead, poison slowed reactions while the serpent prepared to finish a legend that had barely survived promotion. Panda drew on Levi's vitality again, using the life contract as a reservoir no isolated legend normally possessed. The sudden recovery shocked the serpent at exactly the wrong moment. Panda crossed the distance faster than its poisoned body should have managed and smashed the creature's head apart. The dark calamity ended with a corpse valuable enough to make the near-death experience economically insulting. Panda extracted the gallbladder first because surviving poison mattered more than counting trophies. Then it stored the legendary serpent and admitted, privately, that careless confidence could still kill a fresh legend. The dark calamity rewarded Panda with far more than loot. Surviving the dark calamity awakened green flame poison, a legendary talent whose effects Panda had not possessed before. The new green fire carried corrosive poison that could threaten even legendary bodies over time. A bear already built around overwhelming close-range pressure had just gained a method for making every contact progressively worse. Elsewhere, two demons were discussing operations that connected directly to Stormwind's newest legend. Ghost King Nija had hidden inside Noah for years under the Lord of Shadows. Baphomet arrived through a human vessel as another legendary demon serving the Witch Queen. Both understood that entering Noah openly would attract legendary defenders before their suppressed strength stabilized. That was why demonic infiltration relied on vessels, cult networks, and patience rather than simply opening enormous portals. Their current objective involved the Dawn Church, the goddess's recent descent, and the increasingly troublesome Stormwind Marcus. The conversation became dangerous for Shadow Temple members because legendary demons treated human cultists as replaceable infrastructure. Levi's intelligence network eventually exposed enough movement to identify a stronghold connected to the operation. He did not charge directly into a base protected by unknown legendary forces. Instead, he coordinated with the Church of Dawn and prepared a layered ambush around the likely routes of retreat. Nelson and other legendary allies became essential because Baphomet and Nija could erase ordinary saints if left uncontested. Panda had just returned from its tribulation when the operation started accelerating. A legendary clash erupted before Levi's strike force entered the stronghold itself. Baphomet and Nija found themselves confronted by Panda and Baldwin, removing the strongest demonic protection from the local cultists. The demons chose escape into the wild mountains, rather than remain locked inside a battle with prepared opponents. Panda and Baldwin pursued because allowing legendary enemies to hide nearby would only postpone the same problem. Once the legendary battlefield moved away, Levi gave the order he had been waiting to use. Shadow Temple members inside the stronghold had delayed evacuation, because fleeing through a legendary fight looked suicidal. That hesitation trapped them once Levi's saint-level force closed every practical route. Prince Ode reacted first and tried escaping west with two human 9th-tier saints. He understood Levi well enough to assume additional ambushes existed, even where he could not sense them. Amelia screamed at him for exposing the base and endangering Baphomet's operation. Ode ignored the insult because staying alive had become more important than defending cult prestige. He chose the shortest opening and discovered Jormungandr already occupying it. Other saints split toward different directions and encountered Sugard, Fiza, Mia, or Stormwind clones waiting beyond the stronghold. The entire battlefield had been designed around preventing exactly the kind of scattered retreat cultists usually depended upon. Levi focused on Ode because the demon had survived too many schemes and knew too much about Shadow Temple structure. Ode transformed into a colossal elephant form, trusting monstrous defense to carry him through spatial attacks. The first strikes deeper than he expected, because first sharpness ignored parts of protection ordinary weapons had to overpower. Ode tried trading wounds for distance and discovered Levi could keep appearing where a retreat route should have opened. Sword after sword split the demon's defense until panic replaced arrogance. For the first time, Ode begged Levi to spare him. Levi answered by cutting the colossal body apart completely. This demon had not reached legendary rebirth status, which meant death on Noah ended the life permanently. A creature that had manipulated nobles, cultists, and entire political disasters for years became a corpse and a storage ring. Levi checked the ring before the battlefield cooled, because practical habits had survived every increase in status. 8 9th-tier treasures appeared, including breakthrough resources for warrior and water magic paths. The haul was better than recent opponents had been providing, which Levi considered the closest thing to an apology Ode could offer. Other battlefields ended one after another as prepared pairings wore down the remaining Shadow Temple. Jormungandr and Sugard followed earlier instructions designed to capture valuable targets, where possible, instead of killing everyone automatically. Amelia survived because Levi saw more value in information and future manipulation than immediate revenge. The Witch Church still needed to investigate Dawn's descent, and a controlled informant inside that effort could become priceless. Levi learned that another Shadow King might eventually reach the area but abandoned the idea of hunting him preemptively. A reborn legendary demon at perfected saint strength was not a reasonable target simply. Panda and Jormungandr together might defeat such an enemy. Victory was not the same as safety, especially when legendary reinforcement routes remained uncertain. Stormwind therefore withdrew after dismantling the stronghold instead of turning one successful ambush into an unnecessary disaster. Deep in the wild mountains, Panda and Baldwin kept pressuring the fleeing demons. The operation had still achieved something Levi had wanted for years. One Shadow Temple base vanished, Ode died permanently, multiple high-tier enemies fell, and Amelia became useful rather than hidden. How much money had the cult spent building a network that Stormwind converted into loot in a single prepared night? The answer would have been funny if the same network had not killed thousands elsewhere. Afterward, Levi traveled through Blackrock and encountered a very different conclusion to the Civil War arc. Klein had returned to House Lincoln and received the title Earl of Blackwood. His territory centered on Blackwood Fortress, the same stronghold that once symbolized the Lexus family's fractured survival. For Klein, the promotion restored more than noble rank. It placed his family back inside a political structure his ancestors had lost long. Levi congratulated him without pretending the new title came with security. An earl controlling a strategic fortress needed saint-level strength inside the family, or stronger houses would eventually pressure the inheritance apart. Klein understood and prepared to pursue 9th-tier advancement, while also developing a successor with suitable talent. Levi promised that Frostmoon would remain available if Blackrock politics became impossible for him to survive. Klein laughed because the offer meant he now possessed 2 homes instead of none. The friendship had survived long enough to become strategically useful to both sides, without losing its personal history. From Blackwood, Levi returned toward Stormwind carrying cult spoils, Blackrock resources, and new questions about legendary power. Panda entered its demiplane with the confidence of someone eager to explain every new achievement in unbearable detail. Angelus noticed the demiplane felt different from what Panda's fire affinity alone should have produced. Levi suspected the Dark Calamity reward had altered more than one visible technique. Jormungandr immediately connected the change to a newly awakened legendary bloodline talent. Panda confirmed enough to make everyone ask the same next question. How strong was a fresh legend compared with the legendary experts already shaping kingdoms from behind the scenes? Panda first explained the 3 broad legendary stages. Each stage represented a qualitative gap large enough that numbers alone could not describe the difference properly. A second stage legend held an overwhelming advantage against the first stage. A third stage legend could crush the second in the way gods crushed ordinary legendary projections. The Goddess of Dawn and the Great Hell Monarchs belonged to that highest known structure in Levi's current understanding. Most kingdom legends remained inside the first stage, where another hierarchy still existed. Early legends had only recently gained control of legendary power. Experienced legends understood their power deeply enough to use it with far greater refinement. Perfected legends stood near the ceiling of the stage and prepared for the next qualitative leap. Panda claimed the Dark Calamity reward made it dangerous even among other first-stage legends. Levi responded with enough skepticism to annoy the bear immediately. The argument ended when actual alpha legends arrived to formalize rules Panda could not ignore merely. Nelson Busiris and other representatives explained that Alpha's legends had obligations toward one another and the kingdom. They had to unite against external legendary threats rather than fight private wars. Legends were forbidden from trespassing casually through the territories of great nobles or deciding internal political disputes personally. They also rotated periods of residence, so Alpha was never left without legendary protection. Panda accepted because the rules limited everyone else, just as much as they limited Stormwind. Levi immediately asked about orcs, naga, sea monsters, and cults because external threats mattered more than noble etiquette. Their answer about external legendary threats was much less satisfying. Legends generally avoided direct involvement in orc wars, because each intervention risked escalation from the Orc Empire's own legends. Naga and sea monsters operated under similar informal balances around Alpha's coast. Two maritime legends mattered most nearby, including a deep-sea dark dragon and a powerful Naga ruler. Panda could act if Stormwind's survival demanded it, but reckless domination would attract opponents on the same level. The bear heard the warning and promptly flew into the wild mountains to declare the eastern region its territory anyway. Andreas the lava dragon refused submission, lost the argument physically, and then chose departure over accepting Panda's rule. The half-elf tribes found themselves under a legendary neighbor who at least already had ties to Stormwind. Chief Figsel eventually visited Levi because the balance of power around his people had changed permanently. Panda's new territory stretched across areas humans and wild tribes had previously treated as politically ambiguous. That shift gave Stormwind indirect security along another section of the wild mountains without moving a single human fortress. Then a new legendary presence appeared near the coast and turned strategic theory back into immediate violence. Iludicon of Sicily's Jason family had returned after learning multiple saints and fleets had died around Stormwind. He came north intending to investigate and punish the territory responsible for the family's losses. Instead, he encountered Panda during a confrontation involving a legendary Naga and Busiris of House York. The Jason patriarch assumed Panda had destroyed the earlier fleet and moved to exploit the confusion. He offered to hold Busiris while the Naga killed Panda. The Naga distrusted the entire arrangement and refused to commit immediately. Busiris needed no additional invitation once a Sicilian legend openly entered Alpha affairs. The two human legends began fighting while Panda remained separated by the maritime threat. That battle would decide whether Sicily had come to investigate Stormwind or donate another legendary corpse to Alpha. Iludicon expected Busiris to fight like an old frontier legend constrained by conventional knightly instincts. That assumption lasted until Panda's green flame poison began changing the battlefield around them. The new legendary fire did not need to defeat an opponent immediately to become strategically terrifying. Once it entered wounds or clung to exposed defenses, poison kept working while the fight continued elsewhere. Iludicon recognized no familiar Panda inheritance, and correctly guessed the ability had come from a Dark Calamity reward. He also recognized that this made the fresh legend far more dangerous than Sicilian intelligence had predicted. The legendary Naga watched from distance, unwilling to trust either human side enough to enter blindly. Panda used that hesitation to pressure Iludicon's options while Busiris maintained the direct duel. A fight that began as foreign intervention slowly became an execution with fewer exits every minute. Iludicon threatened that Sicily would destroy Alpha for killing him. Busiris had heard similar promises from enemies across several decades and treated this one with limited emotional investment. The Jason legend finally fell, leaving another political crisis packed inside a storage ring. Busiris sounded almost cheerful when he described killing a foreign legend as an unexpected gain. Panda immediately asked whether they should pursue the poisoned Naga next. Busiris refused because a legendary Naga surrounded by 9th-tier priests inside her own tribe was a different problem entirely. One victory did not require converting the entire coastline into a legendary war before lunch. They divided Iludicon's legendary spoils once the coast became quiet. 3 legendary night cultivation treasures appeared, though no legendary breakthrough artifact had been carried outside Sicily. That absence made sense because dynastic treasures usually stayed behind layered family defenses rather than traveling with angry patriarchs. Panda claimed 1 cultivation resource, while Busiris took 2 and shared the remaining valuables more evenly. The York legend then asked the question Panda had been avoiding with increasingly obvious pride. Had it survived the Dark Calamity after promotion? Panda confirmed enough for Buziris to understand where the green flame poison had come from. A fresh legend with a dark calamity reward represented more than Stormwind gaining another powerful fighter. It meant Alpha's overall legendary balance had shifted after years of losses and betrayals. For Sicily, the same event moved in the opposite direction. The kingdom had possessed 5 major legendary figures across its royal and ducal houses. Ileudicon's death reduced that number, while Alpha had just recovered another legend through Panda. The Jason family immediately contacted the royal Barcelona family once their patriarch's life imprint vanished. No ordinary diplomatic explanation could hide a legendary death forever. Sicilian leaders began investigating whether Eleudicon had died to Buziris alone or to Stormwind's newly promoted bear. Apulia of House Trastemara later confirmed both names were involved. The report transformed revenge from a family question into a kingdom-level naval calculation. Sicily's strongest advantage remained its fleet, which encouraged leaders to think in terms of maritime punishment rather than land invasion. Some legendary figures were away from Noah and could not return immediately. That delayed direct retaliation without reducing the desire to prepare it. Stormwind reached the same strategic conclusion from the opposite direction. Levi did not want to sit behind coastal batteries waiting for Sicily to choose the season of attack. He wanted Alpha capable of carrying war toward Sicilian waters if necessary. That required more than one private navy, no matter how advanced Stormwind's ships had become. Levi pressed Kanglan City and major nobles to expand fleet construction across the kingdom. Magic cannon production accelerated while captured first-class warships became reference material for local shipyards. Each new hull reduced the gap between Alpha's traditional naval weakness and Sicily's entrenched advantage. Stormwind's own yards launched ships while artillery crews trained faster than comfortable peacetime standards would have allowed. The dead Alpha fleets had already demonstrated the cost of learning too slowly. Could the kingdom really afford another Joseph Faust before treating naval modernization as urgent? Levi also refined coastal defense, because offensive ambition did not make Storm Bay less vulnerable. Green Island remained a forward station, but fixed batteries and inland supply routes became equally important. The Navy's growth pulled young officers into roles that had barely existed a decade earlier. Langdon, Annie, Rayleigh, and others learned command structures designed around artillery instead of boarding alone. Old Charlie and Creel still carried the experience needed to stop theory from becoming expensive wreckage. While shipyards worked, Stormwind's Saint-level roster expanded in a quieter way. Wendy approached 9th-tier life magic after years of resource support and constant wartime experience. Her path mattered because support saints changed an entire formation rather than merely adding another duelist. A life mage could preserve several combatants long enough to turn evenly matched saint battles into cumulative advantage. Stormwind already possessed people capable of killing dangerous enemies. What it lacked was enough high-level recovery to let those people fight without rationing every injury. Wendy completed her breakthrough and established a saint-level life path with a full set of inherited techniques available for reference. The promotion instantly made every nearby Stormwind saint more difficult to wear down. Amy followed only days later after receiving another rare life element breakthrough treasure through the Church of Dawn. 2 saint-level life mages now stood behind a roster already filled with dragons, assassins, liches. The effect was less visible than another magic cannon firing from a cliff. It might become more important the first time a long saint battle refused to end cleanly. Levi looked toward the next likely breakthrough candidates and placed Garcia near the front of that list. Resource distribution had become aggressive enough that talented officers no longer faced the same bottlenecks as nobles elsewhere. Storm clan members received the strongest support, but useful outsiders could still climb farther than their birth would normally permit. Freya, the pure-blooded elf wind hunter, had already reached 7th tier while helping search the wild mountains. Her growth now rivaled Langdon's despite coming from a completely different background. The middle generation beneath the Saints was finally becoming broad enough that Stormwind could survive promotions, injuries. Giant mountain body refining mages also expanded into a true legion numbering in the hundreds. Their commanders had risen from early recruits rather than arriving as famous inherited masters. The main limitation remained cultivation resources because body refining elixirs had not advanced as quickly as other branches. Levi accepted the imbalance rather than forcing equal investment into every system merely for appearances. Strong organizations specialized where opportunity existed and kept weaker branches alive until better resources appeared. Then his attention returned to Rodney's spatial archery. The original ethereal arrow technique used spatial movement and mental power to make projectiles nearly impossible to evade conventionally. Levi discovered that the true upper limit depended more on the user's mind than on an arbitrary 9th-tier label. His own spatial talent allowed him to study the technique from angles the divine eye society had never intended outsiders to see. He began modifying the inheritance instead of treating Rodney's version as sacred. The new concept used an arrow's passage through space to create tearing force at the moment of arrival. Mental energy would still guide the attack, but spatial rupture supplied additional killing power. The result became Tier Arrow, a 9th-tier spatial archery technique adapted to Levi's own understanding. Mia received a copy despite not being a natural archer. Her speed-based Saint Path lacked strong, ranged options, and Tier Arrow could solve that weakness without changing her core combat identity. A fast assassin who could threaten targets across distance became much harder to control with positioning alone. Other Saint-level fighters could learn versions later if their mental strength and spatial understanding proved sufficient. For Levi, completing Tier Arrow closed another preparation step before returning to the 9-colored Venerable's inheritance. His mage path had reached the edge of Saint promotion, but lacked a clear holy magic direction comparable to his spatial knight path. The Venerable remained the closest known precedent for someone mastering many elemental attributes together. If that inheritance contained even fragments of multi-element holy magic, Levi could avoid wasting years rediscovering every principle alone. Stormwind's new Saint roster made the journey easier to justify, because Angelus and Jormungandr could guard the territory without him. Panda would accompany Levi as legendary insurance against whatever ancient ruins decided to consider normal testing behavior. Before departure, Levi reviewed the political situation around Sicily again. The kingdom had begun naval preparations after confirming Illudicon's death at Alpha hands. Alpha was doing the same because another foreign expeditionary fleet now looked inevitable rather than hypothetical. Both sides were building ships while pretending the next confrontation had not already started. Stormwind simply had the advantage of knowing its artillery had already killed fleets in real war. The naval expansion carried an enormous resource bill every month. Each magic cannon consumed alchemy labor, rare materials, trained crews, ammunition, and ship modifications that produced no harvest by themselves. Yet one destroyed fleet could cost more lives and money than years of preventive construction. Levi had learned to treat defense spending like insurance paid to avoid a larger funeral. Then Figsel's half-elf community provided another strange reminder that Panda's legendary promotion affected more than war. With Andreas gone, Panda's claim over the eastern wild mountains had become the nearest thing to regional authority. Half-elves who once avoided humans now had reasons to negotiate more directly with Stormwind about routes, trade. Levi welcomed the opening without trying to annex a culture that had survived precisely by remaining difficult to control. Panda, naturally, described the arrangement as everyone finally recognizing common sense. The bear's definition of common sense increasingly resembled anything that ended with Panda owning more territory. Bucerus later visited with additional information about legendary rules and Sicily's response. The older legend had no intention of apologizing for killing Illudicon after a foreign patriarch entered Alpha waters aggressively. He did warn Levi that legendary retaliation followed different rhythms than ordinary noble warfare. A family might wait years for an absent legend to return before settling a blood debt. Stormwind therefore could not treat the lack of immediate response as proof the issue had disappeared. Levi stored that warning beside every other delayed catastrophe currently competing for attention. Shadow Temple networks still survived across several hidden regions. Witch Church operatives had already brought Baphomet into Noah. Orc leadership would eventually launch another southern invasion. Sicilian great houses still wanted revenge for Illudicon and their fleets. And somewhere above all of them, gods had begun noticing what happened around one frontier Marcus. Then, right before Levi left for the Wizard Tower, Panel showed another consequence of his unusual development. His improved cognition had made modification of complex techniques faster without making the work effortless. Tier Arrow still required tests, failed variants, and adjustments before its spatial rupture stopped destabilizing the launch itself. John watched several experiments and politely suggested Levi perform the next one farther from valuable workshops. Levi agreed because replacing a wall was cheaper than explaining why a sacred technique had erased half an alchemy laboratory. The final version stabilized and penetrated a reinforced target from an angle ordinary archers could not even aim toward. Mia tested the method more cautiously and immediately recognized its value for assassination support. She would never become the kingdom's greatest archer. She only needed one arrow to make an opponent move where her speed technique wanted them. That tactical interaction pleased Levi more than raw damage numbers. A technique became truly useful when it changed enemy choices before the killing strike arrived. Stormwind had reached the point where individual systems were beginning to reinforce one another naturally. Naval artillery shaped coastlines, life mages extended Saint endurance, spatial arrows altered positioning. The territory no longer looked like a collection of lucky discoveries held together by Levi's personal attention. It was becoming an ecosystem of weapons, people, institutions, and inherited knowledge capable of creating its own next advantage. That was exactly why Levi finally felt comfortable leaving for the ancient wizard tower again. Panda followed while Angelus remained behind with enough strength to punish anyone mistaking Levi's absence for weakness. At the ruins, Iman Zero greeted them with the same infuriating calm ancient constructs seemed to consider polite. Levi asked to return to the 9th floor where Rolling's Clue and the Inheritance Gate waited. Iman Zero calmly refused Levi access to the 9th floor. Every challenger received only one ordinary chance to enter the 9th floor. Even a legend could not simply force the rule aside through rank. Panda immediately considered whether breaking the tower might count as a creative interpretation of access requirements. Levi decided to try the proper route first, because ancient legendary artifacts were expensive things to offend blindly. Rolling's rune token remained the one object designed to bypass the normal path. Before using it, Levi prepared the kind of insurance only his omnipotent clone talent could provide. He created a duplicate and sent Panda away from the tower with it. If the inheritance test trapped his main body beyond Panda's reach, the clone could still guide rescue attempts from outside. Iman Zero watched the maneuver and identified the clone as an unexpectedly awakened talent absent from its stored records. That reaction quietly confirmed Levi's ability did not belong to ordinary wizarding-era knowledge. Levi activated Rolling's rune token once every precaution was ready. Space folded around the 9th floor and pulled Levi toward a gate hidden inside the inheritance structure. The manager remained behind while Panda and the clone watched the main body disappear. Levi arrived alone inside a courtyard that looked deceptively ordinary. No helpful instructions appeared anywhere inside the silent courtyard. No visible enemy attacked after Levi entered the strange courtyard. No helpful ancient inscription explained whether touching the wrong chair would kill him. Then his clone attempted movement elsewhere and vanished from perception, as though the two bodies no longer occupied the same space. Even violent power from the duplicate failed to reach Levi's senses. A spatial formation had separated every route before the test even announced itself. Levi recalled the clone and accepted the obvious conclusion. The inheritance trial had clearly started before Levi recognized its rules. And whoever designed it apparently believed instructions were a luxury candidates did not deserve. Levi stopped searching for an exit and started asking what the 9-colored venerable would consider worth inheriting. The answer had to connect with the master's most famous achievement rather than some random combat trick. 9 elements defined Amon's legend throughout every surviving record Levi had studied. So the courtyard itself became evidence once Levi stopped treating its layout as decoration. 9 separate spaces corresponded to different elemental structures arranged through a larger formation. The inheritance trial was testing whether a candidate could understand relationships among those attributes instead of merely controlling them separately. Levi began tracing the elemental flow and comparing it with his own 10-attribute cultivation. Fire, water, earth, wind, light, darkness, life, lightning, and other powers formed a balanced internal structure. Yet his own system contained something the original 9-part pattern did not explain completely. Bronze attribute existed as a metal element under the 5 elements logic remembered from another life. Amon's ancient elemental arrangement originally contained only 9 directions. Levi's cultivation insisted there should be 10. He tested the idea by drawing earth and fire into a transformation that could produce the missing bronze element. The change should have destabilized the inherited formation if his reasoning was wrong. Instead, a new bronze courtyard formed above the existing structure as though the array had been waiting for completion. 9 directions became 10, and the balance shifted without collapsing. What kind of candidate modifies a legendary inheritance trial instead of simply solving it? Apparently the kind Amon had spent centuries waiting to meet. Levi released his attempt to keep the elements separate and allowed the full 10-direction structure to merge through him. The resulting energy was neither ordinary multi-element magic nor one dominant attribute overwhelming the others. Chaos emerged where the 10 powers fused beyond their individual identities. The force distorted space around Levi and carried pressure far beyond his current chaos meditation output. He recognized the pattern immediately because his own magic had already stumbled toward the same principle independently. The array had reached a far more mature version of the road he was trying to build. Levi circulated chaos meditation and began absorbing the power before the opportunity could disappear. His mage cultivation surged upward as the formation supplied energy and conceptual guidance simultaneously. The 10th floor mental tower within his consciousness responded to the flood and started transforming with frightening speed. At its center, Levi shaped the first prototype of chaos holy magic. This was still a beginning rather than a perfected sacred art. Even so, its structure fit his 10-element foundation more naturally than any borrowed inheritance could have managed. The mental tower began extraordinary transformation, while a sacred soul condensed through the same process. Every increase pushed surrounding chaotic power toward exhaustion until the trial space itself started tearing apart. When the final surge settled, Levi had crossed into saint-level magic. His aura exceeded what most top-tier saints displayed even after fusing 2 ordinary sacred techniques. Stormwind's Marcus had entered the tower as a 9th-tier knight who happened to practice magic. He emerged from the formation as a Chaos Sage with a second professional path capable of threatening the same battlefield tier. The panel confirmed another impossible development immediately afterward. His spirit reached a 3rd layer of extraordinary evolution, instead of stopping where ordinary saint records ended. The Dominator contract benefited as mental strength rose, making future enslavement attempts against powerful targets considerably more dangerous. Levi had expected the inheritance to teach him old wizardry. Instead, it had strengthened the path he created because his cultivation no longer fit the original 9-element framework exactly. The courtyard shifted again before he could celebrate. A man appeared where Levi's perception insisted no person existed at all. Closing his eyes erased every trace of the stranger despite saint-level spiritual senses scanning the same location. The impossible figure calmly introduced himself as the wizard Amun. Levi immediately connected the name to the 9-colored venerable, whose inheritance had drawn him here. Yet something about the encounter made ordinary ghost explanations fail immediately. Rowling had existed as a soul body bound to ancient circumstances. This Amun described himself as the real person from the wizarding era. The statement sounded impossible until Levi remembered what kinds of powers legendary Stage 3 beings could manipulate. Amun attacked with chaos to demonstrate rather than explain first. Levi answered with his newly formed power and watched both attacks pass through the impossible distance separating their eras. Neither man truly occupied the other's time even while they spoke across it. Amun showed Levi that this conversation had been arranged through a time dragon orb. The object belonged to a legendary dragon whose natural authority over time exceeded anything Levi had encountered before. Amun claimed the time dragon had given the orb willingly rather than losing it in battle. He also suggested the dragon might not even be dead in any normal sense. At the peak of legendary Stage 3, ordinary universal time could no longer confine its existence cleanly. The creature could be sleeping somewhere that belonged to another moment as easily as another place. Levi tried connecting that explanation to Jormungandr's bloodline knowledge and immediately found more questions than answers. If Amun had spoken Levi in the wizarding era, then Levi had somehow existed inside Amun's history before being born. Could the entire ruin have been prepared because this conversation already happened from Amun's point of view? Amun answered with the patience of someone explaining oceans to a fish. Time-space relationships at that level did not behave like a single line where cause always waited politely. The time dragon existed across temporal positions in ways Levi could not model with current understanding. Amun advised him to stop forcing comprehension before possessing the cultivation level needed to support it. That advice was irritating precisely because it was obviously correct. Then the ancient wizard changed subjects and asked whether Levi was actually capable of doing what future circumstances required. The inheritance trial had already proven Levi possessed unusual potential. Amun still wanted evidence that Levi could perform under lethal pressure. The beautiful courtyard dissolved around Levi and became a battlefield filled with forces from the abyss. Rows of demons appeared with physical forms, elemental abilities, and killing intent that felt completely real. Amun warned that the demons could genuinely kill him inside this test. Levi responded by trying Hell Apostle first because an army battle demanded numbers before elegance. His talent still functioned, so he upgraded available spells to 9th tier level using accumulated resources. Undead forces rose against the demonic front line and immediately turned the trial into something closer to campaign warfare. Rock demons and mountain demons absorbed pressure while elemental demons attacked from behind heavier bodies. Fire, ice, wind, and shadow abilities turned the field into a layered problem rather than a simple melee. Levi observed each category and selected counters instead of wasting chaos holy magic immediately. He had spent years commanding real wars where killing the strongest target first was not always the most efficient answer. The undead stopped the bulk of the demonic legion while Levi preserved attention for 9th tier threats gathering behind it. A mountain demon entered first with defense strong enough to ignore many conventional attacks. Levi used life magic to awaken surrounding stone into rock spirit soldiers that could pin the creature through sheer mass. Amun noticed the resemblance between the technique and Rowling's old ethereal approach. 2 shadow demons moved next, relying on darkness, concealment, and sudden lethal positioning. Levi answered with fire and lightning because elegant thematic combat mattered less than selecting elements. 9 enormous fireballs crashed over the pair and forced both into visible defensive reactions. Lightning dragons followed before the shadow demons could recover formation. One died instantly after earlier damage left its defenses too weak. The second tried fleeing while calling for support. Death Sword removed its head before the request could become useful. Amon praised the combination because Levi had chosen elements for practical interaction rather than raw output alone. The mountain demon broke free from the stone soldiers and attempted retreat once the shadow support vanished. 2 spatial arrows appeared behind its movement path and tore into its legs. The wound slowed a creature already poor at speed. Levi closed with first sharpness and severed the massive neck through spatial cutting force. Amon's reaction changed because that attack revealed how advanced Levi's knightly path had become beside his new mage strength. 3 9th-tier demons had fallen without Levi revealing most of his highest-cost abilities. Moore stepped forward once the trial recognized he would not be overwhelmed by isolated specialists. A fire demon attacked with speed and close-range force far above the earlier shadow demons. Its flaming fist reached Levi before ordinary mages could have completed another chant. Levi answered through chaos impact and finally showed the battlefield what his new sacred magic could do directly. Chaotic power collided with concentrated hellfire and distorted the surrounding elemental balance violently. The demon discovered that Levi's mage profession did not behave like a fragile support path hiding behind his sword. His 10-layer mental tower supplied reserves deep enough to sustain aggressive casting while his knight body handled proximity. Amon watched the interaction and recognized the advantage of 2 saint-level professions built on different strengths. Levi could shift combat language whenever an opponent adapted too strongly to one system. Another demon attempted to exploit recovery timing and found the clones appearing before the opening could widen. Omnipotent Clone reproduced Levi's techniques closely enough that temporary numerical advantage became part of his baseline strategy. The demons started learning the same lesson Orc commanders and Divine Eye assassins had learned earlier. Killing one Levi-shaped threat did not guarantee the battlefield contained fewer Levi-shaped threats afterward. The undead army suffered increasingly heavy losses as higher-tier demons entered the fight. Levi replaced fallen units with demonic corpses wherever Hell Apostle allowed conversion. Enemy casualties literally replenished the force blocking their surviving allies. That feedback loop turned attrition into something demoralizing even for creatures created to thrive inside slaughter. A wind demon eventually entered with speed dangerous enough to pressure every slower response pattern. It also produced clones of its own, briefly mirroring the numerical problem Levi usually imposed on others. The confrontation forced Levi to use blood burning and spend more energy than earlier exchanges required. His first set of clones disappeared under accumulated pressure, leaving the wind demon convinced the human had finally weakened. It demanded Levi's name with the arrogance of someone expecting the next exchange to become an execution. Levi rotated his sword and activated recovery through blood ashes before the enemy finished enjoying the moment. Then 2 fresh clones appeared beside him. The wind demon stared for a heartbeat and chose the most intelligent action available. The wind demon immediately turned around and ran for survival. Unfortunately, its own clone technique and backlash had already consumed too much strength. Levi's duplicates trapped the retreat path while the main body refused to waste energy chasing recklessly. The fight became a controlled exhaustion process, rather than one spectacular finishing strike. Every escape attempt cost the demon more until speed stopped being a meaningful advantage. Levi killed it only after the creature had no reserve left to threaten a final reversal. With the wind demon dead, every 9th-tier demon in the projected legion had finally been erased. Then the entire battlefield vanished before Levi could inspect another corpse. Mountains, flames, demons, and blood dissolved into the elegant villa as if someone erased a painting. Levi returned to his seat with only a small release of tension. Amon watched closely and asked whether the test had satisfied him. Levi answered by asking whether Amon was satisfied with the candidate sitting across from him. The ancient wizard raised an eyebrow because Levi looked far too calm after the world disappeared. Had Levi discovered the deception before Amon ended the formation? Levi said yes, then gave Amon a carefully manufactured explanation. He claimed a knightly innate talent had exposed inconsistencies after the mountain demon died. Amon accepted the answer and praised how far knight cultivation had developed in Levi's era. Then he named the formation that had created the battlefield, Real World. Levi asked whether that entire abyssal battlefield had been fake. Amon corrected him because Real World was worse than an ordinary illusion. Inside the formation, every experience below legendary level could become effectively real to the trapped person. Pain remained pain, wounds behaved like wounds, and exhaustion could grind a fighter down normally. Even apparent death could happen inside the formation without ending the person's life outside it. Once released, those materialized consequences vanished with the constructed world. Levi tested that claim by checking the undead forces he had supposedly created during battle. None of the demons or transformed undead from the trial remained available after returning to the villa. That matched the secret evidence Levi had noticed long before the final fight ended. The panel had awarded no energy essence for enemies killed inside real world. That absence exposed the battlefield before Levi found any sensory flaw. So Levi's story about a nightly perception talent had been pure cover for the panel. Revealing that hidden system to an ancient wizard would have traded away his greatest secret for nothing. Instead, Levi asked how a legendary formation could make false experience feel so physically convincing. Amon explained that real-world materialized every relevant sensation rather than merely projecting images into the mind. That was why even Levi's extraordinary mental strength had struggled to distinguish constructed danger from reality. The panel had recognized the boundary immediately, which left Levi with a question he refused to voice. Could his hidden system stand at a level even legendary magic could not fully imitate? Amon mistook Levi's silence for focus and produced a sealed sphere. Inside it waited records of Amon's legendary chaos spells, but Levi could not access them yet. The seal would open only after Levi reached legendary level. Those chaos spells would support his legendary cultivation and strengthen the path Amon had already given him. The sphere also contained knowledge about demons and the abyss that Amon considered equally important. Levi absorbed it after only a brief hesitation, because ignorance had become more dangerous than curiosity. Amon immediately warned that the demons inside real world had fought without revealing their true forms. Abyssal demons used humanoid appearances but hid stronger bodies underneath. Some high-level demons could gain roughly half again their normal strength after revealing those true forms. That warning changed how Levi valued every victory inside the trial. If those copies represented restrained enemies, future battles against real demons would demand another margin entirely. Levi memorized the warning and started asking the question that mattered more than combat technique. What exactly was the abyss, and why had modern history preserved almost nothing reliable about it? Amon's expression lost the amusement that had followed Levi through most of the inheritance trial. After a long pause, he described abyssal demons as terminators that arrived at the end of an era. The phrase sounded dramatic until Amon explained what it meant. When the universe developed past a certain threshold, the abyss would awaken and release demons outward. Life would be erased across worlds while entire planes collapsed under the spreading catastrophe. Even hell would not escape the cleansing, though the plane itself would remain after its demons died. After darkness swallowed everything, the universe would eventually develop again. Levi stared across the table because no frontier war had prepared him for that scale. An orc invasion killed kingdoms. Amon was describing erased civilizations. What did the end of an era mean if the universe itself survived afterward? Amon answered by reaching farther back than the wizarding era Levi had already considered impossibly ancient. Countless powerful civilizations had existed before the wizards, and then vanished from ordinary history. Only scattered remnants survived, with some traces preserved inside hell after everything else disappeared. Wizard researchers had followed those fragments until separate ruins began pointing toward the same repeating disaster. The pattern centered on beings crossing beyond legendary stage 3. Whenever enough strength reached that level, signs of the abyss awakening began appearing across the universe. That correlation transformed individual breakthroughs into something far more dangerous than private cultivation milestones. A civilization could celebrate reaching a new summit while unknowingly announcing itself to whatever watched that summit. Levi asked what actually stood behind the abyss. Amon gave him theories instead of pretending uncertainty had already become a knowledge. One possibility was that the universe itself enforced some hidden limit on developing civilizations. Another was that the abyss had developed a will capable of choosing when the cleansing began. A third possibility reached even farther back toward some ancient power left by a forgotten civilization. None had been proven, and Amon refused to dress speculation as certainty. The real secret was probably buried inside the abyss itself. For Levi, that uncertainty was almost worse than receiving the name of a visible enemy. He could price armies, fortresses, fleets, and even saints because each one had measurable limits. How did anyone prepare for a catastrophe whose commander might be the universe itself? Amon offered no comforting answer because chapter after chapter of ancient history had already supplied the warning. Powerful civilizations had climbed higher than Alpha imagined, then disappeared. Levi looked down at his hands, remembering how recently a Marcus title had seemed politically enormous. Against the scale Amon described, that title barely reached beyond one small corner of one plane. Yet Stormwind's walls, fleets, workshops, and academies did not suddenly become meaningless. Those ordinary systems still protected Angelus, Anduin, Hestia, and everyone who depended on Levi today. A future cosmic disaster would never excuse losing the people standing beside him to tomorrow's local enemy. That thought steadied him more effectively than any promise that some ancient prophecy had chosen him. Levi asked one final question before the conversation could move beyond what Amon had already revealed. If the Wizarding era discovered this pattern, how much had its researchers learned before everything disappeared? Amon did not answer immediately, and the silence made the elegant villa feel narrower around them. Behind that pause waited knowledge from a civilization that had already seen the approaching end. Levi had entered the tower seeking stronger magic and a safer route through saint cultivation. He now held chaos inheritance, demon knowledge, and proof that civilization itself could trigger a larger threat. The treasure had become a warning, and warnings only mattered if someone survived long enough to use them. Amon finally leaned forward, his earlier testing humor completely gone. Across the table, Levi realized the inheritance trial had only prepared him to understand the next answer. Amon's next answer made every frontier war Levi had survived feel painfully small by comparison. The Lord of Hell had crossed beyond the third legendary stage before most powers recognized the danger. Soon after that breakthrough, the Abyss began showing the first signs of awakening across distant planes. Other supreme beings followed, including the Star Ancestor, the Azure Sky Savage King, and Speaker Saruman. Their success should have marked civilization's highest triumph, yet it also seemed to accelerate the approaching catastrophe. Abyssal passages appeared in weaker worlds, and low-level demons began testing civilizations unable to resist them. In response, the Wizarding Council gathered resources on a scale Levi could barely imagine. They cultivated more legends, researched dimensional warfare, and prepared for a conflict beyond ordinary planes. What kind of enemy forced the strongest civilization in history to treat gods as strategic obstacles? Amon explained that the Council attacked rival planes, partly to prevent uncontrolled breakthroughs elsewhere. Dimensional wars, divine slaughter, and campaigns through hell had all served a larger survival calculation. Then the Abyss changed the rules before wizards finished preparing their answer. Its hidden agents manipulated the Star Ancestor and helped trigger a war among beings beyond legendary level. That premature conflict exposed Saruman's secret preparations and warned the Abyss earlier than anyone intended. Eventually, the Wizarding Council lost 3 beings beyond legendary level before its true final battle even began. 5 supreme beings eventually died in one catastrophic clash, and Amon described the losses without decoration. Briefly, Levi stared at him across the quiet room. Kingdoms had once seemed enormous because Levi had never possessed enough land to ignore their borders. Now Amon was describing people who could gamble half a plane to delay universal extinction. After that shift, the surviving powers finally used half of Noah to block the Abyss Gate itself. They also used the Netherworld River to entangle the Abyss and disrupt its countless passages. That plan bought time for later generations, rather than promising an easy victory for the people who made it. Soon afterward, Levi asked whether Amon expected him to rescue those ancient survivors and destroy the Abyss. Amon answered that the Abyss still had to be destroyed, because nobody could outrun another universal reset. Rescuing the old council mattered less than ensuring civilization remained capable of fighting when the time came. How was Levi supposed to prepare for that when his own age still struggled with neighboring kingdoms? Amon said modern civilization was far weaker even than the ancient wizard era that followed the council. Internal wars, cults, royal feuds, and territorial rivalries were symptoms of how far society had fallen. If modern powers could not solve those problems, they had little chance against an era-ending enemy. That warning left Levi with another question about the people already moving against Stormwind. Amon separated ordinary cults from the forces tied directly to the larger ancient conflict. The Divine Eye Society was dangerous, but its patrons still stood far below the greatest cosmic powers. Hell remained complicated because the Lord of Hell had participated in the old plan against the Abyss. Amon advised Levi to deal with demons pragmatically instead of assuming creatures from Hell shared one allegiance. Some should be killed, some could be subdued, and others might still serve purposes Levi could not see yet. None of that explained why the Goddess of Dawn had protected him so consistently from the shadows. Then Amon finally revealed the answer that connected years of strange favors around Stormwind. Dawn had once been part of the wizarding side rather than an unrelated deity watching from afar. Before leaving, Amon recovered fragments of the Star Ancestor's divine fire from an ancient battlefield. He refined those fragments and left them for Dawn to inherit after the Council's departure. Dawn abandoned her former wizard identity, ignited the divine fire, and eventually rose into true godhood. Her task included protecting Levi while quietly eliminating demons and traitors left behind in the modern era. Suddenly, several pieces of Levi's political history fit together without anyone needing to explain them twice. The Church of Dawn had treated Stormwind unusually well before Levi became powerful enough to demand respect. The royal family had negotiated profitable agreements instead of trying to seize technologies Stormwind could barely protect. Other noble families had also shown more restraint than greed alone would have predicted. Those choices looked less like coincidence and more like pressure applied from somewhere far above Kanglan City. Levi remembered Dawn descending before and urging him to accelerate his cultivation. At the time, the warning had sounded mysterious and uncomfortably personal. Now he knew she had watched his growth because Amon had asked her to do exactly that. The revelation did not make Levi feel chosen so much as exposed. If Dawn watched him for this reason, stronger beings might notice once his cultivation reached legendary level. Amon, warned that crossing that threshold could attract attention, Stormwind was nowhere near ready to handle openly. From there, Levi gained a new priority alongside every treasure earned inside the inheritance trial. He needed to become stronger without advertising exactly why his progress had suddenly accelerated. Amon's remaining advice on Hell was simple: control what could be controlled and destroy what became dangerous. Then the ancient wizard's projection began fading as the conversation finally reached its natural end. Before leaving, Levi bowed, telling Amon he hoped they would meet again inside the abyss someday. Amon laughed at the ambition, but did not dismiss it as impossible. When the projection vanished, the elegant villa remained, but the space around Levi felt subtly different. Amon Zero explained that the previous conversation had occurred inside another subspace connected to the tower. At first, the villa now surrounding Levi was the true central mansion on the tower's 10th floor. Control of that mansion meant control of the entire legendary structure waiting beneath him. The tower carried Amon's name through another title, the Nine-Colored Tower. His organization had once used the same name while training disciples powerful enough to establish their own towers later. Only 12 Holy Soul wizards maintained permanent mansions on the 9th floor. Even that number showed Levi how absurdly concentrated Amon's organization had once been. Even after the trial, the central mansion resisted him because ownership required more than simply surviving the inheritance. Amon Zero directed Levi toward the sealed core and told him to use chaos power directly. Levi answered with Hand of Chaos and blasted the barrier apart instead of treating the door respectfully. Chaos flooded through the mansion, crawled across walls and formations, then sank into the hidden control hub. For several tense minutes, the entire 10th floor seemed to resist the new owner. Then every trace of released chaos vanished into the structure at once. Levi's awareness expanded through the tower from its lowest floor to the highest chamber. Rooms, formations, living spaces, sealed mansions, and hidden passages suddenly entered his perception together. Later, the Nine-Colored Tower had stopped being ruins around him and become a weapon he could command. Outside the trial space, his clone regained sensory contact and immediately informed Panda and Angelus. Panda reacted with disbelief when he heard Amon had truly been a third-stage legendary wizard. At that point, the truth was even worse for anyone trying to estimate Amon by normal standards. At that same third stage, Amon had once surpassed figures who later broke beyond legendary limits. His strength had supported council operations against other planes long before the final abyss conflict erupted. The tower itself carried enough accumulated power to reflect that reputation. Amon Zero introduced Lilith and Groot, two alchemical beings Amon had created. Lilith explained that the Nine-Colored Tower had once killed a third-stage legendary god under Amon's control. Even Levi had expected a powerful defensive structure, not a fortress capable of murdering divine beings. What would happen if even a fraction of that force could eventually defend Stormwind? For now, Levi lacked the cultivation and resources to use the tower near its historic peak. Groot demonstrated the same lesson on a smaller scale when Levi asked to test combat strength. Before long, the puppet carried spatial abilities and a core built from 9th tier and legendary materials. For the test, Levi sent clones forward with first sharpness and blood-burning technique to challenge Groot. Both clones died after only a few exchanges, while Groot remained almost casually composed. The reflected backlash damaged the puppet, but its construction and repair formations made that damage nearly meaningless. Levi stopped the match before pride turned useful testing into waste. Groot had just shown him that his current saint-level ceiling still stood below Amon's best creations. That result pleased Levi more than an easy victory would have. A ceiling he could see was easier to climb than one hidden behind false confidence. Before leaving the collapsing inheritance subspace, Levi also recovered the dragon bloodfruit tree. Groot helped transplant it into the 9th floor of the Nine-Colored Tower. More importantly, the tower could contain living beings, making it useful far beyond simple combat. Levi released preserved souls from the structure and sent them onward into hell through his own magic. Then he brought the legendary tower back to Stormwind before the surrounding subspace completely failed. Angelus had expected an inheritance reward, yet the 10-story structure still left her staring. Panda immediately wanted to know what Amon had actually left inside. Lilith answered by presenting 4 witch rings that contained the old master's inheritance and collections. Separately, the first ring held thousands of spells along with more than 20 different wizard meditation methods. Another ring preserved techniques collected from other races across Amon's long life. The most important intellectual inheritance filled 4 books devoted to wizarding crafts. Alchemy, potion making, artifact crafting, and magic formations had all reached legendary depth in Amon's hands. Levi skimmed sections and discovered methods modern civilization had not approached remotely. Amon had developed those systems without any panel accelerating comprehension behind him. That realization made the old wizard's genius feel more intimidating than his combat record alone. Then Levi opened the resource ring and temporarily forgot every philosophical thought about ancient greatness. 9 legendary breakthrough treasures waited beside 54 cultivation treasures of comparable rarity. Panda stopped joking for several seconds, because the inventory looked richer than a royal treasury. Stormwind had spent years turning blood, land, and inventions into resources, one painful exchange at a time. Amon had just handed Levi enough stored wealth to support an entire generation of breakthroughs. The 9th floor also contained magical beasts preserved inside separate living environments. Thundercloud horses still multiplied there, alongside gale rams, Maya eagles, and other rare species. Even so, the collection lacked 9th-tier saint beasts, yet its breeding value could reshape Stormwind's military supply. From there, Levi began assigning pieces of the inheritance instead of hoarding everything behind one locked door. Jormungandr finally had resources that made a future legendary attempt realistic rather than theoretical. Panda and Angelus watched one rare treasure after another leave Levi's hands with visible discomfort. To Levi, unused resources were decorations, and decorations did not keep frontier cities alive. He sank the 9-colored tower beneath Stormwind and connected its protection with existing sacred formations. Even a legendary attacker would now face a defense completely different from the territory they remembered. That should have been enough wealth for Levi to relax for at least one evening. Instead, Amon's books showed him weapons that made storm cannons look like a primitive beginning. Some elemental cannons described in the inheritance could threaten legendary experts directly. War fortresses and floating warships had once crossed the void using rare levitation stones. By then, the same technology turned ancient wizard warfare into something closer to battles between moving cities. For now, Levi refused to expose those designs while Stormwind still lacked legendary strength of its own. A secret weapon stopped being useful the moment stronger enemies learned exactly where to steal it. Sugard received selected saint-level, alchemy, and formation knowledge for a new class of naval warship. John received work that supported cultivation and future alchemical development without revealing the deepest inheritance. Levi wanted ocean dominance first, not an impossible attempt at interdimensional warfare. During that stretch, the practical bottleneck remained 9th-tier magic cannons powerful enough for first-class and second-class warships. Once those orders were moving, Levi turned toward a different kind of protection entirely. He asked Nelson for an audience with Pope Sullivan, second-stage legendary leader of the Church of Dawn. Nelson surprised him by leading him nowhere near the Kingdom of Aura. Still, the Pope was already waiting inside Kanglan City, which felt far too convenient to be accidental. Sullivan looked younger than Levi expected because he cultivated life magic alongside priestly power. Thereafter, the meeting confirmed that Dawn's church possessed strength hidden far beyond what ordinary kingdoms usually saw. Sullivan also discussed the religious counterattack against hostile cults and coastal enemies. Ultimately, the Church of Earth would help contain pressure while Alpha avoided unnecessary invasion of Sicilian territory. Soon afterward, reports confirmed how violently the churches had begun moving against reincarnated demons and cult networks. The Church of Dawn deployed 5 legends during the Purge. 2 of them killed a legendary demon tied to the Riotas Sanctuary. 2 others failed to kill the Shadow King, while Nelson also failed to finish him afterward. Amelia and the saints accompanying her were eliminated as Levi had previously ordered. Other hostile cults lost saint-level members across territories controlled by neighboring churches. Briefly, the report looked less like law enforcement and more like a hidden continental war. The Church of Dawn now fielded 13 legendary powerhouses after recent changes. Alpha and neighboring states looked painfully small beside an organization capable of hiding that much strength. Elsewhere, Sicilian nobles reacted to the losses while their own political balance continued deteriorating. Back in Stormwind, Levi returned to the problem he could actually measure with a sword. Angelus completed her second sacred technique while Levi refined 8 directions sealing against Groot. The spatial cage locked movement so completely that ordinary 9th-tier experts would have almost no escape route. Even experts combining several sacred techniques needed significant effort if they lacked strong spatial abilities. Groot finally forced movement through the seal by concentrating spatial power across his 18 branches. Breaking free completely still required time, and time was exactly what Levi's attacks were designed to steal. Could sealing become more dangerous if first sharpness eventually merged directly into the same spatial prison? Levi stored that idea away because the next war would provide more targets than any training chamber. Groot's evaluation of 8 directions sealing gave Levi the practical answer he wanted after weeks of testing. Ordinary 9th-tier enemies had almost no chance to escape unless they carried exceptionally powerful artifacts. Even experts who fused multiple sacred techniques would lose precious seconds if they lacked strong spatial control. Those seconds mattered because first sharpness only needed one clean opening to become lethal. Levi immediately considered a fusion between sealing and spatial cutting power. A prison that killed anyone trying to leave suited his preferred style far better than elegant theory. He turned from personal cultivation toward the territory growing underneath that strength. Stormwind's navy had expanded again, with 9 fleets operating across rivers, coastal waters, and frontier support routes. Eventually, the Tulip family had also begun pushing farther into nearby seas as their shipbuilding foundation strengthened. Angelus remained involved there, because coastal pressure had become impossible to treat as someone else's problem. Meanwhile, Levi called Anduin back to a lesson that sounded political but carried military consequences. Stormwind contained White Wolf demi-humans, naturalized orcs, human refugees, and families transplanted from conquered land. That mixture helped the territory survive when manpower mattered more than ancestry. Now the population base was changing, and Levi wanted Anduin to understand what loyalty actually depended on. He warned that fair treatment did not remove the need for power capable of suppressing rebellion. Kindness without control could become vulnerability the moment another faction offered those groups a stronger future. Anduin listened while Levi used the Savage Mountains as the clearest example. Stormwind planned to build new fortified points deeper into territory once considered too dangerous for permanent settlement. The idea looked reckless until Levi reversed the question and asked what Alpha would do if orcs built there first. Any enemy fortress inside the mountains would immediately become a strategic threat requiring destruction. That meant Stormwind's castles could become pressure points against future orc offensives before armies crossed the frontier. Population, weapons, roads, and loyalty all had to grow together, or the new settlements would become expensive graves. What good was another castle if the people inside it switched sides after the first serious siege? Levi left Anduin with that problem and moved toward the workshops where Stormwind's next weapons were taking shape. Sigurd had been modifying a naval design intended to surpass the kingdom's existing first-class warships. Progress remained slow because pushing Saint-level technology into mass production required materials Stormwind could not waste casually. John's work moved faster, partly because the 9-colored tower had given him knowledge modern alchemists rarely saw. Levi asked whether a human-controlled alchemical golem could be built without creating another fully autonomous being like Groot. John first misunderstood and thought Levi wanted another independent Holy Spirit puppet. The actual proposal interested him more because a controlled combat frame could amplify human soldiers without replacing their minds. Such a machine would combine alchemy, armor, formations, and the reflexes of whoever operated it. John accepted the research problem with the kind of enthusiasm that usually meant Levi would lose him inside a workshop. At that point, the conversation shifted towards something John cared about far more than any experiment. Levi planned to travel south eventually, opening a chance for John to search for the family he had left behind. John rarely spoke about that longing, yet the promise hit him hard enough to erase his usual reserve. He had built a new life in Stormwind without creating another family there. For now, the southern continent still held the people he had never stopped thinking about. Before leaving, Levi promised John the journey would happen once current wars and preparations allowed it. Until then, John needed strength because southern politics would not become safer merely because his reasons were personal. The same logic applied to Stormwind's younger professionals approaching Saint level. Levi refused to let talented people break through blindly without first planning how their sacred techniques would develop. A 9th-tier breakthrough transformed the body and profession enough to open a narrow path toward legend. Wasting that transformation on improvised choices could close doors no amount of money reopened later. While John returned to work, Levi invested another resource into a very different subordinate. Rodney's undead body had remained useful inside Hell, but restoring him to 9th tier would multiply that value. Soon afterward, Levi handed Rodney a 9th tier undead crystal core obtained during previous orc campaigns. The restored undead absorbed it and completed his return to the Saint Realm inside Hell's 7th layer. That breakthrough also gave Levi a stable anchor for Hellfall, his upgraded 9th Circle Dark spell. Soon a temporary gate opened between Stormwind and Rodney's Canyon stronghold. Levi sent a clone through first because becoming reckless after gaining power was still an expensive habit. From there, the crossing ended with the clone crashing into hell instead of arriving with any dignity. Rodney had already sealed the canyon and forced nearby undead to accept his authority. The contrast amused Levi, because his previous visits to hell had involved hiding behind Panda and avoiding anything important. Now he arrived with a 9th-tier undead servant and enough power to choose which local threat should become useful. His next objective was an 8th-tier demon capable of serving as camouflage for Rodney's growing influence. A gluttonous duke fit the role because its status could explain why weaker undead followed unusual orders. By then, Levi preferred a cover story that survived casual inspection instead of one requiring constant lies. Hell remained dangerous enough that Rodney's true connection to Stormwind needed protection from stronger rulers. Once that arrangement was settled, Levi returned to training against Groot beneath the 9-colored tower. Each match exposed another weakness without costing Stormwind real soldiers. 8 Directions' ceiling became smoother under pressure, while Hand of Chaos found better timing against trapped targets. Groot also demonstrated how 9th-tier magic formations could be activated through a properly built magical framework. Levi immediately wondered whether similar structures could eventually be fixed directly onto his mental magic tower. In practice, the idea promised faster casting and another layer of combat options without sacrificing mobility. Then Groot released a fragment of power carried by legendary material inside his own body. The resulting impact forced Levi to reassess how far the puppet still stood above ordinary 9th-tier combatants. Groot clarified that the attack was only a trace of legendary force, nowhere near a true legendary strike. That explanation was somehow less comforting than the impact itself. Briefly, Levi pictured what an actual legendary opponent would do to an unprepared saint. Stormwind's tower could shelter him from some threats, but battlefields would never stay conveniently underground. The training continued until Angelus sent an urgent request from Tulip Waters. Her fleet had defeated a Naga coalition, only for organized sea monsters to attack immediately afterward. The timing looked planned rather than opportunistic, which raised one dangerous possibility. Someone stronger had waited for the Naga fight to drain Tulip's strength before sending the next wave. Angelus had already fought several 9th-tier sea beasts with Amy and the fleet supporting her. Panda contacted Alpha's legendary defenders before Levi even finished reading the report. The obvious fear was the deep-sea dark dragon, whose strength could overturn every calculation near the coast. Levi and Panda rushed toward Tulip territory while another wave gathered beneath the water. They arrived after the second assault and found damaged ships, exhausted crews, and monsters still circling beyond range. Then the sea itself seemed to rise under an approaching formation of fish, sharks, turtles, eels, and stranger creatures. At their center moved a 4-eyed giant shrimp carrying unmistakable legendary pressure. Levi recognized its shape as something close to a monstrous mantis shrimp, only scaled beyond reason. Panda's expression hardened, because the creature had clearly broken through since previous intelligence was gathered. The deep-sea dark dragon had not appeared, yet one of its strongest followers had become a legend. What was a coastal fleet supposed to do when a single sea beast could now command hundreds of monsters? Panda judged that he could fight the 4-eyed giant shrimp if Levi handled the saint-level beasts around it. Levi accepted before anyone could talk themselves into waiting for a safer opportunity. He warned the others to retreat immediately if the deep-sea dark dragon appeared personally. The battlefield sat close enough to Tulip territory that church power could still matter if things went wrong. That limited the dragon's freedom and gave Levi exactly the margin he needed to risk aggression. Angelus and Amy took responsibility for the snapping turtle and giant shark among the strongest sea beasts. Other saints spread out to prevent the monster horde from tearing apart the fleet while Levi moved toward the center. The first clash erupted so violently that waves knocked smaller creatures and human ships away from the combat zone. More than 10 saint-level fighters entered the battle almost at once. Levi multiplied the pressure with clones until the sea around him looked crowded with identical killers. In response, the monsters tried surrounding him with numbers instead of testing him one at a time. That would have worked against the Levi they remembered from earlier coastal battles. It failed against the man who had since gained saint-level speed, sealing, spatial cutting, and chaos power. What happened when 6 9th-tier sea beasts entered range against someone built to kill before they reacted? Even the ordinary 9th-tier monsters learned that lesson first. Red-bellied giant fish, blackwater platypus, giant catfish, and Parker otters began disappearing from the formation. Each death opened space for Levi's clones to concentrate on stronger targets instead of spreading damage everywhere. The threaded electric eel and giant bone arapaima tried using top-tier saint strength to slow the collapse. Even together, they could not create enough pressure to stop Levi from controlling the tempo. The arapaima trusted its massive bone defenses and kept attacking through punishment other beasts would have avoided. Levi answered by trapping it with 8 directions sealing until movement became almost impossible. Then first sharpness crossed the hardened body twice and split that defense apart. One of the strongest sea beasts died because a fortress-like body meant nothing once space itself carried the blade. Elsewhere, Angelus and Amy stabilized their own fight while Tulip warships stopped scattering under monster pressure. Within moments, 6 9th-tier marine beasts had fallen to Levi alone. The number shocked Tulip officers who still remembered when one 9th-tier creature could dictate an entire battle. Angelus watched the changing battlefield and saw how far Levi's personal combat strength had moved beyond ordinary saints. At sea, the 4-eyed giant shrimp noticed the same thing from its duel with Panda. Its subordinates were dying too quickly for any long battle to favor the sea monsters. Panda matched the legendary shrimp closely enough to keep it from interfering with Levi's slaughter. When the shrimp killed one of Levi's clones, reflected damage struck back through the contract-like effect immediately. That unexpected backlash disturbed the creature more than Panda's straightforward attacks had managed. The shrimp finally burned its bloodline, forced Panda away, and escaped rather than watch the rest of its force disappear. Levi chose not to chase a fleeing legend into open ocean without reliable information on the Dark Dragon. Winning the visible battle mattered less than avoiding an ambush by something much stronger. The surviving monster horde collapsed once its legendary commander abandoned the field. Panda returned to the fleet with an expression that carried more concern than satisfaction. During the exchange, the 4-eyed giant shrimp revealed that the deep-sea Dark Dragon sought a second-stage legendary breakthrough. That possibility changed the entire value of the coastal victory in a single sentence. 6 dead saints were valuable loot, but one second-stage sea dragon could erase fleets faster than Stormwind built them. Levi immediately treated the information as a threat to both Tulip territory and Alpha's wider coastline. Later, the churches remained the only force able to guarantee deterrence against a creature at that level. Levi contacted royal and church channels instead of pretending Stormwind should solve every problem alone. His own recent growth also produced another dangerous advantage during this period. Sacred speed pushed attack speed, movement, reactions, and agility far beyond his previous limits. At full effect, even deliberate legendary attacks became something Levi believed he might evade rather than simply endure. That confidence did not convince him to fight the deep-sea Dark Dragon for pride. A few days later, Nelson arrived in Coral City with another legendary priest named Reyes. Reyes had already helped kill a legendary demon during the church's recent counteroffensive. His assignment was simpler to describe and harder to underestimate. He would remain near Tulip waters as a direct deterrent against the Dark Dragon and 4-eyed giant shrimp. If the dragon reached second-stage legendary strength and attacked Alpha anyway, Pope Sullivan could intervene personally. A peak first-stage priest carrying a divine artifact could at least resist long enough for stronger help to matter. That answer finally allowed Levi to leave coastal defense without feeling he had abandoned a loaded weapon beside Angelus. Angelus and Amy remained with Tulip forces until Leopold and Gilbert returned from their own search. Levi took Panda and Mia back north because the Orc Empire had begun moving again. Stormwind's 7 active fleets were divided between coastal artillery routes and the Cane River battlefield. Creel, Old Charlie Wood, and Manuel moved toward northern waters to bombard Orc positions from unexpected angles. Langdon, Rayleigh, and Annie stayed closer to Cane River where ships could support the main defensive line. Sugard received responsibility for Maka Fortress because the outer position needed someone difficult to surprise or exhaust. Rodney returned to Grey Fortress, carrying restored 9th-tier strength and much of his old ethereal archery experience. Jormungandr remained away from the coming war because preparing for his legendary tribulation mattered more than another campaign. Levi reviewed Clay's plans, adjusted several deployments, then deliberately allowed the orcs to believe pressure was working. Magic cannon fire gradually slowed, making human defenses appear more strained than they actually were. The Orc Command eventually committed 9th-tier fighters and launched the full assault Levi had been waiting for. Yorkshire and Stormwind became bait on a battlefield prepared long before the first charge began. When the orcs finally recognized the trap and retreated, cannon range followed them farther than expected. Human armies from neighboring provinces turned inward and cut the retreat routes behind the fleeing legions. By then, the Franken forces sealed another escape path, while royal troops closed the wider encirclement. What had looked like an orc offensive became 2 giant pockets filled with soldiers running out of directions. York's surviving nobles saw the moment as revenge for the family members who had died when Old York fell. Saints advanced first, followed by armies that had waited months for permission to push north again. Stormwind mirrored the attack from Frostmoon, while its own hidden units tightened the eastern pocket. Levi personally killed several 9th-tier orcs trying to break through the siege lines. More fell during the following weeks as the trapped armies burned through supplies and high-level defenders. Soon afterward, the Orc Empire answered by sending 2 elite kings south with royal guards. Sokins, the Eagle King, rushed toward York while a Dragonveen Kobold King moved toward Frostmoon. Both had fused 3 sacred techniques and carried the strongest rescue forces available without open legendary intervention. Levi already had a spy network feeding him northern movements before those reinforcements crossed the mountains. He redeployed much of Stormwind's army northeast and prepared an ambush around the expected Kobold rescue route. The Dragonveen King arrived believing speed had preserved surprise. Instead, he found Stormwind waiting beside the very army he had come to rescue. 6 additional Saint Auras joined the battle after the Kobold King had already committed himself. Elsewhere, human and orc legends confronted each other inside the Savage Mountains without crossing into open battle. The church's pressure made both sides careful, because legendary war could give the gods an excuse to intervene directly. Below them, that restraint did nothing to save the trapped orc soldiers. 8 9th-tier members of the Dragonveen Royal Guard died during the fighting. The legendary kobold watching from the mountains nearly broke restraint when news of the losses reached him. A legendary bearman forced him to remember the larger strategy before grief turned into catastrophe. Alpha's defenders had paid for these victories with years of invasions, burned towns, and dead families. Now the orc rescue force itself became corpses, captured materials, and breathing room for the northern frontier. The surviving legends withdrew with threats instead of attacks, because neither side wanted the churches rewriting the war. For Alpha, the counter-encirclement ended as the largest northern victory in years. For Levi, it proved something more useful than another battlefield reputation. Stormwind could now bait, surround, and destroy royal-grade orc formations without requiring him to command every movement personally. And somewhere beyond those mountains, the next consequence was already growing stronger than the army they had just killed. Alpha's victory over the southward orc campaign changed the northern frontier faster than anyone expected. More than 40 orc legions were destroyed, including nearly half of the enemy's main formations. 46 9th-tier orcs died during the counteroffensive and encirclement that followed. For the first time, Alpha had not merely survived a major invasion. By then, the kingdom had pushed back hard enough to make the Orc Empire absorb a strategic defeat. Royal clerks began turning that victory into titles, estates, merit counts, and new obligations. One family benefited immediately when the Balmer line entered the ranks of Alpha's great nobles. Their promotion gave the kingdom its 21st major noble house. That parchment looked impressive, yet the family still needed enough merit to secure a stable 9th-tier inheritance. Without breathing techniques and breakthrough treasures, a new noble house could disappear within a generation. What did a noble title mean if the bloodline behind it failed before the next war? Stormwind's own reward made the court even more uncomfortable. Levi's personal kills alone generated more first-class merits than many families earned across entire campaigns. Collective achievements pushed Stormwind's final reward to 28 first-class merits for a single war. That amount represented almost 1/3 of the merit required for eventual promotion to Duke. The number sounded political, but every mark behind it came from dead soldiers, shattered orc legions, and burned frontier towns. Levi also gained another valuable talent effect through the fighting. Swallowing the ocean let him store enormous energy in advance and release it during prolonged battles. That ability increased endurance without forcing the same dangerous sacrifices required by emergency techniques. For someone already built around clones, speed, and repeated high-cost skills, the value was obvious. Stormwind could now fight longer before Levi's personal energy became the limiting resource. Back in Alpha, the kingdom celebrated titles while Levi watched another breakthrough unfolding far from the capital. Jormungandr had finally reached the stage where another legendary tribulation could no longer be delayed. The dragon carried scars from a previous failed attempt and understood exactly how close death had come before. This time, resources from Amun's inheritance and Stormwind's preparation gave the attempt a very different foundation. All around it, the tribulation transformed the surrounding sea into a battlefield of elemental pressure. Water receded, heat distorted the horizon, and weaker dragons struggled under bloodline suppression before the process even ended. Silence held while nobody watching could tell whether it meant death or transformation. Then a legendary aura exploded across the sea and forced every juvenile dragon nearby into instinctive submission. Jormungandr had finally crossed the threshold that nearly killed him once before. The dragon's first reaction was joy sharpened by remembered fear. He had not simply gained strength, he had defeated the memory that had stopped him from trying again sooner. 3 legendary dragons witnessed the successful transformation and allowed Jormungandr time to stabilize the new bloodline state. When the pressure finally eased, the younger dragons began talking again with the careless confidence of spectators. Jormungandr left the dragon realm after offering thanks, eager to return rather than enjoy ceremonial attention. Angelus brought Levi the news before the excitement had cooled. Stormwind now possessed another genuine legendary ally tied directly to its inner circle. That changed naval security, territorial deterrence, and Levi's willingness to move farther from home. Yet the celebration lasted only until Angelus received a different message. Leopold and Gilbert had sent an emergency distress signal through the Tulip family's soul imprint network. Their imprints remained intact, which meant they were alive but considered their situation critical. The signal provided direction rather than a full explanation, forcing the family to decide who could reach them fastest. Levi volunteered because he could cross distance more quickly than most Tulip reinforcements. At first, the search led toward a volcanic region spread across the borders of several southern kingdoms. That area had once produced fire resources, including sulfur stormwind already valued for military production. Leopold and Gilbert had been searching for a legendary fire breakthrough treasure for years. They had finally found evidence of one buried beneath an unstable volcanic zone. The treasure was called the Lava Heart, and its aura attracted powerful fire creatures from surrounding territories. Leopold's water magic made him useful for searching, yet neither man could safely claim the treasure alone. They sent the emergency signal because waiting looked safer than fighting every creature drawn toward the same prize. How expensive did a breakthrough treasure become once every nearby predator could smell it awakening? Levi entered the volcanic region and followed the soul imprints until his extraordinary perception found 9th-tier activity ahead. Along the way, lesser fire beasts died quickly enough that they barely slowed his search. When he finally reached Leopold and Gilbert, neither man wanted to admit immediately what they had discovered. Before long, the hesitation ended once Levi asked what kind of problem required a family-level emergency signal. They revealed the Lava Heart and explained that it was approaching full formation beneath a deep magma pool. Levi decided the treasure belonged with Stormwind the moment he heard the description. Angelus needed a legendary breakthrough resource, and waiting for another chance made no strategic sense. At that point, the three men prepared to seize the treasure the instant it fully emerged. A day and a half later, violent movement rolled through the magma below them. Soon, the Lava Heart finally rose, carrying concentrated fire energy strong enough to distort the surrounding air. Levi moved first and used 8 directions sealing to lock the treasure before competing beasts could interfere. Then his danger sense erupted harder than anything inside the immediate battlefield justified. Then the reason appeared in his perception before the others understood what had changed. A legendary 9-headed flame lion had awakened and was charging toward the volcanic basin. The Lava Heart already had an owner. Its owner had simply left the treasure in place until formation completed. Levi refused to return the prize after touching it, because ownership disputes looked different once something entered his space. He grabbed Leopold and Gilbert, opened a spatial route, and abandoned the crater before the legend arrived. Even so, the flame lion followed, tracking the spatial disturbance through overwhelming firepower. Crossing borders offered some protection, because even legends had reasons to avoid provoking neighboring kingdoms casually. Still, the lion closed distance faster than Levi could create a permanent escape. The creature expected fear from a 9th-tier human who had stolen a treasure directly from its territory. Instead, Levi started buying time with distance and repeated feints. He let the lion believe negotiation might work while positioning the 9-colored tower and calculating how long support would need. The flame lion treated him like prey because nothing in its experience suggested a saint could survive serious legendary attacks. That assumption lasted until the 9-colored tower absorbed the first overwhelming strike. Lilith redirected the tower's power while Groot reinforced defenses from inside. Still, the impact injured Levi and strained the structure, proving the tower was powerful rather than invincible. More attacks followed as the flame lion grew increasingly frustrated by resistance that should not have existed. Why did a 9th-tier lord carry a legendary tower capable of blocking attacks from a furious magical beast? During that stretch, the lion began condensing stronger bloodline magic instead of wasting power on casual blows. Levi continued acting as though he only needed enough time to negotiate a retreat. In reality, every delayed exchange brought more help toward the battlefield. Eventually, the flame lion noticed the pattern and understood that Levi had been playing for time. Its anger became sharper because the insult now included deception on top of theft. By then, leaving was already more complicated than the lion expected. Panda arrived with legendary spiritual pressure and attacked the retreat path. Jormungandr followed soon after, bringing newly stabilized legendary dragon power into his first major battle. Levi had gone from surviving one legend to surrounding it with several sources of legendary force. For several breaths, the fight stopped resembling punishment and became a gang beating against a creature too proud to surrender. Lilith controlled the 9-colored tower while Panda pressured from another angle. Jormungandr added heavy water power that directly disrupted the lion's fire advantage. The flame lion still fought hard enough to keep every participant cautious. A legendary magical beast possessed durability, an instinct no ordinary saint could imitate through technique alone. Levi avoided standing in the center once the fight became too destructive for his current body. He ordered Lilith to pull the tower back whenever exchanges threatened to become suicidal. Panda and Jormungandr could continue applying pressure without forcing Levi to gamble everything on one mistake. During this, the battle shifted across the volcanic region as everyone tried exploiting terrain and elemental advantages. At one point, Levi considered steering the fight toward another legendary fire beast living nearby. Turning two hostile legends against each other sounded efficient until the battlefield risk became impossible to control. He settled for a simpler solution built around Jormungandr's heavy water domain and Panda's green flame poison. For now, the combination attacked both the lion's elemental strength and its ability to recover cleanly. Days of fighting turned confidence into exhaustion on both sides. Ultimately, the flame lion kept trying to create distance, but Panda refused to allow an easy retreat. Jormungandr pressed harder whenever the lion weakened enough for water power to suppress its flames. From there, the nine-colored tower remained close enough to punish any sudden attempt to reverse the battle. More than 10 days later, the flame lion finally collapsed under accumulated poison and water pressure. Its 9 heads still carried enough hostility to make everyone approach carefully. The creature was defeated rather than safely dead. For Stormwind, that difference created an opportunity worth more than the lava heart itself. Levi looked at the fallen legend and immediately considered whether Dominator contract could cross that boundary. Panda stared at him as if the question alone proved Levi had lost any remaining sense of moderation. Angelus arrived later and asked the obvious question after seeing the living prisoner. Could Levi actually enslave a legendary magical beast? Theoretically, the talent offered no rule that made the attempt impossible. Practically, no legend willingly accepted ownership from a 9th-tier human standing over its body. Levi began the dangerous contract anyway, ignoring everyone else's concern. The 9-headed flame lion resisted with everything remaining in its spirit. Dominator power drained rapidly while the creature fought each layer of control. Levi kept pressing because failure after reaching this point would waste an opportunity unlikely to appear twice. What was one fallen legend worth if Stormwind could turn it into a permanent defender instead of another corpse? The contract nearly exhausted itself before the lion's resistance finally cracked. Then the connection finally locked into place between master and prisoner. Levi had enslaved a legendary magical beast while still standing below legendary level himself. The achievement created a new problem immediately, because nobody wanted the secret spreading beyond the inner circle. A hidden legend could change a battlefield precisely, because enemies would not include it in their calculations. Angelus agreed to keep the creature out of public reports for as long as possible. The lava heart also remained secured, giving Stormwind both the treasure Leopold had sought and a stronger guardian than expected. One expedition had started as a rescue signal from 2 Tulip Saints. It ended with a legendary breakthrough treasure, a defeated legend, and Stormwind's most dangerous contract yet. Levi had gone to save family allies and returned owning the predator that nearly killed them. That should have been enough chaos for one season. Instead, the existence of a new legendary slave gave Levi the confidence to plan something even more reckless at sea. After enslaving the 9-headed flame lion, Levi returned to Coral City with a very different naval problem. Panda went back to Stormwind because Levi refused to leave both the tower and his strongest guardian away simultaneously. The territory had too many enemies for every legendary asset to travel together simply because Levi preferred convenience. Angelus reminded him that Leopold and Gilbert had found the lava heart in the first place. Levi answered that he'd not need to hoard every breakthrough treasure Stormwind recovered. The rescue had already given him something rarer than the original target. A hidden legendary magical beast now belonged to Stormwind, and that changed several earlier plans immediately. Jormungandr no longer needed to remain permanently beside the coast if another legendary guardian could fill part of that role. 3 9th-tier commanders could each lead fleets while stronger hidden assets watched for sea monsters beyond ordinary detection. Levi also searched the Flame Lion's possessions after the contract stabilized. There were no miraculous legendary treasures waiting inside some convenient hoard. The lion had used rare treasures when it obtained them instead of collecting trophies for a future robber. Levi still refused to waste the 9th-tier resources available through the beast's long life. Every useful crystal, material, and stored item went into the same ledger that fed Stormwind's growth. Angelus asked when Levi intended to leave for the southern continent. He wanted the deep-sea dark dragon problem settled first, because leaving a second-stage threat beside Alpha felt irresponsible. If the dragon remained absent until the year's end, Levi would travel anyway, rather than postpone John's family indefinitely. That deadline forced the rest of Stormwind into preparation mode. John began delegating workshop duties so his absence would not freeze alchemical production. His cultivation remained the higher priority now that he had reached 7th-tier Archmage strength. Other trusted craftsmen absorbed routine work while John prepared for a journey he had waited years to make. Levi reviewed every contract, hidden defender, naval route, and emergency signal before committing himself overseas. The Dark Dragon resolved the issue before winter made that decision necessary. It finally appeared with the 4-eyed giant shrimp and another mass of sea monsters behind it. In practice, the assault looked like revenge for the humiliating losses its forces had suffered earlier. This time, Tulip territory had Reyes waiting with a divine artifact and explicit church authority. In response, the priest met the deep-sea Dark Dragon directly while other defenders handled the monster horde. Their clash confirmed that the dragon had successfully advanced to 2nd-stage legendary strength. That should have made it more aggressive. Instead, the breakthrough had made the creature more cautious about exactly who it was willing to provoke. The dragon now understood 3rd-stage power, divine artifacts, and the consequences of forcing a church into open escalation. Dragon Realm warnings had also advised against antagonizing the Church of Dawn without overwhelming reason. So the attack became a test rather than a suicidal invasion. Reyes proved that Alpha's coast was no longer available for effortless intimidation. The Dark Dragon withdrew before pride turned the confrontation into something gods and legends could no longer contain. Tyrannoville arrived soon enough to reinforce the political settlement afterward. Under that pact, Alpha's navy gained room to expand within its own surrounding seas. Sea monsters would keep away from claimed resources and established human coastal zones. In return, Alpha would not push directly into territories the marine clans considered their own. Under the pact, those rules applied only to the near sea, where borders could still be defined and defended. Beyond that line, strength remained the only treaty anyone truly trusted. What changed when a 2nd-stage dragon became powerful enough to stop needing stolen coastal resources? For Levi, the answer was freedom to leave without imagining Coral City burning behind him. The Dark Dragon still wanted a path toward 3rd-stage legendary strength, and that ambition made pointless raids less attractive. Levi attended the High Noble Council while Alpha finalized plans for controlled southward naval expansion. The discussion exposed how dangerous the neighboring seas remained outside protected routes. Near Philo, Naga and sea monster powers included several legends controlling waters ordinary fleets could not enter safely. A 9th-tier traveler might survive those regions only by hiding strength, avoiding notice, or carrying something stronger nearby. Levi happened to have all 3 options available. Once Nelson approved the broader arrangements, Levi returned to Stormwind for final departure preparations. John and Patrick entered the 9-colored tower so they could travel without exposing the size of Levi's party. The 9-headed flame lion entered as well, hidden from every observer who thought Levi would be traveling alone. Little Kun became the visible mount carrying Levi southeast over open water. At the end of winter, Stormwind disappeared behind them. The first route curved through Alpha's outer waters instead of heading directly south from the kingdom's controlled coast. Direct passage near Sicily created unnecessary exposure to a state that guarded its maritime territory aggressively. Another southern route approached waters connected to Death Swamp, which Levi considered an even worse gamble. So he chose distance over speed and planned to cross the storm belt farther from those political and natural traps. Outer sea travel changed quickly once familiar patrol zones vanished behind them. Storms grew larger, currents became less predictable, and local creatures stopped treating human ships as normal scenery. Little Kun handled the weather better than any ordinary mount because of its mutated whale dragon bloodline. When a violent thunderstorm blocked the direct path, Levi searched for the weakest section instead of forcing through the center. The western edge offered thinner pressure, and Little Kun pushed through wave after wave of lightning and wind. Its bloodline spells protected the pair while Levi watched the surrounding sea for stronger hunters. Eventually, they reached a small exposed reef where Levi allowed Little Kun to recover. Still, the quiet lasted because Levi failed to notice the weakest observer nearby. A Sharkman patrol had already released tiny sensory sea snakes into the water. Those creatures were almost insignificant in combat and therefore escaped Levi's attention completely. Their value came from seeing danger and carrying information back to the tribe before danger noticed them. The patrol leader recognized a human 9th-tier presence and sent word south. Roughly 150 kilometers away, a major Sharkman tribe reacted with alarm. Human expansion had pushed sea peoples away from many territories over generations. That history made an unknown 9th-tier mage resting on their route look less like a traveler and more like a warning. The Sharkman leaders first tried estimating Levi from the limited report. He could raise reefs with earth magic and traveled beside an unusual dragon-blooded sea beast. They had no evidence of legendary strength, which made aggression seem reasonable enough to consider. A high priest gathered 7 ninth-tier sharkmen from nearby tribes for the interception. 2 among them carried fused sacred techniques, while the rest remained ordinary saints by comparison. From their perspective, 7 ninth-tier fighters should have overwhelmed one unknown human before he escaped. What they did not know was how many layers of Levi were hidden beneath the word mage. He sensed the killing intent before the attackers entered visual range. His danger warning stayed calm, telling him the approaching force was serious without being truly threatening. 4 sharkmen tried surrounding the reef, while stronger fighters prepared the opening strike. Levi remained where he was and let them commit to the geometry they had chosen. Seconds later, the leading attack carried fused sacred power and enough force to kill an ordinary saint immediately. Hand of Chaos met it head-on and sent the attacker backward instead. That single exchange destroyed the sharkman's original assumption about the target. Levi's night cultivation surfaced next, including spatial techniques the tribe had never expected from a human mage. Soon afterward, the strongest sharkman warrior died before the group could reorganize around the new information. Clones pursued the others as Levi kept pressure on the remaining saints. What had been planned as an execution became a rout inside minutes. All 7 ninth-tier sharkmen eventually died across the fighting and pursuit. Their tribes learned of the losses through the same communication methods that had summoned them together. Levi also knew that 7 dead saints created exactly the kind of evidence a legendary leader would investigate personally. He scolded Little Kun for attracting attention, though the real problem had been staying on the reef too long. Then he turned east and took a wide detour before stronger reinforcements arrived. At first, the Sharkman leadership reacted with disbelief when reports confirmed how quickly the saints had disappeared. A 3-technique priestess refused to assume one ordinary human had accomplished that alone. She sought legendary support instead of feeding more 9th-tier fighters into an unknown trap. Soon, the local legendary sharkman named Tager investigated traces left behind after Levi's escape. Those traces revealed something stranger than a hidden group of attackers. Levi truly seemed to be one person with both 9th-tier mage and night cultivation. Tager used an old wind-tracking spell to follow the retreating human across open water. Levi eventually felt the pursuit through danger warning and extraordinary perception. This time, the pressure behind him finally registered as true legendary danger. He increased speed instead of testing whether his current sacred techniques could embarrass a shark legend. Tager continued closing because raw legendary mobility still exceeded Little Kun's safe travel speed. Levi had prepared exactly one answer for situations where retreat alone stopped working. He released Davis, the enslaved 9-headed flame lion, from the 9-colored tower. After that shift, the hidden asset reversed direction without hesitation and intercepted Tager over open sea. Flame and wind collided hard enough to lift walls of water around both legends. Tager had expected a 9th-tier fugitive and found a hostile legendary beast blocking the route instead. That surprise prevented continued pursuit more effectively than any explanation Levi could have offered. Davis could not necessarily kill Tager quickly, but he could force the sharkman to abandon the chase. Levi used the opening exactly as planned and escaped back towards safer nearshore waters. A living legend had just turned one bad encounter into a clean retreat without revealing Stormwind's location. That contract had already begun paying for itself before most of Levi's enemies knew it existed. Once safely inside the coastal region, Levi began gathering information instead of continuing south blindly. Local Naga sources placed him near the central waters of the Kingdom of Philo. There, another familiar trail surfaced from a battlefield Levi had not expected to find. Marks left behind suggested the lava dragon Andreas had suffered a crushing defeat nearby. Nobody could confirm whether Andreas had survived or where the wounded dragon had fled afterward. Levi decided that if their paths crossed, he would intervene rather than ignore an old ally in danger. At that point, the battlefield also carried traces of another enemy from much earlier in Stormwind's history. Shadow King Cabo, a reincarnated demon from the Shadow Temple, had appeared in the same wider region. Even so, the cult remembered Levi for ruining previous operations and helping destroy allied saints. Cabo knew Stormwind's name even though the two had never faced each other directly. Levi now traveled with hidden legendary support, a 9th-tier whale dragon, and far more strength than Cabo's information suggested. The Shadow Temple saw a registered enemy wandering away from home. Levi saw another demon who might finally be far enough from reinforcements to kill cleanly. Levi and Shadow King Cabo recognized each other as opportunities before either side decided who should be afraid. To Cabo, the Stormlord represented a bounty large enough to repair years of humiliation inside the Shadow Temple. Stormwind had ruined operations, killed allies, and spread magic cannons through kingdoms the cult wanted destabilized. Levi saw something simpler, a reincarnated demon standing far from the support network that had saved him before. Kabo attacked first with the confidence of someone who believed his information was current. The first exchange already showed that Levi's growth had outrun that intelligence. Multi-element spells forced Kabo to defend against threats that did not belong to one ordinary mage path. Spatial sacred techniques followed, turning every attempted retreat into another angle Levi could punish. Clones joined the attack until Kabo faced several 9th-tier versions of the same enemy at once. The demon responded with a secret technique that temporarily pushed his strength close to the legendary floor. That burst finally made the battlefield dangerous enough for Levi to stop treating the encounter casually. He brought out the 9-colored tower, but ordered Lilith to use it mainly for suppression and blockade. Levi wanted Kabo dead by his own current strength rather than erased by a weapon built for higher-level wars. Later, the tower sealed escape routes while Levi and his clones kept attacking inside the shrinking space. Kabo's confidence turned into panic once every attempt to break away ended at another controlled boundary. Threats came next, including promises that stronger Shadow Temple figures would eventually avenge him. Levi answered by increasing pressure instead of negotiating with someone already trapped. What did future revenge matter if Levi reached legend before those enemies reached Noah? Kabo burned more strength, but each desperate exchange cost energy he could no longer replace. The fight ended with the Shadow King dying far from the network that had once protected him. Levi collected the 9-colored tower and searched the remains before moving again. A reincarnated legendary demon had accumulated treasures worth examining, even after centuries of hiding. Levi ignored low-tier items and concentrated on 9th-tier resources and anything carrying true legendary value. 2 legendary breakthrough treasures alone exceeded what he expected to recover from one cult target. Another item, Wind King's Wrath, immediately connected the victory to Andrea's. By then, the lava dragon had been seeking opportunities to strengthen its own route toward legendary level. Levi had no intention of returning the treasure automatically simply because it suited Andrea's perfectly. Then the missing dragon finally appeared again, wounded but alive after the battle traces Levi had discovered earlier. Andreas sensed Davis before any formal explanation and became instantly wary of another legendary fire-type beast. Levi explained enough of the recent situation for the dragon to understand what Stormwind had gained. Andreas also saw Jormungandr standing at legendary level after previously struggling with the same impossible threshold. That comparison changed the conversation more than Levi needed to push it. For its part, the lava dragon wanted the lava heart and resources needed to awaken legendary bloodline magic. It also understood that Levi no longer needed promises from weak allies. So Andreas offered something dragons usually guarded more fiercely than treasure. Andreas offered service instead of asking Levi for charity. Levi asked how many years of freedom the dragon was willing to trade for the breakthrough path. Andreas proposed 800 years after successfully becoming a legend. Levi negotiated because even friendship did not require accepting the first price placed on a rare contract. The final agreement became 1,000 years of service after legendary ascension. Years before the breakthrough would not count toward that term. In exchange, Levi would provide the lava heart and later resources supporting legendary bloodline awakening. Andreas signed a Dragon Clan contract with full awareness of the cost. Briefly, the agreement looked less like enslavement and more like a desperate career decision. A dragon that had once fought for independence chose 1,000 years under Levi because the alternative was dying below legend. Jormungandr's success made the bargain easier to accept. The dragon race respected power, and Stormwind now possessed several living examples of impossible growth becoming real. Levi privately found the arrangement almost absurd. He had left the frontier years ago with too little strength to control his own barony. Now dragons were negotiating centuries of labor in exchange for access to resources around him. That debt looked enormous only until the value of a legendary dragon entered the calculation. Andreas chose not to return to Stormwind before advancing. Remaining in southern waters offered more fire resources and fewer questions from people who knew the dragon personally. Levi continued toward the storm belt with John Patrick, Little Kun, and hidden support inside the tower. The remaining voyage across the outer sea took nearly a year because Levi refused unnecessary direct routes. They encountered hostile sea races more than once and attracted legendary pursuit on 2 separate occasions. Each time, danger warning and early retreat mattered more than proving strength. One legendary mirage nearly trapped the group despite every precaution. By then, all 9 of Levi's innate talents had reached Saint level, completing another long-term foundation goal. That achievement still did nothing to make the storm belt ahead look inviting. John and Patrick recognized the endless wall of violent weather long before the group reached its edge. They had crossed once before through methods far less controlled than Levi intended to use now. Patrick warned about legendary disasters hidden inside ordinary-looking storms. Mist, spatial turbulence, soul storms, lightning zones, and false directions could all become fatal without warning. Lilith reacted differently when she studied the barrier more carefully. She called it a mortal barrier, a term inherited directly from Wizarding-era knowledge. That phrase immediately connected Levi's journey to Amun's explanation of ancient Noah. The Wizarding Council had once used a mortal barrier while sealing the abyss and dividing Noah into isolated regions. Could the storm belt be part of that same ancient design rather than a natural ocean phenomenon? Privately, the possibility pulled Levi's thoughts toward abyss demons before he had any evidence worth trusting. Dawn still watched Noah, and Amun's student had already spent ages eliminating hidden threats. If the storm barrier concealed an active abyss problem, Levi found it difficult to believe she had simply ignored it. That left older backup plans, damage formations, or natural consequences of ancient sealing as more plausible explanations. They entered anyway, because every route to the southern continent crossed some version of the same danger. Inside the storm belt, normal navigation became almost useless. Clouds hid celestial references while elemental pressure distorted weaker directional magic. Davis used legendary firepower to sense the sun beyond Noah when Levi's other methods became unreliable. Carefully, the group followed that reference through violent zones instead of trusting the visible horizon. Several disasters passed close enough to prove how little margin 9th-tier travelers possessed there. Then the soul-stealing storm arrived without any warning. Its pressure attacked the spirit directly, making physical armor almost irrelevant. Levi's extraordinary evolution allowed him to endure far more than an ordinary saint could survive. Davis still treated the storm seriously because protecting others slowed even a legendary magical beast. The safest response was to reduce exposed targets immediately. Levi ordered everyone into the 9-colored tower. Davis swallowed the tower itself and fled through the storm with only one body left outside to protect. That solution might have worked if the next disaster had respected distance. Instead, spatial fractures began appearing across the surrounding sea. Space collapse spread like an avalanche, opening rifts faster than Davis could find a clean route through them. A legendary body could resist environmental violence, yet spatial collapse did not need to break that body directly. It only needed to swallow the space containing it. Davis accelerated until flames streamed behind him across the broken sea. After barely 10 kilometers, a new rift opened directly across the escape path. The lion and the hidden tower vanished together into spatial turbulence. For Levi, the next minutes existed through Lilith's senses and the tower's protection rather than open sky. Davis fought the current outside while searching for a weak point in the chaotic spatial flow. Even a legend could not simply tear free whenever direction itself stopped behaving normally. During that stretch, the turbulence carried them thousands of kilometers before a usable exit finally appeared. Davis released everything into one spatial push and escaped with the tower intact. When Levi emerged again, none of the familiar storm geography remained around them. Patrick needed old southern navigation magic before he could even guess their new location. The result became strangely fortunate despite the violent displacement. In the aftermath, the spatial disaster had thrown them across the barrier and into the Flanders Sea. Instead of dying between continents, they had been delivered deep into the waters Levi actually wanted to reach. What kind of route saved months of travel only after nearly killing everyone inside it? Levi recorded the lesson without pretending it counted as a shortcut worth repeating. Another spatial collapse could just as easily throw them into a forbidden zone or a stronger enemy's territory. Patrick guided the group toward the nearest safe supply point before Levi considered any larger plan. The closest option was Thorn Perch Island, roughly 100 kilometers away. There, the island mainly resupplied passing vessels and traded marine resources gathered in surrounding waters. Patrick explained local expectations while Little Kun carried them closer. The southern continent treated dragons as unusual but not unbelievable because merchant guilds and major powers owned contracted beasts. Patrick's own Dodge Merchant Guild possessed a 9th-tier Azure Cloud Dragon. That gave Levi a plausible explanation for traveling with Little Kun, without exposing the creature's full history. The southern continent also produced far more professionals than the north through academies, guilds, and broad access to training methods. Talented students could obtain complete meditation systems without depending entirely on hereditary noble families. That structure created more 9th-tier saints, denser organizations, and stronger detection systems around important settlements. Power alone would not make Levi invisible here. He needed a background that local authorities could verify without finding Stormwind underneath it. Patrick proposed using the identity of a poor newly risen noble connected to the Farron family. Such people existed often enough that one more 9th-tier adventurer would not sound impossible. Thorn Perch Island detected Little Kun before the group reached the harbor. Magic cannons and a 9th-tier defensive array shifted into readiness while island officers confirmed human riders were present. An 8th-tier knight approached at careful distance and asked which family Levi represented. Levi used Patrick's prepared identity instead of testing whether honesty would become expensive. Still, the officer accepted the story partly because Patrick's merchant guild status made the explanation easier to believe. Little Kun entered a specialized harbor built for contracted sea magical beasts. The existence of that facility told Levi more about Southern magical society than another page of description could have done. Here, powerful beasts, mercenary crews, merchant fleets, and wandering saints passed through the same supply islands routinely. Stormwind had spent decades building towards systems the southern continent treated as normal infrastructure. Standing among them, Levi looked less like a frontier ruler and more like another traveler in a civilization larger than his reputation. That anonymity was exactly what he needed. John was finally close to home, Patrick had returned to familiar waters, and Levi had crossed the barrier without exposing Stormwind. At last the journey south had finally ended. From there, the dangerous part was discovering what kind of world waited on the other side. After resting on Thorn Perch Island, Levi finally started treating the southern continent as a place to work rather than survive. His first idea was using Patrick's Dodge Merchant Guild connection to reach information controlled by stronger magical institutions. The Dodge Guild stood behind Björksbaten's Magic Academy, one of the Alliance's major centers of advanced magic. That connection could open doors, but Levi disliked depending entirely on somebody else's merchant hierarchy. Patrick suggested another system built for outsiders who possessed strength but lacked local family support. The Mercenary Guild accepted missions, verified results, and promoted professionals through performance rather than noble blood alone. A 9th-tier newcomer could use that structure to build a legal identity, while earning resources at the same time. Levi immediately saw the strategic value hidden inside that system. Professional mercenary status could explain travel, battles, unusual income, and repeated appearances in dangerous regions without exposing Stormwind. Before he could leave Thorn Perch, the island faced exactly the kind of problem mercenary work existed to solve. 3 9th-tier sea creatures led thousands of warriors toward the island's defenses. The garrison could handle 2 saints with its cannons and formation, but a third shifted the balance dangerously. Buston asked whether Levi would intervene if the assault became serious. Levi agreed without demanding payment because the Farron family had already helped support his temporary identity. A favor here could become safer access later when he needed ports, information, or verified records. The Sea Force arrived with octopus warriors using water magic to launch soldiers directly toward the island. Defensive cannons answered while the formation absorbed the first heavy impacts. 2 unexpected 9th-tier human reinforcements prevented the attackers from overrunning the defenders immediately. That created a narrow balance on the Saint battlefield while ordinary soldiers died around them. Levi stayed near the point where his intervention would matter most instead of revealing everything at once. When the sea creatures finally disengaged, they withdrew so quickly that the island assumed the attack was finished. Levi suspected the retreating force would simply regroup and strike somewhere else. He also wanted energy essence, and 3 9th-tier enemies traveling together offered exactly that reward. So he followed them after dark instead of waiting for another island to pay the price. 3 clones surrounded the retreating group while Levi released thousands of undead to block escape routes. The Sea Warriors had expected a successful withdrawal, not a second battle away from their fleet support. By nightfall, all 3 9th-tier leaders were dead. Less than a third of the ordinary force escaped back into deeper waters. Their deaths produced energy essence while Thorn Perch gained breathing room without funding another campaign. 1 destroyed raiding group had become cultivation progress, political favor, and proof Levi's new identity could earn trust. Levi returned to the island before continuing towards Samilia, the Mercenary Guild's regional center. On the way, another naval battlefield gave him his first close look at southern magic warships. Human fleets fought Sea Clan forces using vessels far more advanced than most northern designs. Even smaller warships carried dense cannon arrays, defensive formations, offensive formations, puppet weapons, and enchanted systems together. In practice, the largest designs approached a technological level Stormwind still reached only through experimental construction. Levi stopped looking at the battle as somebody else's problem and started memorizing the ships. Blueprints for those vessels could save Stormwind years of development if acquired legally or otherwise. He learned that the Farron family had requested reinforcements, while Sea Clan forces tried isolating their important islands. Crimson Island served as the family's major regional base, making its survival essential to their influence in Flanders waters. Several smaller holdings had already fallen during the wider fighting. Only a few positions remained secure because stronger fleets and recent interventions had disrupted the Sea Clan advance. Then the Habsburg royal fleet arrived and forced the attackers to stop escalating temporarily. Eventually, the Flanders War entered an uneasy pause instead of reaching a clean conclusion. Levi continued to Similia Island, where the mercenary guild maintained a major operational base. Thereafter, the guild asked fewer questions about visitors because anonymity was part of how mercenary markets functioned. That suited Levi far better than another noble port filled with hereditary investigators. He considered sending Patrick back to the Dodge Merchant Guild, while keeping the man's northern experiences hidden for now. Patrick's merchant connections remained useful, but Levi did not want careless questions revealing where the treasure hunter had been. On his third day, Levi entered the Mercenary Guild headquarters and examined how the organization actually worked. Peripheral mercenaries used the platform to accept tasks while the guild kept a portion of the reward. Professional mercenaries entered the organization's upper structure through examinations, missions, and reputation, rather than automatic inheritance. That made the guild difficult for one family to monopolize over many generations. A ninth-tier applicant immediately attracted attention because people at that level rarely joined without larger ambitions. At the guild, the staff assumed Levi eventually wanted professional status and began treating his registration accordingly. His first assessment still required actual results rather than accepting his cultivation as enough proof. The available ninth-tier mission list contained only a few options. One required killing a crimson flame eagle while preserving both eyes. Another demanded rare red heart grass from a region Levi did not yet know well. A third targeted the Black Hand pirate gang and its saint-level sorcerer leader. A fourth asked for support rebuilding an island in the Flanders Theater. The final mission involved finding a missing earl near the Storm Belt, which sounded more like gambling with disappearance than mercenary work. Levi rejected the search mission immediately because no reward made blind entry into the Storm Belt attractive. He could kill pirates, but returning to Flanders offered better political value with people who already knew his temporary identity. So he selected the support mission despite having just left that battlefield behind. The guild warned him that the Habsburg royal fleet remained active there and could complicate any supposedly simple assignment. Levi accepted anyway and returned to Crimson Island with little cun. Farron detection formations identified the ninth-tier beast before Levi reached the port. A first-class warship came out to meet him once officers confirmed the approaching rider matched their recent ally. Levi repeated the story that Patrick was merely a treasure hunter he had rescued during travel. For its part, the Farron family accepted the explanation because nothing in it directly threatened their interests. Their actual problem waited farther forward at Palm Island. The island sat near the edge of active Sea Clan territory and needed a ninth-tier defensive formation before permanent garrisoning became viable. A royal formation master would handle construction, while Levi's mission required protecting the deployment process. Farron warships had to intercept Sea Clan forces long enough for the formation to become operational. Once the barrier worked, occupation could continue without Levi remaining there indefinitely. Soon afterward, the assignment looked straightforward until Levi saw the ships gathering around Palm Island. Some royal vessels carried weapons that could threaten even legendary beings under favorable conditions. Those designs belonged to the Alliance's royal families and were not available for ordinary purchase. Levi mentally added them to the list of technologies Stormwind needed to study before anyone noticed his interest. The battle began before he could spend much time admiring ship construction. Sea Clan Saints attacked the covering fleet, while ordinary troops pressed the unfinished island defenses. Levi expected to handle one ninth-tier opponent based on the mission's original balance. Ultimately, the battlefield shifted when Ulysses and other strong participants entered the fighting around the formation team. A Poison Mother Saint tried breaking through toward vulnerable support elements. Levi intercepted before the attack could reach its intended target. At Palm Island, the Poison Mother's domain spread toxins dangerous enough to cripple ordinary ninth-tier defenders. Levi entered the poison battlefield anyway, trusting his layered defenses. Green flame poison, extraordinary recovery, and his strengthened body made the enemy's main advantage far less decisive than expected. The sea creature watched Levi move through lethal poison without slowing and understood too late that its safest weapon had failed. Levi reached killing range and finished the saint before nearby observers adjusted to what they were seeing. That one death created immediate suspicion among southern professionals watching the unknown newcomer. A fallen noble who had only recently reached 9th tier was not supposed to ignore specialized saint poison so casually. Some guessed he had found ancient ruins. Others focused on the 9th tier wind formation scroll he carried and wondered where a poor noble obtained such equipment. Levi ignored the speculation and returned attention to the Sea Clan withdrawal. Another 9th tier whaleman entered the fight and prevented Levi from killing the first target as quickly as he wanted. At Palm Island, the Caesar fleet returned to support the defenders while the formation neared completion. Once the barrier became stable, the Pharaon family's strategic problem was mostly solved. Levi could have left immediately after satisfying the mission terms. Instead, a more personal problem approached him through Ulysses. The Archmage belonged to the Habsburg royal family, and had begun looking at Levi less like an ally and more like a profitable mystery. He wanted information, treasures, and perhaps the resources behind Levi's suspiciously fast rise. Levi fed him a fabricated story about finding a 9th-tier Thunderheart stone near the Storm Belt. That explanation justified a recent magic saint breakthrough without revealing the 9-colored tower, or Amon's inheritance. Ulysses pushed further than curiosity and started probing Levi's hidden strength. The confrontation turned hostile enough that Levi decided an ordinary agreement would no longer keep the man quiet. He injured Ulysses with Hand of Chaos and used mental pressure to break resistance before the next step. Dominator contract locked onto the Archmage and converted another royal observer into a controlled asset. Ulysses bowed afterward with the obedience of someone whose political status no longer determined his real allegiance. Levi had turned attempted robbery into intelligence access inside one of the Alliance's royal families. What was a hostile saint worth once the same man could now carry messages, knowledge, and cover from inside the system? Levi kept the contract hidden and returned to Crimson Island as though nothing unusual had happened. Soon afterward, the Pharaon family confirmed successful completion of his mission to the Mercenary Guild. Ulysses had no need to accompany that process officially, making his presence easier to explain away. Back at Samilia, Levi reviewed the next available missions, without rushing into another distant war. One support task lay far to the southeast where Sea Clan fighting remained active. Even so, the distance made it inefficient compared with Levi's actual reason for crossing the continent. John had already waited years for this journey. Levi decided the mercenary ladder could wait long enough to honor that promise. He gave manager Yaheng an 8th-tier cultivation treasure before leaving. Still, the gift was cheap compared with the value of receiving better 9th-tier mission information later. Then Levi turned away from Samilia and headed toward Geralt's kingdom on the mainland. For the first time since crossing the Storm Belt, the next destination was chosen for family rather than resources. John was finally going home after years of waiting. Geralt's kingdom sat inside the strongest eastern cluster of the Magic Kingdom Alliance. Habsburg bordered it to the north, Dawson to the south, and all three controlled enormous coastal interests. That made John's home region richer, more regulated, and far harder to enter anonymously than Stormwind had ever been. Levi kept Little Kun inside the 9-colored tower before landing and released John only when local checks became unavoidable. John's family came from a small town near Madeira, far from the political centers that controlled Geralt's strongest institutions. He had once made a living like countless independent craftsmen, surviving through skill rather than noble inheritance. Levi expected poverty, old debts, or scattered relatives after so many years apart. He did not expect the local situation to have become dangerous enough to involve rising nobles. The Amos family had produced 2 9th-tier saints within a few years and was preparing for promotion toward an earldom. Their influence reached Whitestone Town, where John's relatives had remained after he disappeared overseas. Levi visited Madeira's Mercenary Guild branch first, because local verification mattered more than charging into town blindly. At that point, the branch treated a 9th-tier stranger carefully, exactly as any sensible southern organization should. One hostile saint could destroy a district before ordinary guards reacted. Levi accepted the scrutiny because the same system could now help him retrieve people without exposing Stormwind. Soon afterward, the guild investigated Whitestone and returned with the first piece of bad news. John's relatives had become debt slaves belonging to the Amos family and could not leave freely. Then came the information Levi dreaded far more than the debt. John's wife had died 5 years earlier. She had been a 2nd-tier mage and should not have died naturally at that age without some unusual cause. Levi's expression hardened before he asked for more details. How was he supposed to tell a man who crossed an ocean that the person he missed most was already buried? John had followed Levi since Stormwind's weakest years, before titles, fleets, and legendary guardians existed. He had built weapons when the territory could barely protect workshops from raids. That history made the situation feel personal before Levi knew exactly who caused the death. He decided to rescue John's surviving family first and investigate punishment afterward. For now, the Mercenary Guild assumed the debt slaves were connected to Levi's own lost family background. That misunderstanding helped because the branch treated the recovery request with unusual urgency. Reliable professional mercenaries entered Whitestone and began negotiating the release of every relative connected to John. The Amos family had money and saints, but openly obstructing a 9th-tier applicant tied to the Mercenary Guild carried its own risks. Within a short time, John's children and extended family reached Madeira under guild protection. Barnal and Besson recognized enough of the story to believe their father might truly still be alive. Years of debt, fear and forced labor gave way to disbelief before Levi ever brought John into the room. Levi bought a ship and moved the rescued relatives away from the mainland before the reunion. Only after the vessel entered safer waters did he release John from the nine-colored tower. For one long moment, nobody on deck moved. Then John's children saw the man they had been told might never return. Besson broke first, and the rest of the family followed until the deck became impossible to keep orderly. John had imagined this reunion through years of exile, yet the faces in front of him had aged without him. Children had become adults, grandchildren had been born, and one person was missing from every embrace. Levi stayed outside the center of the reunion because he still had no acceptable way to explain John's wife. He listened long enough to confirm the family was safe. Then he gave Little Kun responsibility for guarding the ship and returned toward Geralt alone. If he could not restore John's wife, he could at least collect the debt from the people who had destroyed what remained. Southern detection magic made a simple assassination raid almost impossible against a prepared noble estate. By then, the Amos family expected enemies because rapid promotion had already created rivals around them. Levi therefore used controlled agents and clones rather than walking directly into every formation. An enslaved 8th-tier knight helped damage defenses from inside Amos City before the main strike. Protective formations and magic cannons failed at the moment the family needed them most. Levi then attacked key members and hunted the 9th-tier figures supporting the household. Completely erasing every relative was unrealistic once Geralt's wider noble network reacted. Reducing the family back to irrelevance was still possible. Within little more than 10 days, Levi fought across 3 locations and killed 2 9th-tier saints. Dozens of important Amos members died with them. Only a small number of direct descendants survived under the protection of the powerful Alvis family. The cost of John's missing years had become noble blood, shattered defenses, and a family line stripped of its rise. Levi returned to the ship between operations and finally spoke with John directly. John had already sensed the missing truth from his family's reactions. When Levi confirmed his wife's death, grief replaced the excitement that had carried the reunion. John still warned Levi not to take reckless risks against the Amos family for his sake. The request came too late because Levi had already begun collecting payment. He gave John cultivation resources and checked the abilities of the surviving younger relatives. Barnal followed the knight path because he lacked magical talent. Besson had fire magic and alchemical ability, giving the family a foundation that could grow far beyond debt slavery. Several grandchildren were still young enough that their real potential had not been determined. Levi intended to move all of them somewhere the Amos family could never reach again. The Alvis family reacted exactly as expected once the scale of the attacks became impossible to hide. They considered Amos a subordinate family whose destruction directly challenged their own authority. 5 9th-tier saints reinforced important positions while a legendary mage joined the hunt personally. One of Levi's clones died when the legend finally caught an assassination attempt. That warning was already enough to change Levi's route. Levi abandoned further attacks before pride turned revenge into a direct fight against a major Geralt house. The legendary mage still failed to locate his real body afterward. Searches spread through the kingdom without producing an identity anyone could prove. Geralt even requested outside help and eventually involved powerful tracking and prophetic specialists. Levi stayed ahead by changing locations, using clones, and refusing to repeat the same route twice. The political damage expanded beyond the Amos family because nobody wanted to admit a mysterious saint had humiliated them alone. Eventually, official explanations blamed hostile Sea clan forces and a parasitic cult for parts of the violence. The story gave Geralt a public enemy easier to punish than an unidentified traveler who had already disappeared. For Levi, that lie was useful enough that he had no reason to correct it. John's family was safe, the Amos family was broken, and the kingdom was searching in the wrong direction. What price had Levi actually paid for revenge? A few clones, some time, and enough political noise to make remaining nearby extremely unwise. So he moved south and changed identity again. At that point, the southern wilderness forbidden zone offered exactly the kind of place respectable investigators hated entering. Levi presented himself as a mysterious paladin while Andreas traveled beside him under a different arrangement. The dragon's 5th 9th tier bloodline spell was close to awakening, making dangerous wilderness useful training rather than wasted travel. Inside it, the forbidden zone contained black beasts, evil mages, unstable terrain, and remnants nobody fully understood. Many fugitives used the region because normal authorities rarely pursued anyone deep enough to matter. Levi initially hunted black beasts for mercenary missions while using clones to scout ahead. One captured 7th tier creature immediately showed something abnormal through Dominator contract. Its consciousness was violently chaotic, driven toward destruction without the motives ordinary magical beasts displayed. That mental condition reminded Levi of Amon's descriptions of abyss demons. He called Lilith and compared the mutation against knowledge preserved from the wizarding era. The connection was not proof of an open abyss passage. Stable abyss corridors should have produced spatial signs far more obvious than anything around them. Yet the negative mutations still carried a force disturbingly similar to abyss influence. The location made that possibility worse for everyone involved. Ancient records suggested the southern wilderness lay near the region where the Wizarding Council once cut Noah apart. Damage from those events may have prevented the plane from repairing naturally even after countless years. The present Forbidden Zone could be a scar left by that ancient surgery on the world itself. Why did that scar still twist living creatures if the original abyss power had supposedly been purged? Levi did not have enough evidence to answer, so he treated the mystery as a warning rather than a conclusion. His clones continued searching and found several 9th-tier black beasts deeper inside. They also discovered 9th-tier evil mages using the Forbidden Zone as a sanctuary. Levi killed a target black beast and completed another 9th-tier mission without drawing attention to Stormwind. Then he encountered evil sorcerers whose resources proved far less impressive than their reputations. 3 9th-tier enemies died, yet their poverty left little loot beyond energy essence and useful information. That still moved Levi closer to another panel threshold. He counted 18 9th-tier energy essences accumulated by that stage. The number immediately changed Levi's short-term priority for the expedition. Instead of wandering slowly through the south, he decided to complete 20 9th-tier mercenary missions as quickly as possible. Professional status would give him better access, stronger missions, and legitimate reasons to keep hunting dangerous targets. He returned toward Ironhammer Island and started selecting contracts that could be finished through direct combat. One support mission sent him toward the Barrow Sea, where 2 noble forces were already fighting. On paper, the contract required months of support, several victories, and at least 1 9th-tier kill. Levi had no intention of spending half a year acting like somebody else's loyal retainer. He hunted the required saint directly, finished the important condition, and moved on once the guild could verify results. Similar missions in nearby waters allowed him to stack progress without becoming trapped inside any local war. After several completions, he returned to Ironhammer and finally noticed a mission whose reward looked disproportionate. More importantly, the contract offered a 9th-tier breakthrough treasure and allowed the applicant to choose among valuable options. The target location was the Flowing Flame Islands inside the Boiling Sea. 4 9th-tier magical beasts guarded the area, while a legendary boiling dragon lived only a few hundred kilometers away. Levi immediately asked why a top organization would pay outsiders instead of sending its own experts. Manager Gerald admitted the real political problem. The Nanluo Merchant Guild had a deep conflict with the legendary boiling dragon and could not enter the region safely. Any known Nanluo force risked provoking direct legendary retaliation. An independent mercenary could claim the target without carrying that institutional hostility. The explanation made the reward suddenly look reasonable instead of generous. Levi accepted only after insisting that no unknown partner be attached to the mission. He did not need another stranger watching how many hidden assets followed him into dangerous territory. In practice, the assignment centered on obtaining a 9th-tier flowing flame stone from the islands. Levi released Andreas and Little Kun once he confirmed no human observers were nearby. The plan relied on the 2 magical beasts handling most visible combat while Levi controlled risks from behind. 4 9th-tier fire creatures quickly detected the intrusion. A golden flame giant eagle attacked first before Levi needed to provoke anything. A thunderfire electric eel joined the pressure, while other beasts closed from nearby territory. Andreas accepted the fight because the dragon needed real combat before future legendary preparation. During the fight, the 2 strongest enemies pushed hard enough that Andreas could not dominate immediately. Then the lava dragon's bloodline reached the point it had been approaching for months. Magma erupted around its body as the 5th bloodline spell awakened during battle. The new power reversed the pressure and forced the fire beast to defend against a dragon growing stronger in front of them. Farther south, another creature sensed that awakening immediately. A colossal red dragon opened its eyes on Boiling Island as legendary fire power reacted to Andreas's new bloodline spell. At first, the Boiling Dragon had not expected another perfect 9th-tier fire dragon anywhere inside its territory. Where had Andreas come from, and why had nobody told the local legend he existed? Levi had entered the Boiling Sea for 1 mercenary stone. The mission had just attracted the owner of the entire region. The Boiling Dragon reached the Flowing Flame Islands faster than Levi expected any creature that size to move. By then, Levi's clone had already located the 9th-tier Flowing Flame stone hidden among the volcanic deposits. That meant the mercenary objective was complete before the real danger entered the battlefield. Levi recalled his clone, repelled the remaining fire beasts, and ordered an immediate withdrawal. Andreas and Little Kun followed while Davis took position between the group and the approaching legendary aura. Nearby, the nine-headed flame lion released enough pressure to make most intruders reconsider continuing the chase. Nakruvar, the legendary boiling dragon, did not slow down. A legend meeting another legend was dangerous, but the dragon's attention kept shifting away from Davis. The ancient dragon was staring directly at Andreas instead. The fifth bloodline spell had revealed a perfect 9th-tier fire dragon inside waters where Nakruvar believed none existed. That discovery mattered to the boiling dragon for reasons Levi had not predicted. Across the continent, the southern continent had no dragon realm serving as a protected homeland for talented dragons. Local legendary dragons therefore took more responsibility for younger members of their race. A promising dragon approaching legendary level represented something closer to communal survival than competition. Nakruvar questioned Levi about the group, while Davis remained ready to intervene if the conversation turned hostile. Levi gave a partial explanation rather than revealing contracts, Stormwind, or the nine-colored tower unnecessarily. He described Andreas as a cooperating dragon and Davis as a temporary protector tied to another arrangement. Nakruvar clearly doubted parts of the story, but nothing justified starting a legendary battle over suspicion alone. The dragon's warning sounded simple enough to understand immediately. Humans connected to hostile merchant powers were not welcome in the boiling sea. Levi had no intention of returning after the mission unless another valuable reason appeared anyway. Then Nakruvar made a stranger request concerning Andreas personally. He wanted to speak with Andreas privately and offer help accelerating legendary bloodline awakening. Levi's first reaction was suspicion, because generous legends usually wanted something expensive in return. Andreas admitted that Levi's current resources might let him awaken that bloodline power within several years. A legendary dragon's guidance could shorten the timetable dramatically. Levi told Andreas to hear the offer and refuse anything that compromised freedom beyond their existing contract. The two dragons spoke away from the others while Davis watched with open distrust. Nakruvar's actual demand proved unexpectedly modest for a legendary dragon. After becoming a legend, Andreas should protect talented dragons of the southern continent whenever practical. There was no request for service, treasure, territory, or loyalty to Nakruvar personally. The boiling dragon wanted another strong dragon maintaining a region with no dragon realm to shelter its kind. Andreas accepted after discussing the condition with Levi. The promise cost little because returning north would eventually limit how much southern protection Andreas could provide anyway. Nakruvar then invited Andreas to Boiling Island for 3 months of direct legendary Dragon Ball comprehension. That opportunity could stimulate the next bloodline awakening far faster than ordinary cultivation. Levi let the dragon go because accelerating a contracted future legend improved Stormwind, whether Nakruvar intended that benefit or not. While Andreas followed Nakruvar south, Levi found a deserted island nearby and waited. The pause also gave him time to examine what the boiling dragon's behavior revealed about southern dragon culture. In the northern continent, the dragon realm already handled much of the protection and inheritance younger dragons needed. Southern dragons had to create those systems personally through individual legendary guardians. Boiling Island itself existed as proof of that approach. The island had once been ordinary until Nakruvar's long residence saturated it with fire elemental power. Over time, one dragon had transformed empty land into a cultivation sanctuary for its entire elemental branch. Andreas asked why Nakruvar did not simply remain in the richer flowing flame islands instead. Nakruvar explained that those resources mattered before legendary level and became far less useful afterward. A legend needed different foundations than a 9th-tier dragon approaching the threshold. That was why Nakruvar turned Boiling Island into a place useful to the dragons coming after him. He had even traveled north and visited the dragon realm before deciding southern dragons required their own protection. The comparison left Andreas considering obligations that had never mattered while survival dominated every earlier decision. For now, one obligation still remained completely unavoidable. He still owed Levi 1,000 years after reaching legendary level. Nakruvar did not know that detail while explaining what a new legend should eventually do for its race. Andreas wisely kept the contract to himself. During the 3-month stay, he studied Nakruvar's legendary Dragon Ball without allowing its path to overwrite his own instincts. Jormungandr's earlier experience had shown how dangerous borrowed legendary inheritance could become when identity weakened. Andreas treated the Dragon Ball as guidance rather than a mold. Nakruvar noticed the discipline and became more interested in whoever had trained the lava dragon previously. The improvement was still dramatic enough to surprise Levi. By the end of the period, Andreas estimated that legendary bloodline awakening might require roughly another year instead of several. That shortened timeline mattered because Levi's position in the southern continent remained politically unstable. Another hidden legend could become the difference between retreat and survival the next time Geralt's strongest families found him. Levi used the same waiting period to train other parts of his own combat system. Little Kun needed discipline badly enough that Davis became the obvious instructor whenever the whale dragon started avoiding work. Levi focused on lightning magic, because the southern continent offered better 9th-tier knowledge than he had previously possessed. He selected 2 wizard-era spells for serious mastery. Azure Thunder Fist emphasized concentrated close-range lightning force and would remain hidden as a backup technique. Thunder Annihilation covered a wide area, giving Levi something his existing single-target lightning attacks lacked. Together with Thunder Dragon Instant Kill, the 3 spells created a complete lightning attack structure. 1 technique killed a chosen target, 1 controlled space, and 1 remained concealed for enemies planning around public information. After Andreas completed his temporary guidance, the group left the Boiling Sea without provoking Nakruvar again. Levi returned to Iron Hammer Island and submitted the Flowing Flame Stone to Manager Geralt. Because of the mission structure, that one trip counted as 4 9th-tier quest completions. Levi had now finished 8 such missions toward the professional mercenary requirement. 12 remained before he could qualify for the formal assessment. The guild also provided updates on events Levi had left behind. Geralt's intervention had ended the Flanders conflict and allowed destroyed islands to begin reconstruction. Officially, the Amos family massacre had also been resolved through the kingdom's public explanation. Levi knew that conclusion was theater because he had personally caused the killings blamed on other forces. Geralt had stopped advertising the search, but there was no reason to assume private investigation had truly ended. Remaining away from the kingdom still looked wiser than testing how long elite trackers remembered humiliation. Levi therefore paused mercenary missions rather than rushing to complete the remaining 12 immediately. The available contracts were poor, and his own cultivation had several breakthroughs close enough to deserve attention. Thunder Annihilation became the first technique Levi mastered completely. He settled on Iron Hammer Island and spent 2 months refining the spell until it became stable enough for public use. The test turned surrounding sea and sky into a field of descending lightning instead of one concentrated strike. Observers now believed Levi possessed 2 obvious lightning sacred arts. Thunder Dragon Instant Kill served as the precise execution tool. Thunder Annihilation became the area attack capable of suppressing groups, terrain and massed enemies. Azure Thunder Fist stayed outside that public picture. Levi preferred opponents to prepare for the techniques they knew and discover the third only after committing to a plan. With the area spell complete, he moved to an uninhabited sea region near the southern wilderness. The location offered isolation enough for experimentation without letting curious guild members watch every failure. His next project was the second sacred art of his Chaos Mage path. Hand of Chaos already provided overwhelming direct manipulation and force. Levi wanted the next technique to emphasize control, perception, and exploiting flaws instead of adding another blunt attack. Night Cultivation already gave him enough ways to survive close combat and cut through durable targets. Chaos Magic could become the system that made those attacks land where defenses were weakest. For 6 months, progress remained slow because Levi refused to settle for a sacred art that merely sounded impressive. He studied elemental flow, formation logic, enemy defenses, and how chaos interacted with different magical structures. Every failed version revealed another problem the final technique needed to solve. Then the remaining pieces finally aligned inside Levi's cultivation plan. Chaotic power gathered around Levi until surrounding seawater reacted to several elemental forces at once. Rock, water, wind, flame, lightning, and stranger manifestations shifted through the same unstable field. After 3 days of consolidation, the external disturbance finally faded. Levi opened his eyes and found that the world itself looked different. His second Chaos Sacred Art was complete. He named the completed Sacred Art Eye of Chaos. The technique did not increase raw destructive output as dramatically as Hand of Chaos. Instead, it exposed weaknesses created by how power moved through a target. Elemental defenses looked less like solid walls and more like currents containing moments of imbalance. Levi tested the effect on Andreas and Little Kun once they were available. Both creatures possessed powerful bodies and dense elemental protection that ordinary saints would struggle to penetrate. Under Eye of Chaos, Levi could see where those defenses shifted badly enough to create temporary openings. He focused on one weak point near Andreas's left domain. The next flow of fire elemental power toward that area became obstructed for a brief instant. Andreas noticed the disruption immediately and stared at Levi with disbelief. The sacred art was not merely observing flaws. It could interfere with those flaws and make the weakness worse at exactly the moment Levi wanted to attack. What happened when first sharpness targeted an opening Eye of Chaos had created deliberately? The answer gave Levi a clearer direction for his future mage path. Chaos would control the battlefield, while night techniques delivered the most efficient killing force. Andreas privately wondered whether Levi could challenge an actual legend after both professions reached 9th tier perfection. Levi did not answer, because reaching that point mattered more than guessing early. Another breakthrough soon redirected attention away from theory. Andreas's legendary bloodline magic finally awakened after the acceleration gained from Nakruver's Dragon Ball. The resulting fire pressure forced Little Kun to retreat instead of pretending the training session remained friendly. Once the violent awakening stabilized, Levi gave Andreas the auxiliary potion prepared for legendary tribulation. He also reinforced the dragon's soul imprint and reviewed every known danger from Panda's previous dark calamity. Andreas carried enough talent that the same abnormal tribulation remained a serious possibility. Levi gave him defensive magical artifacts, despite the awkwardness of a dragon using equipment designed for humans. Even crude activation could turn one artifact into a shield during the single moment that decided survival. He told Andreas there was no need to rush because Stormwind already possessed other legendary combat power. If southern conditions became unsuitable, the Dragon Realm in the north offered safer preparation options. Andreas rejected the nervous tone with typical pride. If Panda had survived his legendary tribulation, the lava dragon saw no reason to assume failure in advance. Confidence mattered because hesitation during a legendary tribulation could become another form of self-destruction. Still, Levi watched Andreas leave with more concern than he admitted openly. The dragon flew west toward Bavarian waters, following information Nakruver had provided about a suitable tribulation site. No preparation could make the outcome certain. Levi could only hope the next meeting would include another legend rather than another corpse. Then he returned to Iron Hammer Island and found Geralt waiting with a message that had already grown old. A 9th tier professional mercenary from guild headquarters had been waiting more than half a year to meet him. That alone made Levi suspicious because people at that level rarely wasted months on casual introductions. The visitor introduced himself as Valkyrie and carried the confidence of someone accustomed to guild authority. Levi first wondered whether his rapid mission completions had attracted unwanted scrutiny from headquarters. Valkyrie instead asked about Levi's cultivation goals and learned he was searching for a 9th tier lightning elemental spirit. That answer interested him immediately because his own path combined lightning and fire. Valkyrie had hidden the lightning aspect under deliberately amplified fire power when first approaching Levi. Once inside the guild's private space, he demonstrated both elements openly. All of his sacred techniques were built from lightning-fire fusion, rather than keeping the two systems separate. He had already fused two sacred techniques successfully. The final technique refused to integrate cleanly with the existing structure. Instead of accepting that limit, Valkyrie had designed a 9th tier magic array intended to assist sacred technique fusion. The concept caught Levi's attention immediately for obvious reasons. The mercenary guild headquarters possessed deeper information about similar arrays, available through merit after professional promotion. Each array required personal research because sacred arts differed too much for one universal design. That limitation made the technology difficult, yet still valuable enough for Levi to remember. Valkyrie's own formation lacked one final material before he could test it properly. The missing component was a Thunderfire blood orb. The treasure existed inside Thunderous Swamp near the edge of Death Swamp. Levi refused the proposal almost as soon as he heard the destination. Death Swamp belonged beside the Abyss and Storm Belt on the list of places even legends approached carefully. Valkyrie clarified that he was not asking Levi to enter the Forbidden Zone's true depths. He only wanted help crossing the dangerous outer region and entering Thunderous Swamp. A Lightning Saint could reduce several hazards that made the route expensive for other teams. Levi remained interested enough to ask what Valkyrie would pay for that assistance. The professional mercenary answered with an offer designed to attack every practical objection. Levi could choose 2 9th tier breakthrough treasures, one for knights and one for wind. Alternatively, he could take 10 9th tier lightning cultivation treasures instead. Valkyrie would also issue 2 9th tier missions that Levi could complete during the same journey. Those 2 missions would move him closer to professional qualification without requiring a separate detour afterward. Finally, Valkyrie offered to serve as Levi's recommender for the professional mercenary examination. A trip Levi had rejected as suicidal suddenly carried treasures, mission credit, guild access, and a powerful sponsor together. Levi asked how much of the route Valkyrie had already mapped and how much remained guesswork. Valkyrie admitted that information near the Forbidden Zone aged quickly because terrain and magical hazards shifted constantly. That honesty made the offer more credible and the destination less comforting at the same time. Levi also noticed that Valkyrie never described the mission as safe, even while trying to recruit him. A liar would have sold certainty. A veteran mercenary was selling preparation and compensation instead. The distinction mattered because Levi had survived enough traps to recognize when fear itself was useful information. He compared the proposed rewards with the remaining 12 missions between him and professional status. 2 verified missions and a headquarters recommendation could remove months of wandering through weaker contracts. 10 lightning treasures could also accelerate cultivation that the southern continent had already begun reshaping. Every advantage pointed toward accepting, while the name Death Swamp kept one hand firmly on the scale. For one long moment, Levi looked at the offer without answering. What waited near Death Swamp that made a veteran 9th-tier mercenary willing to pay this much before departure? And more importantly, how much danger was Valkyrie quietly asking Levi to price into the deal? Entering Death Swamp made Valkyrie's contract real the moment Levi left the safe roads behind. Valkyrie offered enough compensation to matter, but Levi cared most about professional access and the promised recommendation. Before agreeing, Levi demanded a clear mission limit, escape conditions, and an answer for total failure. Valkyrie gave him 6 months to reach Thunder Swamp and search for the Thunderfire Blood Orb. If the treasure never appeared, either side could abandon the contract without turning the mission into a lifelong obligation. That condition mattered because Death Swamp punished optimism faster than most battlefields punished weak armor. More than half a month later, Levi, Little Kun, and Valkyrie reached the poisoned outer region. Deeper zones remained forbidden, yet even the swamp edge could kill careless high-level professionals. Little Kun's mutated dragon bloodline ignored much of the poison that forced human travelers to rely on specialized potions. Valkyrie brought a 9th-tier detection artifact designed specifically for unstable terrain and hidden magical threats. Even so, Levi kept his own perception fully open throughout the Forbidden Zone approach. First serious trouble came from swamp blood leeches hiding beneath water and rotten ground. One leech mattered little, but the swarm combined poison, durability, and numbers into something far nastier. Valkyrie's firewalls slowed them without solving the problem because every opening invited another wave forward. Levi answered with thunderous annihilation and flooded the swamp with wide-range lightning. That attack forced most of the swarm back while Valkyrie injured the 9th-tier leech commanding the pressure. For one long moment the poisoned marsh stopped moving around them. Valkyrie stared at the cleared space and reassessed what kind of lightning saint he had actually hired. Group sacred magic was inefficient against equal opponents, yet inside a swarm it suddenly became priceless. That mission had barely started, and Levi had already turned one unusual technique into a survival advantage. How much worse would Death Swamp become once the easy edge stopped protecting them from its real inhabitants? Valkyrie's detection device helped them avoid several dangerous areas before the sky began flashing continuously ahead. Across the swamp, lightning and death energy had reshaped every creature tough enough to survive. Their target formed only where blood energy and thunderfire conditions overlapped strongly enough. That made the Thunderfire Blood Orb rare even inside the one region famous for producing it. Days of searching brought ordinary 9th-tier swamp beasts instead of the treasure Valkyrie needed. A herd of thunder-patterned turtles forced them to retreat. Levi could have revealed more strength, but protecting his secrets remained more valuable than winning an unnecessary battle. Valkyrie watched the calendar shrinking and started preparing himself for an expensive failure. Then the pair found Thunderfire crocodiles guarding territory beside traces of the blood beasts they had been seeking. That discovery gave them their first real lead and created a second problem at exactly the same time. Levi volunteered to contain the crocodiles while Valkyrie pushed toward the blood beast territory. Valkyrie accepted because his condition and mission both demanded speed more than pride. Blood beasts fought with the suicidal aggression expected from creatures born around concentrated death energy. Valkyrie and Levi first helped kill one 9th-tier guardian before splitting the battlefield again. Wounded already, Valkyrie took the final blood beast alone and forced himself through a brutal exchange. When the creature finally died, the Thunderfire Blood Orb was waiting behind the corpse. Suddenly, the entire journey carried a price tag instead of another warning sign. And then Levi made sure Valkyrie left before revealing how much strength he had hidden. Both pursuing 9th-tier Thunderfire crocodiles died once Levi stopped pretending to struggle. He waited long enough to make the escape believable before returning to Valkyrie with Little Kun. Outside Thunder Swamp, Valkyrie saw only a dependable partner who had somehow shaken off the pursuit. Without explaining much, Levi kept the crocodile corpses and his real battle strength private. That deception cost nothing and preserved exactly the image Levi wanted the mercenary guild to keep. A few days later, both men left Death Swamp without serious injury. Completed jobs pushed Levi to 10 9th-tier missions, halfway toward the professional assessment requirement. Valkyrie immediately offered to help him clear the remaining work faster through headquarters connections. That offer mattered because Stormwind still lacked reliable access to high-tier breakthrough resources. Night treasures were especially painful, with more qualified candidates than the territory could reasonably supply. Levi chose rewards that could support both knights and wind professionals instead of chasing short-term luxury. Every mission completed in the south was becoming another future Saint Stormwind might not lose to scarcity. Valkyrie expected Levi to rest after Death Swamp. Together they headed toward Lordaeron's city, where the Mercenary Guild maintained its headquarters. Mercenary Guild leaders had chosen Lordaeron partly because stronger kingdoms could not easily claim the organization. While Levi traveled north, Geralt's investigation was moving through a completely different network. Legendary Lloyd visited Boiling Dragon Nakruvar and asked about an unusual human active in the southern continent. Nakruvar immediately thought of Levi, whose dragons and flame lion made him difficult to confuse with anyone else. Little Kun answered carefully and concealed the stranger details that would have sharpened Geralt's interest. Even so, Lloyd left with enough information to keep Levi near the top of his investigation. Levi knew none of this while Valkyrie stopped at a mercenary branch in the Kingdom of Lars. There, professional access exposed a list of 9th-tier missions ordinary peripheral mercenaries never got to see. That difference was not cosmetic, because the private pool contained better resources and better mission matching. One assignment could already be completed with a 9th-tier Thunderfire crocodile Levi had just acquired. Valkyrie admitted that he had deliberately posted the task. That was the kind of preparation Levi respected. Professional mission pools also contained resources Levi could source through Hell and contracted magical beasts. A 9th-tier Soul Stone was almost ordinary once Rodney and other assets were positioned inside Hell. Rare fire feathers could be taken from powerful fire beasts already connected to Levi's growing network. Other tasks involved cult members, missing fleets, hostile nobles, and corpses valuable enough to become contracts themselves. Most peripheral mercenaries had to wander for years. Professional members played a different game, and Levi had just been shown the entrance. Valkyrie explained that the restriction protected guild members, who depended on missions for cultivation resources. That answer sounded unfair from outside and completely logical once Levi imagined managing the same system himself. Access was a resource, and the Mercenary Guild priced it through loyalty, strength, and completed work. Levi read 28 9th-tier missions selected specifically to shorten his path toward assessment. 5 could be completed almost immediately using resources he already controlled. That discovery transformed stored loot into advancement credit without requiring another dangerous journey. Valkyrie then stacked 2 more missions so Levi could reach the 20-mission threshold with minimal wasted travel. One targeted the Oliveira family, while another connected to fighting around the Linky Kingdom's sea routes. That arrangement was generous enough that Levi openly promised to return equivalent mission value after becoming professional. Valkyrie accepted the promise because a useful future ally mattered more than squeezing every favor immediately. At headquarters, Levi also heard more about the man tied to his final assessment task. Hasward was an Earth mage with both elemental child talent and an Earth spiritual body. Those gifts alone would have made him exceptional. Hasward's comprehension far exceeded ordinary saints, but he spent much of that advantage studying ancient ruins. Cultivation bored him whenever history offered a better mystery. Guild officers wanted Hasward to fuse 3 sacred arts before approving the Thunder Sea expedition. Hasward preferred finding an Earth spirit treasure to grinding through years of careful cultivation. That attitude made him look lazy until Levi understood how much talent supported the shortcut. 2 months later, Levi returned after completing more 9th-tier assignments across dangerous southern waters. His total reached 20, unlocking the professional assessment stage Valkyrie had been accelerating toward. Guild examiners gave Levi 3 assessment tasks instead of another pile of ordinary missions. One involved work connected to the Frankish Empire and carried permission to withdraw if legendary interference appeared. Another sent Levi into the Reshivio Sea, where human and sea forces were already fighting. Third task required exploring Thunder Sea ruins beside Hasward after the Earth Mage completed his fusion. Levi chose to clear the first 2 while Hasward remained in seclusion. Sea assessment lasted far longer than either explorer originally expected. During a counterattack, he found an opening and helped kill a 9th-tier Naga. Battlefield duties kept Levi active for roughly 2 additional months. By the time Levi returned to headquarters, Hasward had succeeded within the required window. Final assessment became exactly what both men wanted, a dangerous ruin explored under guild approval. Hasward greeted Levi with enough enthusiasm to make the famous legendary seed look strangely ordinary. He joked easily, ignored aristocratic distance, and immediately tried discussing ancient sites instead of cultivation status. Levi found the personality disarming because Hasward's actual record remained anything but casual. Hasward had fused 3 sacred arts and still considered ancient relics the more exciting achievement. His spiritual transcendence had exceeded the normal 9th tier limit by an amount Levi had never personally encountered. That made Hasward dangerous in a different way from warriors who simply carried more destructive power. He saw patterns quickly, understood formations deeply, and remembered details most explorers would miss. Mercenary guilds still assigned a hidden legendary protector. Greatest known danger was the purple-birded lightning ray living around Thunder Sea. Their hidden protector would intervene only if legendary power directly entered the expedition. That condition preserved the assessment, while preventing one unfortunate encounter from becoming a meaningless death sentence. Next day, Levi and Hasward reached Thunder Sea while Little Kun remained in Lordaeron. Little Kun's presence would have been difficult to conceal around lightning and aquatic predators. Hasward supplied cloaks combining water and lightning elements to blend both explorers into the surrounding energy. He also carried a miniature detection artifact created specifically for Thunder Sea exploration. 3 9th-tier thunder sharks appeared ahead before the pair had gone very far. Neither man wanted a noisy fight, so concealment and route selection mattered more than proving strength. Hasward moved with the confidence of someone who had already studied the region in painful detail. Levi watched him closely and started understanding why the guild trusted this strange scholar with legendary ruins. Eventually, the silver lightning barrier appeared around the inheritance site. Ordinary 9th-tier attacks barely mattered against a defense built on legendary principles. Hasward revealed a single-use scroll carrying the prototype power of a legendary spell. That scroll cost enough that wasting it could end the expedition before real exploration began. When Hasward activated it, the barrier finally opened a narrow wound through layers of silver lightning. Levi could feel the formation drawing power from Thunder Sea to repair itself almost immediately. There would be no permanent doorway waiting for them on the return trip. Hasward estimated that the breach would close completely within 3 days. He had no second scroll, and the ruins themselves suppressed normal legendary escape methods. That turned every treasure inside into something they could only claim. Levi looked through the opening and saw the first structures beyond the storming silver light. But there was no clean pause, because the barrier had already started healing around their backs. 3 days was enough for disciplined explorers, assuming the ruin behaved like a ruin. Levi had survived enough ancient inheritances to know how dangerous that assumption could become. Silver Lightning Barrier also answered one question Levi had carried since hearing about the site. This was no ordinary 9th-tier inheritance dressed up by later storytellers. Someone had built the defenses to keep even powerful intruders from treating the place casually. Hasward's scroll proved the same thing from another direction. Every second spent admiring that fact was another second the exit became narrower. Levi entered first enough to confirm the interior remained stable before Hasward followed through the breach. Neither explorer celebrated, because the real assessment had only begun after crossing the barrier. Behind them, Silver Lightning crawled over the wound and started knitting the ancient formation together. Ahead, the ruins offered no obvious path telling them where the core or treasure might be hidden. Hasward looked excited instead of nervous, which told Levi nearly everything about the man's priorities. A battlefield made normal people cautious, but an unsolved ruin made Hasward forget caution had ever been invented. Levi quietly decided that someone in this partnership would need to remember the way home. Even a hidden legendary protector could not rescue mistakes made inside the inheritance itself. Could 2 saints reach the Silver Lightning Tower before the breach sealed them inside the inheritance? Silver Lightning Tower waited somewhere above them, carrying the answer Hasward had crossed half a continent to find. If they moved too slowly, Thunder Sea would seal the only breach long before their questions ended. Inside the Silver Lightning Barrier, the first problem was simple enough to describe and difficult enough to solve. That breach behind them kept shrinking while the ancient ruin offered no guarantee they would reach its core quickly. Hasward believed the site still contained multiple 9th-tier towers protecting the path toward the central inheritance. Levi cared about those towers, but the closing exit mattered more than any individual piece of loot. Both explorers split their work and searched separate structures to save time. Each tower had suffered thousands of years of erosion, yet none had become harmless. Less than 2 hours later, both men emerged with more information and less time. Hasward kept pushing deeper because his real objective had never been the outer towers. Silver Lightning Tower stood at the center of the ruin and carried the formation core. Reaching it meant challenging defenses built far above normal 9th-tier standards. Levi repeatedly checked the barrier behind them and refused to trust Hasward's optimism about the remaining window. Hasward wanted every answer, while Levi wanted an exit that would still exist afterward. That difference kept the expedition balanced while the countdown continued. Hasward eventually reached the 10th floor and confronted the final formation around the tower core. Ancient magic had weakened, yet breaking it still demanded everything Hazard could provide. Inside the formation waited the Bone of 10,000 Thunders, a legendary breakthrough treasure of the lightning element. Hazard did not even use lightning, but that barely reduced the value of the prize. Mercenary Guild could exchange it for the Earth-type legendary breakthrough resource he actually needed. One artifact could therefore shorten years of uncertain cultivation into a trade Hazard could control. For Levi, the more interesting prize was proof that Hazard's obsession with ruins produced results at this level. Outside, the breach continued healing while Hazard worked against the tower core. Levi eventually stopped searching and moved back toward the silver lightning barrier. Eye of Chaos found a weakness in the recovering formation that ordinary perception would never have identified. 8 directions sealing then slowed the repair around that weakness enough to keep a narrow possibility alive. Levi could only delay the barrier healing, preserving a narrow window for Hazard to finish. That was all Hazard needed if he finished before the ruin consumed the remaining margin. Time stretched until the core formation finally broke under Hazard's control methods. Hazard secured both the tower and the Bone of 10,000 Thunders. His excitement remained surprisingly controlled for someone holding the reason he had entered the Thunder Sea. Hazard knew the treasure still needed conversion before it became useful for his own breakthrough. That brought the conversation toward the Boundless Commerce Guild. Levi had heard about many merchant groups, but Hazard described this one as something entirely different. Boundless commerce traded across major southern powers without openly belonging to any one of them. Human kingdoms, sea clans, private forces, and enemies could all become customers if they carried enough value. Hazard claimed the guild would buy almost anything and sell almost anything under the right conditions. Levi's first reaction was that Hazard had just described a black market with better manners. Hazard found the merchant description accurate enough and never bothered pretending otherwise. Before leaving, Hazard divided some of the lesser ruin rewards with Levi. He kept what supported his own path and gave Levi several 9th-tier magic towers from the site. Their trade felt fair because each man valued a different part of the same inheritance. More importantly, Hazard had now proven himself useful enough that Levi wanted the relationship to continue. Both men prepared carefully before stepping back through the closing silver lightning barrier. That exit delivered them directly into Thunder Sea. There was no private corridor waiting outside the ruin. Levi and Hazard attacked immediately with wide-range techniques designed to create space rather than chase individual kills. Earth power tore through the sieve while lightning spread through the surrounding water. That opening shock pushed weaker creatures back and bought the explorers enough room to move. Then stronger predators began closing from several directions. Together they fought northward instead of waiting beneath the sea for more beasts to gather. Hidden legendary protection remained nearby in case the purple-birded lightning ray approached the expedition. That protection did not solve the ordinary 9th-tier pressure surrounding Levi and Hazard. They had to earn their own escape while the official assessment remained active. Several exchanges later, the worst pursuit finally fell behind them. Thunder Sea Expedition had succeeded without requiring the guild's legendary protector to fight on their behalf. That mattered because Levi had not merely survived a ruin with help. He had passed the kind of assessment meant to separate professional mercenaries from powerful outsiders using the guild's notice board. Back in Lordaeron, legendary mage Cayetana handled the final professional registration. Her manner remained cold enough that aristocratic politeness irritated her almost immediately. Cayetana's family had served the mercenary guild for more than 15 centuries. She viewed noble ceremony as something unnecessary inside an organization built around strength and contracts. Levi adjusted quickly because arguing about etiquette was the least profitable fight available. Professional contracts turned out far looser than Levi had expected. Members could not betray the guild and could not kill fellow professional mercenaries without consequences. Beyond those boundaries, most decisions remained their own. There was no command forcing Levi to abandon Stormwind, surrender private resources, or accept every mission offered. Instead, professional status opened systems that peripheral mercenaries could barely touch. Internal intelligence, protected mission pools, special exchanges, and higher-level information all became available. That catch was that access depended on mission achievements as much as personal strength. A powerful mercenary who never worked for the guild could not simply demand every privilege indefinitely. That rule made sense to Levi, because institutions survived only when benefits and contributions stayed connected. Cayetana formally welcomed him and handed over the identification tied to his new status. That moment should have felt ceremonial, but Levi saw something more practical behind it. He had entered one of the strongest independent organizations on the southern continent without surrendering control of Stormwind. At headquarters, the guild maintained several legends and more than 20 9th-tier saints. Hasward also explained that its history included terrifying figures from much higher legendary stages. Such strength let the organization afford relaxed rules without appearing vulnerable from outside. That lesson reminded Levi why underestimating old institutions was usually an expensive mistake. Valkyrie recommended that Levi accumulate professional mission credit before disappearing into cultivation again. Levi agreed, but one destination already mattered more than another random assignment. Hasward had promised to bring him to the Boundless Commerce Guild hidden inside the Lausanne Mountains. The mountain range sat between major southern powers and remained poor enough that nobles rarely wanted the territory. That made it excellent ground for people who preferred privacy over tax revenue. Hasward led Levi through ravines and barren stone until the Merchant Guild's spatial entrance finally appeared. The place did not resemble an ordinary market because its strongest defenses were built around disappearing entirely. If threatened badly enough, the Boundless Commerce Guild could abandon one stronghold and vanish for generations. That survival strategy explained how it operated between enemies without becoming anyone's easy target. A strange mage near the entrance drew Levi's attention before the real trading even began. Hasward explained that the figure was effectively a flesh and blood puppet used for controlled interaction. That detail immediately raised Levi's estimate of the Merchant Guild's technical depth. Inside, the available resources made northern markets look painfully shallow. Ninth-tier cultivation treasures appeared in quantities Stormwind would have needed years to collect through ordinary trade. Breakthrough treasures were still expensive, but they were at least present instead of mythical. Levi separated from Hasward and started converting surplus resources into what his territory lacked most. He offered around 10 batches of 9th-tier cultivation materials from several different sources. The Merchant Guild produced Knight and Warrior breakthrough treasures without treating the request as extraordinary. Levi exchanged for 4 Knight resources and 2 Warrior resources first. Each one represented a future 9th-tier candidate Stormwind no longer needed to leave to chance. The market also proved how much Levi's adventures had changed his personal idea of wealth. Items that once would have defined a noble family's fortune were now bargaining chips for a better resource mix. That was exactly why he had crossed the southern continent instead of hoarding everything in one warehouse. After the exchange, Levi asked about Geralt's royal family. That mood changed immediately because information carried a different kind of price from material goods. The Merchant Guild would sell secrets, but it valued dangerous secrets according to the consequences of revealing them. Levi paid enough to learn that Geralt's royals descended directly from senior figures of the ancient Magic Council. That answer was important and infuriating at the same time. A legendary Earth breakthrough treasure had purchased one sentence, without explaining the family's hidden mission, allies, or current plan. Levi openly felt robbed, and the merchant representative did not pretend the transaction was generous. The guild's position was brutally simple. The price purchased exactly the information promised. Anything beyond the purchase clue required another payment from the Merchant Guild. That philosophy sounded fair only if someone ignored how high the prices became once real secrets entered the room. What secret could be valuable enough to make even Boundless Commerce demand another fortune for one more answer? Even Omun's relics might not have been enough to buy every answer the Merchant Guild controlled. The most interesting reaction came after Levi prepared to leave. A hidden figure connected to the Boundless Commerce Guild's leadership took notice of the question about Geralt. The mysterious leader operated through an advanced flesh and blood puppet, rather than appearing personally. That alone suggested strength or caution far beyond the 9th-tier merchants Levi had been dealing with. The leader did not stop Levi from investigating the ancient Magic Council descendants. Instead, guild leaders treated the ancient council mystery as someone else's problem until Levi brought more value. The guild also noticed 4 saints preparing to follow Levi after he left the spatial stronghold. Rather than protect him for free, the leadership decided to watch whether those pursuers returned. That attitude told Levi everything he needed to know about the institution's neutrality. Customers could buy protection, information, and resources, but neutrality did not include charity. Levi sent a clone out first and immediately drew the 4 pursuing saints into motion. They believed the merchant's stronghold's rules had ended the moment both sides returned to normal space. One burly Earth saint tried to negotiate while the others prepared a sudden attack. The ambush confirmed that the group had followed Levi to steal what he had purchased. They had chosen the correct target in theory, and the worst possible version of that target in practice. Levi used the pursuit to gather information and deny them the clean robbery they expected. That incident also reinforced why the Boundless Commerce Guild could stay neutral without guaranteeing anything beyond its own doors. Once the immediate problem ended, Levi returned to mercenary guild business. Professional status opened internal positions, and several branches needed 9th-tier members capable of managing sensitive territory. Levi selected the Geralt City branch for a reason that had almost nothing to do with administrative ambition. That job placed him inside the kingdom whose royal family he was already investigating. That meant legal movement, local records, mercenary intelligence, and a public excuse to ask historical questions. Levi began using the branch as cover while spending long periods inside mercenary guild archives. His declared interest remained ancient ruins, which nobody found suspicious after the Thunder Sea expedition. The archives quickly rewarded that cover with records of a legendary ruin inside Frankish territory. The site dated to the later ancient magical period and had enough documentation to attract Hasward immediately. More importantly, the same archive searches produced additional material connected to Geralt's royal bloodline. By then, Levi held one merchant clue, one new ruin, an official position inside Geralt. Each piece alone was incomplete, but together they were beginning to form a path. How long could Geralt keep its oldest secrets buried once Levi started attacking the problem from trade, history, and guild intelligence at once? Hasward was delighted by the ruin record. Levi appreciated the enthusiasm more now that he had seen what Hasward could actually do inside ancient formations. The partnership was becoming useful beyond one assessment mission. Hasward brought specialized archaeological knowledge, while Levi brought survival tools the scholar could never reproduce alone. Neither man needed the other for ordinary work, which made cooperation easier because neither side looked dependent. Frankish ruin would test that balance under much worse political conditions than Thunder Sea. This time, ancient defenses were only one part of the danger waiting around the Frankish ruin. And somewhere behind the ruin, Geralt's royal secrets were waiting to stop being rumors. Hasward barely needed convincing once Levi showed him the record of a legendary ruin hidden inside the Frankish Empire. The location was politically dangerous, but danger rarely reduced Hasward's interest in ancient structures. Before departing, the two compared what Levi had learned about Geralt's royal family with older historical clues. The family descended from senior ancient magic council figures. Amon had already warned Levi that the ancient collapse involved traitors operating behind supposedly allied institutions. Geralt now looked uncomfortably close to that description. Hasward could not prove the connection, but he agreed that too many old conflicts had been pushed in convenient directions. Noah and Hel had both suffered internal division after the wizarding era instead of recovering cleanly. That pattern suggested a hidden force benefited whenever later civilizations fought themselves. How many Geralt insiders were hiding behind the royal family if even ancient records looked deliberately incomplete? That problem was scale, because identifying one suspicious family did not reveal who stood behind it. Geralt could be a leader, a servant, or one piece inside something much older. Levi decided to collect evidence before confronting anyone openly. His mercenary guild position in Geralt City gave him exactly the cover needed to manufacture pressure without revealing Stormwind. The first step was creating a false image of the enemy Geralt should believe it was hunting. Levi used clones, captured cult pieces, and expendable identities instead of exposing his own people. One 9th-tier parasitic church knight became especially useful because his presence changed how Geralt interpreted every attack. Levi arranged incidents that looked connected to the earlier destruction of the Amos family. The attacks struck noble interests hard enough to provoke anger while leaving deliberately confusing traces behind. Alva's family territory became the next stage because humiliation would force a ducal house to demand answers. Several 7th and 8th tier defenders died during one operation, creating exactly the outrage Levi expected. Alva's family dispatched legendary mage Capet to hunt the attackers personally. Capet killed the parasitic church knight, but Levi's two stronger pieces escaped through prepared formations and spatial methods. That result mattered more than winning a direct fight against the legend. Geralt now had proof that the mysterious faction could lose one member and still evade a legendary pursuer. Levi had created an enemy profile stronger and stranger than Geralt expected to face. Capet returned to Alva's city angry, because the escape made him look incompetent despite the obvious difference in cultivation. Royal legend Wolfgang arrived almost immediately to question what had happened. Capet explained that one fugitive used spatial sacred techniques while another relied on powerful dark magic. Neither had shown legendary strength, yet both vanished without leaving the void traces Capet expected to follow. Wolfgang first assumed some unknown escape artifact or formation must have been involved. The dead parasitic church knight complicated the picture. That contradiction pushed Geralt toward the possibility that someone was controlling outside forces from behind the scenes. Capet wanted his family out of the investigation after seeing how unusual the enemy had become. Wolfgang refused to let the kingdom's first ducal house retreat from a problem already humiliating royal authority. The negotiation turned practical when Geralt offered a legendary breakthrough treasure for Alva's cooperation. Capet's resistance weakened once the price matched the risk. A new team of saints gathered under his command and began chasing the false enemy Levi had created. Back in Geralt Castle, Wolfgang reported the same clues to Heinrich. The royal leadership confirmed that the Radiant Church's southern team was separate from the mysterious attackers. That eliminated one convenient explanation without bringing Geralt any closer to Levi. Wolfgang cautiously asked whether prisoners from the abandoned land could have escaped. Heinrich reacted sharply enough to reveal how sensitive that sealed region remained inside Geralt's plans. He warned that hidden agents still existed among supposed allies and could destroy everything if the secret spread. According to Heinrich, the old seals remained intact, making an abandoned land escape unlikely. Suspicion shifted toward the northern continent or forces arriving through Hell. Broy received orders to question Radiant Church contacts about unusual northern factions. Other hidden agents in the southern wilderness sea were told to investigate the same pattern. Every order widened Geralt's intelligence network and unknowingly showed Levi where its hidden connections reached. While Geralt hunted a fictional enemy, Andreas prepared for a very real legendary tribulation. Lava Dragon traveled toward an icy region selected specifically for fire dragons attempting their breakthrough. Cold terrain and layered dragon arrangements reduced interference from wandering outsiders. Levi had already given Andreas the lava heart needed to push his bloodline through the final barrier. The treasure began transforming dragon blood, dragon orb body, and soul together. Legendary pressure gradually appeared as the breakthrough progressed. Andreas's calamity did not remain private for long. Boiling Dragon Necruver had been drawn into a battle against a legendary light mage and several supporting saints. The attackers belonged to the Radiant Church and carried something worse than ordinary anti-dragon preparations. Their legendary scroll contained the Curse of Light. That technique could temporarily control a legendary magical beast instead of merely injuring it. For a dragon, death was preferable to becoming a living weapon for the people who captured its soul. Nakruvar prepared to burn its life rather than allow the curse to settle completely. Then a spatial opening appeared above the battlefield before the scroll could finish its work. Earthquake Dragon Eshbak descended and destroyed the Curse of Light directly. The entire balance of the fight changed in one impact. Radiant Church saints suddenly faced multiple legendary dragons instead of one exhausted target under control. The Light Mage tried to retreat eastward as the formation supporting him began collapsing. The dragons pursued because letting the attacker escape would invite another curse later. Andreas entered the wider conflict after completing enough of his own breakthrough to fight as a legend. The young lava dragon still lacked the experience of older legendary creatures. What he had instead was a fresh body, Levi's resources. Radiant Legend understood that Andreas had human support the moment high-level potions began appearing during the battle. That made the dragon more dangerous politically than a wild magical beast fighting alone. Andreas continued anyway, because survival required winning before his own reserves collapsed. The enemy answered with everything left, turning the retreat into a desperate duel. Andreas burned huge portions of lifespan to keep his new legendary power above its safe limit. Every exchange bought victory by spending years he could never cultivate back normally. Half a day later, the Radiant Legend finally died beneath legendary dragon breath. The battlefield belonged to Andreas, but the victory had carved an ugly hole into the future he had just earned. He dragged the corpse away, rather than leaving valuable evidence scattered across the sea. Inside a hidden recovery site, Andreas finally tested the bloodline ability awakened through his dark calamity. White flames spread across crimson scales and changed part of his body toward a holy color. That effect looked like light magic, even though it came from dragon blood. Andreas quickly discovered the flame did more than burn. It dealt especially strong damage to dark and evil forces. More importantly, White Flame Holy Fire accelerated healing across the injuries left by his legendary battle. That effect restored him far faster than ordinary recovery should have allowed. Andreas immediately compared it with Panda's green flame poison fire and reached the conclusion he cared about most. His new flame might finally give him a way to counter Panda in their endless private rivalry. That childish satisfaction did not reduce the strategic value of the ability. A legendary dragon with powerful healing could survive battles that would force others to withdraw permanently. Andreas searched the dead Radiant Legend and collected every resource before leaving the recovery site. The identity of the enemy mattered more than the loot. A legendary member of the Northern Radiant Church had been operating inside Southern Dragon territory. Nakruvar also carried another warning that Andreas needed to deliver directly to Levi. Andreas started moving east while transmitting through Levi's soul imprint whenever the connection became stable enough. Levi was still completing his remaining Geralt missions when the message reached him. He had found another parasitic church hideout and enslaved a 9th-tier member for future intelligence. The cult could wait because a direct legendary connection between Geralt's region and the Radiant Church changed priorities. Levi finished the final mission requirements instead of opening another unnecessary front immediately. His professional qualification work was now complete enough to move without leaving unfinished obligations behind. He met Andreas in remote waters and received the full account of the battle. White Flame Holy Fire pleased Levi, but the Radiant Church involvement was the piece he remembered. That information supported the growing suspicion that northern and southern traders were not isolated problems. Even so, the Frankish ruin could not wait forever while political attention kept shifting. Levi returned to Hosward and confirmed that the expedition would proceed. The two avoided the obvious western border of Geralt territory when entering the Frankish Empire. A direct crossing would have exposed their movement to exactly the forces Levi was trying to investigate quietly. Instead, they moved northwest toward the Abyss and followed the dangerous boundary westward. Abyss itself was worse than ordinary wilderness. Lilith had previously confirmed that this chaos did not come directly from active Abyss corruption. It appeared linked to ancient damage, collapsed barriers, accumulated negative energy, and powerful remnants from earlier ages. That distinction mattered because it meant the region was dangerous without being another open demonic invasion. The ruin sat near territory guarded by a legendary Hydra. Hosward and Levi needed to move around that protector before worrying about whatever the ancient site contained. Levi could not display every elemental ability in front of Hosward without creating questions he did not want to answer. That restriction made the preparation slower than his full formation skill normally required. He spent 13 days constructing the Hermes formation with only the methods he was willing to expose. The array would conceal both explorers from the Hydra, while they prepared a separate lure. 2 9th-tier humanoid puppets received concealment cloaks, and the job nobody sane would volunteer to perform. Their purpose was not defeating the Hydra. They only needed to provoke it, survive long enough, and drag it away from the ruin entrance. Hosward monitored the surrounding elemental changes while Levi finalized the delay formations for the puppets. That plan depended on timing because the Hydra could erase an ordinary decoy. When everything was ready, the 2 saints disappeared inside the Hermes formation and waited. Outside, the puppet lure began moving toward a creature powerful enough to turn one mistake into a legendary funeral. For once, Hosward's excitement faded into silence as the ruin seemed to watch them back. Hydra's presence also explained why the ruin had stayed untouched despite sitting inside a major empire. Ancient treasures survived when the cost of reaching them exceeded the patience of ordinary treasure hunters. Hosward had chosen this site precisely because reliable records suggested a real legendary inheritance remained inside. Levi chose it because every ancient structure now carried the possibility of answering larger questions about Noah's past. Those motives overlapped enough to keep both men moving in the same direction. Hermes formation hid their auras, but it could not erase the damage a failed lure would create nearby. Levi prepared multiple retreat routes before letting the puppets approach the Hydra's territory. He also kept the 9-colored tower ready without telling Hosward how much help remained inside it. The scholar already knew Levi controlled unusual assets after Thunder Sea. He still had no idea how many legendary pieces Levi could deploy once secrecy became less important than survival. How many legendary pieces did Hosward think Levi could deploy once secrecy stopped mattering more than survival? Hosward focused on the ruin entrance, while Levi tracked the Hydra's response through layered perception. The first movement outside the Hermes formation made the ground feel smaller around them. A legendary creature did not need to see its prey clearly. The puppets moved according to the route Levi had programmed and struck, just hard enough to provoke pursuit. For several moments nothing happened, which was worse than an immediate roar. Then the Hydra shifted away from the entrance and followed the false intruders into prepared terrain. Hosward's eyes changed the instant the path opened. Years of research had finally turned into a real doorway, instead of another archive note. Levi waited one heartbeat longer to confirm the Hydra had committed to the chase. Then both saints left the Hermes formation and rushed for the sealed ruin. Their political enemies were still hunting shadows across the continent behind them. Ahead, someone else might already be inside the inheritance they had risked all that trouble to reach. The puppets succeeded in dragging the legendary Hydra away, and Levi entered the Frankish ruin beside Hosward. At first, the site behaved exactly like the kind of ancient inheritance both men had expected. Then Hosward found elemental traces that should not have existed inside a ruin supposedly sealed from modern explorers. Water power lingered in patterns too fresh to belong to the ancient owner. Hosward estimated that another intruder had passed through less than a month earlier. That meant the expedition had changed from archaeology into a race. Someone strong enough to bypass the Hydra had entered before them and might still be somewhere ahead. Levi immediately reduced unnecessary movement and started treating every formation as a possible ambush point. Hosward followed without argument because his excitement did not make him stupid. The deeper they moved, the stronger the evidence became that the unknown explorer had already touched the core area. A legendary presence finally answered the question in the worst possible way. The intruder was a water mage from Geralt's royal family. That identity connected the ancient ruin directly to the investigation Levi had been building across the southern continent. Geralt Legend expected 2 9th-tier explorers, and prepared to control the encounter from overwhelming cultivation advantage. Levi let the assumption survive for exactly as long as it remained useful. Then the 9-colored tower entered the battlefield. 9-headed flame lion Davis charged first and smashed aside the confidence of the water mage. Andreas followed with legendary dragonfire before the opponent could adjust to the first surprise. Hasward stopped thinking about the ruin for several heartbeats. The harmless mercenary partner beside him had just deployed 2 legendary magical beasts like prepared equipment. For one long moment, Hasward could barely connect this scene with the man who had quietly discussed formations in Thunder Sea. Levi gave him no time to ask questions. Hasward was ordered to secure the Silver Lightning Tower and stay out of the legendary capture operation. The instruction was blunt because Levi needed the scholar alive and needed fewer variables inside the fight. Geralt's water mage tried to escape once the true balance became obvious. Davis and Andreas prevented the easy routes while the 9-colored tower restricted everything else. Levi did not want the enemy dead. A corpse could confirm Geralt's involvement in one ruin. That difference changed the entire objective of the battle. The 2 legendary beasts repeatedly broke the mage's defenses without destroying the spiritual sea completely. Levi added clones and mental pressure only after the opponent had been exhausted physically. Lilith used the tower to attack the final mental defenses at the same time Levi applied intimidation. The water mage eventually collapsed unconscious instead of dying. That result cost more patience than killing him would have, but the potential return was incomparable. Levi started healing the captured legend enough to preserve the mind he intended to interrogate later. Dominator contract became the next step after the captive stopped resisting. Enslaving a legendary target carried far more resistance than controlling ordinary saints. Levi's growth since the 9-headed flame lion capture made the process possible without destroying the victim entirely. The damaged spiritual sea still forced him to proceed carefully. Several tense minutes passed before the contract finally settled. Geralt's hidden legend had become Levi's most valuable intelligence asset on the southern continent. While the captive recovered, Levi and Hasward resumed searching the ruin. Years of spatial training made one inconsistency inside the ruin impossible for Levi to ignore. Most explorers would have ignored the surrounding barrier once the obvious rooms were cleared. Levi cut into the hidden pocket with first sharpness. Inside floated a key that looked absurdly ordinary compared with the effort required to conceal it. There was no obvious energy, no dramatic aura, and no explanation attached. Hasward examined the object and found nothing that solved the mystery immediately. That made the key more interesting rather than less. Ancient powers did not hide meaningless iron inside secret spatial pockets protected by legendary ruins. The explorers cleared the remaining rooms while Andreas kept pressure on the captured mage's already refined water tower. 7 days later, Lilith reported that the prisoner had regained enough consciousness to speak. Levi entered the 9-colored tower alone because Hasward did not need the deepest Geralt's secrets yet. The enslaved mage introduced himself as Bro, one of Geralt's hidden legends rather than a public royal figure. Only a handful of family legends even knew he existed. That answer immediately confirmed the Boundless Commerce Guild had been telling the truth about concealed royal strength. Levi asked about the second hidden high-level legend next. Bro identified Stuart, a second-stage legendary fire mage currently operating somewhere in the northern continent. That information placed Geralt's influence dangerously close to Stormwind's own home region. Bro then confirmed something far worse about his family history. Geralt's royal line had belonged to the senior ranks of the Ancient Magic Council. After the council disappeared, the family participated in dividing the southern continent and undermining arrangements left by the old leadership. Lord of Light had assisted parts of that process, though Bro did not believe Geralt ultimately served him. Their true superior remained hidden even from many people carrying out the work. Heinrich currently assigned most royal missions and controlled the family's operational direction. Bro also admitted the family remained bound by old council contracts until the council vanished. Only after those restrictions disappeared could the traitorous plans fully begin. That detail suggested preparation had started long before the public collapse. Levi asked whether Geralt caused the disappearance of the Ancient Magic Council itself. Bro denied direct responsibility because the old contracts would have prevented such action at the time. That answer did not clear Geralt of guilt. It only placed the family in the group that exploited the disappearance once it happened. Levi then showed Bro the mysterious key found inside the spatial pocket. Levi recognized the key and its importance almost immediately. The key was the actual reason Geralt had sent a hidden legend to Stephen's ruin. Stephen had been an ancient water mage left behind to help maintain order. He carried a key important enough that the Lord of Light once sent people to seize it. Before dying, Stephen concealed that key inside the ruin and arranged the site to protect it. Geralt only recently learned enough through the Boundless Commerce Guild to search the location properly. The irony behind Geralt chasing this inheritance was almost insulting. Why would Geralt risk a hidden legend for one ancient key unless the abandoned land concealed something enormous? Geralt had also been paying the same organization to solve a different ancient secret behind his back. Bro explained that the key was connected to the abandoned land. That name immediately returned to the center of Levi's attention. The sealed region weakened both martial and magical professionals so severely that ordinary strength became unreliable inside it. Ancient arrangements and chaotic power made the place one of the strangest zones on the continent. Bro did not know every function of the key, only that Geralt considered it necessary for something linked to the seal. Levi stored the object instead of experimenting blindly inside a foreign ruin. He also asked about other legendary breakthrough resources still present at the site. The water inheritance produced several valuable items, including a legendary water dragon ball. That treasure matched Little Kun far better than Hasward, so Hasward gave it to Levi without argument. Levi let Hasward take the rewards best suited to the Earth Mage's path. The division stayed close to their original agreement, despite the unexpected legendary capture. Levi kept Bro the water tower and the key. Hasward accepted the explanation without pressing into secrets Levi clearly was not ready to reveal. The harder problem was leaving the ruin without alerting the Hydra to what had happened. Bro's hidden royal status solved the escape problem with surprising elegance. Levi and the others entered Bro's legendary demiplane while the enslaved mage walked out alone. Bro told the Hydra that 2 9th-tier intruders had entered and died inside the ruin. Hydra had no reason to doubt a Geralt royal legend connected to the expedition. Attacking the Hydra would have been wasteful because it belonged through contract to Heinrich. Disturbing that bond could have warned Geralt's strongest available figure immediately. Once Bro carried the hidden group beyond the dangerous area, Levi released Hasward at a safe distance. The scholar believed the legendary mage had simply departed after the ruin was cleared. Both men returned toward Lordaeron with far more than the treasure they had expected to find. Hasward also made Levi a surprisingly sincere proposal on the way back. He wanted to explore Noah's 3 great historical mysteries for the rest of his life. After reaching legendary strength, he hoped Levi would allow him to join future expeditions connected to those mysteries. Levi did not give away every secret. The Earth Mage had already proven he could find clues Levi might overlook. Back in Geralt's hidden meeting space, Bro reported according to the cover story Levi had prepared. He claimed the Stephen ruin contained no recoverable key and that the intruders had been dealt with. Heinrich did not fully believe the failure. The contracted Hydra confirmed the exploration had ended, but Heinrich still suspected Bro might have missed something. Geralt's leadership had another emergency before that dispute could settle. The sole imprints of Archbishop Otto and the Radiant Church squad had vanished. That meant an entire high-level allied team had died somewhere in the southern wilderness region. Lloyd reported that the death involved multiple battlefields and evidence connected to powerful dragons. The possibility that the attackers understood the Radiant Church's hidden identity terrified Geralt more than the losses themselves. The royal family began mobilizing nearly every available legend to contain the damage. Heinrich secretly returned toward the Frankish Empire because he still believed Stephen's key remained inside the ruin. Levi used that movement as another signal that his Geralt investigation had reached the point of diminishing returns. He resigned from the Geralt City branch and prepared to leave the southern continent. Before departing, Levi checked on John and Patrick because both men still carried unfinished family concerns. Patrick's earlier betrayal had left him terrified of Levi. Levi gathered the information he needed without turning the departure into another unnecessary campaign. He also noticed that the Link royal family might be vulnerable while Geralt's legends were scattered. The idea of using another traitor against Geralt briefly tempted him. Then the wider regional conflict shifted before Levi could exploit it cleanly. A legendary war began elsewhere, opening the possibility of capturing another high-level target. Levi moved south through the Lausanne Mountains while tracking the situation from a distance. That was when his danger sense suddenly erupted far too late. Legendary Wind Mage Lloyd had concealed himself until less than 10 kilometers separated them. For Levi, the detection failure was more frightening than the attack itself. His perception normally covered enough ground to make this kind of ambush almost impossible. Lloyd had either found a countermeasure or used support designed specifically around Levi's known abilities. Running from a wind legend at that distance would only expose his back. Levi opened the 9-colored tower and released Andres and Davis instead. The ambush had been built for a dangerous 9th-tier mercenary. It had not been built for the two legends waiting behind Levi's next move. Lloyd's first attack therefore became the opening of a fight he had never intended to start. Andreas hit from one side while Davis closed the other escape angle. Levi did not waste time asking how Geralt had found him until survival became secure. Every second spent questioning the ambush was another second Heinrich or another legend could approach. The correct response was to break Lloyd's control, create distance and disappear before reinforcements arrived. That urgency also exposed how much Geralt had learned from earlier failures. Their first investigators had chased Levi after he moved. Now a wind legend had waited close enough to attack before Levi's perception gave a useful warning. Geralt was adapting, which meant Levi could no longer treat the royal family as an enemy trapped inside yesterday's mistakes. The next escape would have to teach them a new lesson before their reinforcements reached the battlefield. Lloyd's ambush collapsed the instant Andreas and Davis emerged from the 9-colored tower together. The wind legend had expected one elusive 9th-tier target and instead found himself between two legendary magical beasts. Andreas struck hard enough to drive Lloyd into the ground. Lloyd recovered and fled because staying meant dying before Geralt's reinforcements ever reached him. Levi considered pursuing, then remembered the real danger was everyone answering Lloyd's emergency signal. Geralt's legends had already learned how quickly their people disappeared when Levi controlled the engagement. They would not send help casually this time. Levi used interdimensional travel and split himself from multiple clones across different directions. The main body jumped hundreds of kilometers west, while the other routes scattered east and south. A powerful fire attack landed on the original position moments after the dimensional gates closed. Heinrich had arrived close enough that one slower decision would have ended the escape immediately. The second stage legendary mage became the real pursuit problem from that point onward. Earlier Geralt hunters had lost Levi because they could not follow his spatial methods consistently. Heinrich learned from every failed chase and started reading the traces left by Levi's dimensional movement. The advantage shrank each time Levi used the same pattern. Geralt also coordinated multiple legends after Lloyd's warning, turning open roads into predictable interception points. Levi moved toward the abyss because ordinary territory favored the people hunting him. Chaotic wilderness was dangerous to everyone, which made it one of the few places raw pursuit strength mattered less. That choice traded a known enemy for an environment capable of killing both sides without preference. That was still better than letting Heinrich choose every battlefield. Inside the Abyss region, mutated beasts appeared constantly under the influence of violent chaotic power. Smaller groups attacked almost every day and larger beast tides arrived often enough to make rest unreliable. Some hordes included genuine legendary mad beasts. Levi used the 9-colored tower, lightning towers, and thousands of undead to create temporary defensive lines. Andreas and Davis could fight the strongest creatures, but chaos damage ignored many ordinary advantages. White Flame Holy Fire healed wounds effectively without completely removing the corruption left by chaotic power. That limitation forced Andreas to stop treating every injury as something his new bloodline could erase afterward. Levi suffered enough direct danger that Blood Ember and Resurrection stopped feeling like emergency abilities reserved for rare disasters. During roughly 1 month, he burned through those survival effects repeatedly. Davis also required undying ashes after battles that would have killed ordinary legendary creatures outright. Every escape bought time while charging a brutal price in resources normally meant for once-in-a-lifetime catastrophes. Heinrich kept following because Geralt now understood Levi carried information capable of damaging the entire royal family. The chase therefore became a contest between adaptation and attrition. Heinrich gradually learned the spatial traces Levi left after repeated escapes. Levi learned how much danger his dimensional talent still could not solve. Another legendary beast tide finally changed the equation. Energy essence from killing one more legendary mad beast pushed dimensional space into a higher realm. The talent crossed from saint-level utility into genuine legendary power. Its internal world expanded dramatically and became stronger at stabilizing living creatures and carried resources. Devar gained enough power to swallow threats that had previously exceeded the talent's safe limit. Interdimensional travel also improved, letting Levi maintain more dimensional gates at greater distances. The escape network Heinrich had learned to predict suddenly multiplied. Instead of 3 obvious traces, Geralt's pursuer faced enough possible routes to make quick identification far harder. Seed of Life underwent another extraordinary evolution as part of the same breakthrough. What could Heinrich predict now that Levi's legendary spatial routes no longer repeated the patterns he had studied? Even without external enhancement, part of his body now possessed strength normally associated with true legends. That did not make him equal to a veteran legendary fighter. It did make ordinary assumptions about a 9th-tier knight increasingly useless. And then Levi used the upgraded dimensional gates to take Andreas and Davis through the escape directly. Previously, moving legendary companions through the talent would have created far more difficulty. Now the group could abandon a battlefield together before Heinrich isolated the slowest member. Geralt's second stage legend reached the old position and found a forest of misleading spatial traces. For the first time in the pursuit, experience stopped producing the answer quickly enough. At last, enough distance opened for Levi to change the entire pursuit. He did not waste that distance on rest. That information collected from Bro had become too dangerous to keep as private insurance forever. Levi activated soul descent through a prepared 9th-tier body and started turning Geralt's secrets into public pressure. He issued mercenary guild tasks designed to spread evidence across every major legendary faction in the Magic Kingdom Alliance. Copies also moved toward Bavarian and Frankish royal forces, but there was no need to make everyone accept Levi's version of Geralt immediately. That goal was making Geralt spend attention defending itself from people powerful enough to verify the evidence independently. A hidden conspiracy could kill one investigator. It could not quietly kill every legend who received the same file at once. Levi then used another descended body to seek direct contact with Lord Aaron's royal family. Prince Felm met the borrowed mage expecting ordinary link diplomacy. He noticed almost immediately that the soul and body did not truly belong together. That realization made the legendary prince treat Levi as a threat instead of a messenger. Levi answered by revealing night battle aura and enough ancient knowledge to prove the meeting was not random. He claimed inheritance from ancient wizards and said his interests aligned with Noah, rather than the hidden traitors. Felm refused to trust the claim without receiving something verifiable. Levi answered Felm by giving him Geralt as the real problem. Bro's testimony, hidden family structure, and historical clues formed evidence Lord Aaron could investigate without accepting Levi's identity. Felm confirmed that the ancient magic council had indeed faced betrayal after the wizarding era. Demons remained hidden throughout the universe even after the major abyss disaster had been suppressed. Worse, forces inside the later council secretly cooperated with them. During the ancient war against Hell, traitors reopened an abyss passage and forced the council's main strength into suppression. Levi immediately asked where that passage had been located. Felm demanded the Geralt information first and hated learning Levi had already sent copies to other powers. From Lord Aaron's perspective, uncontrolled exposure could trigger civil war before loyal factions prepared themselves. Frankish and Bavarian powers would happily exploit that weakness, whether they cared about ancient betrayal or not. Levi argued that waiting gave Geralt's scattered legends time to regroup and erase evidence. The argument did not make Felm happy, but it did make delay less comfortable. Eventually, the prince revealed the location Levi wanted. Ancient Magic Council's abyss passage was tied to the astral ruins. It had once served as the route through which demons invaded the astral plane. Traitorous gods and forces on Noah later helped reopen the ancient connection. That one answer connected the Geralt investigation directly to Amun's warning about an era-ending enemy. A royal conspiracy was no longer merely a southern political problem. It was another surviving wound from the same ancient war Levi had only recently learned existed. Felm still refused to explain Lord Aaron's full hidden arrangements. That restraint confirmed even loyal descendants of the old council were operating through compartmentalized secrets. Levi left the meeting with enough truth to act and nowhere near enough to feel comfortable. The next useful clue waited inside the abandoned land itself. Bro's key was connected to the region, and Levi already knew its strange seal distorted professional strength. Once there, Levi discovered something more valuable than another locked door. The unstable mixture of elemental forces created an ideal environment for studying chaos. Other cultivators saw a place where power became difficult to control. Levi saw a laboratory showing him what uncontrolled combinations actually looked like. Hand of Chaos had taught external manipulation. Eye of Chaos had taught external observation and weakness detection. His planned third sacred art needed the internal side of the same concept. Abandoned Land gave him endless examples of creation, destruction, instability, and transformation existing together. Levi stopped trying to force chaos into perfect obedience. Instead, he studied how contradictory forces move before deciding where control should begin. That shift made the cultivation noticeably smoother. Days became weeks while Geralt's exposed secrets detonated across the southern continent beyond the sealed region. Lord Aaron moved first because it possessed both history and a reason to strike before Geralt recovered. Other kingdoms responded according to old grudges, opportunism, and fear of hidden traitors. Magic Kingdom Alliance entered the kind of internal crisis Levi had expected once the evidence became impossible to bury. Frankish and Bavarian forces also watched for territory they could seize from distracted neighbors. Levi remained inside the abandoned land long enough that the political map started changing without him. He cared, but not enough to abandon a breakthrough that could strengthen every future chaos technique. After more than half a year of repeated attempts, Heart of Chaos finally took shape. The sacred art focused on internal control and insight rather than external manipulation. With hand, eye, and heart together, Levi's chaos root finally resembled a complete system. The new control also increased his movement through regions where chaotic power disrupted ordinary techniques. Levi crossed the Hengduan area faster than before and headed toward the Firelands. The southern extension of the Dwarven Flame Mountains had become a wasteland of uncontrolled fire. Flames there attacked friend and enemy alike. Even legendary fire creatures could not simply treat the region as a comfortable home. That sounded like a warning to normal travelers. To Levi, it sounded very similar to the abandoned land before chaos cultivation turned danger into opportunity. He released Andreas and Davis to test how legendary fire beings reacted to the environment. The first contact confirmed the flames were valuable and almost impossible to absorb safely in their current state. Levi used Heart of Chaos to analyze the structure instead of overpowering it directly. Legendary earth fire contained multiple violent components tangled into one unstable whole. Separating those components became another practical test for his new sacred art. After repeated attempts, the black flame divided into two distinct forms. One portion became dark purple and retained the violent characteristics of the original earth fire. The other became a much gentler blue flame. Andreas tested the blue flame and discovered powerful purification effects alongside its cultivation value. Lava Dragon's reaction changed from caution to naked excitement. A forbidden wasteland full of unusable legendary fire had just become a resource field Levi could process. Its real value came from a repeatable method rather than one recovered flame. Stormwind could now convert ignored material into something legends would actually pay to cultivate with. Standing over the burning horizon, Levi saw a mine where every other traveler saw disaster. Then Andreas said the obvious part aloud in the only language Stormwind truly respected. They were going to make a fortune. That discovery also solved a problem Levi had learned to fear more than a strong enemy. How many future saints could one repeatable fire processing method support if Stormwind controlled the source? Stormwind's growing saints and legends would eventually consume every convenient supply line around the kingdom. A repeatable method mattered more than one spectacular treasure. Firelands therefore became both a cultivation site and a future strategic reserve. Levi still needed to learn how much flame could be processed before the local balance changed dangerously. He also needed a safe way to move the product without advertising the location to every fire faction nearby. Those were management problems, which meant they were far more pleasant than wondering whether the resource existed at all. Andreas wanted to continue experimenting with the separated flames immediately. Levi agreed, but kept his perception spread wide through the burning wasteland. Places capable of producing legendary resources rarely remained ownerless forever. The first sign that someone else cared about this fire was already moving beneath the wasteland. Levi's easy Firelands harvest ended the moment another powerful presence stirred beneath the wasteland. Andreas's white flame holy fire disturbed a sleeping legendary fire spirit beast tied to the dwarven race. The creature itself was unusual even by magical beast standards. Fire spirit beasts began weak, yet their growth changed according to the race they bonded with. Their natural control over flame made them priceless partners for people whose civilization revolved around forging. Long ago, dwarven ancestors had formed blood pacts with the species and turned that affinity into unmatched craftsmanship. That history meant Levi had not discovered an ownerless beast inside empty land. He had awakened something connected to a people who considered fire mastery part of their identity. Fire Spirit Beast alerted its dwarven contract partner instead of chasing Andres alone. Levi immediately abandoned the harvesting experiment before curiosity became a diplomatic war with an entire race. Andreas carried him north at full speed. The nearest safe route led toward Tianqi Gap and the deeper Hengduan Mountains. Dwarven pursuers eventually found them and forced Andreas to keep moving instead of hiding nearby. A legendary lava dragon attracted too much attention to disappear easily once professionals knew what to search for. Levi still refused to expose every trump card just to win a fight he could avoid by leaving. That goal had been resource discovery, not proving Stormwind could antagonize dwarves and survive. Crossing the gap finally brought them into a region dominated by magical beasts rather than organized dwarven territory. Hengduan Mountains contained almost every powerful land species Noah could support. That made the region dangerous, but it also gave Andreas the social advantage of being a legendary dragon among other ancient beasts. As long as they respected established territories, the pair could move north without every resident treating them as invaders. Levi briefly considered visiting the elf forest while already traveling through the wider region. He abandoned the idea after remembering how badly humans and elves distrusted one another around the slave-hunting frontiers. Wendy and Amy deserved answers about their origins eventually. Levi wanted them at legendary strength before bringing them into a homeland. The detour therefore remained a future problem. 2 weeks later, Levi and Andreas reached the Lesser Hengduan Mountains near the kingdom of Karlister. That kingdom followed the Holy Empire and gave the Radiant Church a legal foothold close to orc battlefields. Levi immediately saw the captured light mage as an intelligence opportunity. Directly enslaving church priests remained too dangerous because divinity linked them to the Radiant Sovereign. A disturbed divine connection might expose Dominator contract to beings Levi had no interest in alerting. A mage serving the same institution offered a safer target. Levi identified 9th tier light mage Castlefar and prepared the operation through clones rather than approaching openly. Soul Descent created the opening Levi needed for the hidden conversation. Dominator contract finished the work before the mage could call for help from stronger church figures. Levi added a self-destruct formation around the contract barrier as insurance. If a powerful outsider tried to break the enslavement by force, the captive would die. The measure sounded cruel because it was cruel. It also protected Stormwind from a church capable of turning one exposed technique into a divine investigation. Castlefar received orders to seek a natural posting closer to the Holy Empire whenever possible. He would monitor information connected to Geralt, the southern continent. Levi explicitly told him not to force advancement or behave strangely just to reach better intelligence. A spy who looked ambitious overnight was a spy already halfway caught. The assignment gave Levi a quiet eye inside an institution operating on both sides of his future problems. Then news from Stormwind forced every southern calculation into the background. Hestia had begun advancing to 9th tier Archmage. The breakthrough should have been a family celebration under heavy guard. Instead, 16 hostile saints appeared outside Stormwind and began attacking the city's defensive formations. Angelus recognized almost immediately that the assault did not make tactical sense. The attackers avoided a direct push against the heavily armed city. They struck barriers, shifted positions, and created enough pressure to make defenders consider chasing them. Clay asked whether Stormwind should pursue before the enemy escaped. Angelus refused to chase the attackers beyond Stormwind territory. If the attackers truly wanted Hestia dead, luring defenders away from the mansion was far more useful than winning outside the walls. That decision kept Stormwind's strongest available people close to the breakthrough site. Several linked 9th tier arrays around the Marca's residence absorbed the indirect attacks. The enemy tested those protections and withdrew after only a few failed attempts. That retreat made the whole operation look almost childish. Mia and the others could not understand why Edo Temple would expose so many saints for so little result. That answer was that Stormwind had never been the real battlefield. Panda had moved outside the city during the crisis and become the target the assassins actually wanted. Ghost King and Flying Shadow King used the distraction to trap him inside a Shadow Ghost formation. Hell Power reinforced the array before Panda could simply smash through with brute legendary strength. The two Shadow Kings attacked from different angles while the formation limited his escape routes. Panda realized the city assault had been bait only after the real trap closed around him. That did not mean the Shadow Temple had calculated everything correctly. Levi was returning far earlier than they expected. Inside the formation, Panda shifted from trying to escape immediately toward forcing the enemy to spend more power maintaining the prison. Every heavy strike weakened one section and made the Shadow Kings reinforce it again. Ghost King poured more hell energy into the formation when Panda approached the edge. Flying Shadow King moved to stop what looked like a desperate final breakout. Panda answered with a grin that made no sense to the enemy watching him. Then his spiritual flames surged and his next punch shattered part of the formation's foundation. At almost the same moment, a massive fire dragon attacked the array from outside. Andreas had returned beside Levi before the trap fully collapsed. Shadow Temple suddenly had a legendary panda attacking from within and a legendary lava dragon, breaking the shell from outside. Flying Shadow King hesitated for one fatal interval while Ghost King tried to stabilize the collapsing structure. Levi used the opening instead of wasting time on an explanation. The escape route Panda had seemed desperate to reach became the point where the entire ambush folded. Once the formation broke, the Shadow Kings lost the battlefield they had built specifically to control Panda. Stormwind still had enough strength left to fight back. They could no longer decide where everyone else was allowed to move. Levi's return transformed the carefully staged assassination into another Shadow Temple retreat under pressure. Panda complained afterward that Hestia's promotion had somehow become his problem. Andreas immediately reminded him who had arrived in time to save his life. Their familiar argument returned almost as soon as the mortal danger ended. Levi interrupted before either legendary beast could turn gratitude into another private competition. He needed to know whether Hestia was safe. Panda confirmed that the city assault had started around her breakthrough, and that Stormwind had remained under pressure. Levi used his wings and rushed home without lingering over the battlefield spoils. Hestia had already completed the promotion when his presence entered her expanded perception range. Her fire soul body made that perception unusually strong even among new 9th-tier mages. Angelus sensed Levi shortly afterward, and finally relaxed enough to stop treating every distant aura as another attack. The reunion lasted only long enough to confirm the household was intact. 3 separate crises still needed to be closed before Levi could rest. One involved Zelensky and the forces tied to the Shadow Temple's broader operation. Levi ended that fight personally instead of allowing another dangerous piece to escape and rebuild elsewhere. A clone carrying 3,000 undead then supported the Tulip fleet against the Jason family's naval force. The undead turned a maritime fight into a slaughter the weakened Jason fleet could not recover from. Elsewhere, Levi and Andreas moved against the 4-eyed giant shrimp. They wounded the legendary sea creature badly enough to convince it that Alpha was no longer worth casual interference. Levi spared its life after delivering the warning. Killing every neutral or hostile legend would have created enemies faster than Stormwind could profit from the corpses. The final coastal problem was a legendary Naga operating inside Alpha's eastern waters. Levi showed no mercy to that remaining enemy commander. Naga died in its own operating region, surrounded by corpses that made the message impossible to misunderstand. 2 other legends arriving afterward found Levi standing over a crisis they had expected to spend weeks containing. In a short period, he had resolved Shadow Temple pressure, destroyed the Jason fleet, restrained one sea legend, and killed another. The speed shocked allies almost as much as enemies. Stormwind had survived years while Levi traveled south. Now Levi's return showed how much the traveler himself had changed during those same years. The battles also left Levi with a growing undead force that needed better long-term positioning. Keeping every 9th-tier undead scattered through lower levels of hell wasted their potential and complicated command. He moved 8 of them into the 9th level and chose the Skull Domain as their new operating area. That choice was political as much as magical. Skull Domain offered undead resources and proximity to factions already hostile toward Shadow Temple. Skull Temple and Shadow Temple had old disputes on both Noah and Hell. Levi could therefore make his undead appear to serve existing Hell politics. That cover gave the assets room to gather information and expand without immediately pointing back toward Stormwind. Necromancer's Tower was another possible undead network. Skull Domain offered the cleaner political cover for Levi's undead. 8 9th-tier undead were strong enough to establish a foothold without requiring Levi to expose the full army behind them. The 3,000 ordinary undead remained distributed elsewhere. Levi also wanted intelligence about the Skull Temple itself before tying more assets to the faction. That arrangement created another indirect weapon against Shadow Temple. If undead loyal to the Skeleton Lord attacked Shadow Demons, nobody in Hell needed a complicated explanation. Levi could create pressure while letting ancient grudges provide the motive. That was becoming one of his preferred forms of warfare. A good trap made the enemy choose the action Levi wanted without ever seeing his hand on the decision. Shadow Temple had tried exactly that strategy against Panda. This time, Levi intended to become better at it than they were. Skull Domain decision also separated Levi's military assets by purpose. Rodney and other specialists could operate where their individual abilities mattered most. Ordinary undead remained useful for mass formations, labor, and sudden battlefield reinforcement. High-tier undead needed politics, intelligence, and territory worth fighting over. Hell finally provided enough space for Levi to build both systems at once. That growth carried risk because every 9th-tier servant created another trail stronger factions might eventually notice. Levi compensated by layering identities, local loyalties, and motives that already existed before his people arrived. The less often an enemy needed Stormwind to explain what happened, the safer Stormwind remained. Back on Noah, Hestia's successful advancement added another saint to the family itself. Her breakthrough also proved Shadow Temple had started treating Levi's children as strategic targets. If Shadow Temple now targeted Levi's children, how long before family and territory became the same battlefield? It also changed the value of every enemy informant still operating near Stormwind. A failed assassination was still useful if it revealed what the enemy had learned, and what they feared enough to attack. Levi began reviewing that lesson while the territory repaired the formations damaged during Hestia's breakthrough. Panda treated the whole affair as another reason to demand better food after surviving a legendary trap. Andreas treated it as evidence that Panda still needed rescuing. Their argument kept the household sounding normal even while soldiers counted damage outside. Levi allowed the noise because normality had become expensive enough to appreciate. The southern journey had brought him answers, enemies, resources. Now Stormwind needed time to turn all of that information into strength. After Hell was arranged, Levi returned to a domestic problem that no sacred technique could solve for Anduin. His son had fallen in love with Princess Angela, and had apparently spent years pretending the situation required no direct answer. Hestia finally exposed the issue with the ruthless efficiency only a younger sister could enjoy. Anduin's cultivation made the situation politically serious even before the royal name entered it. He had become a dual-class saint, combining his wind mage path with the night talent Levi had hidden for years. Publicly revealing both paths had already shocked people who thought they understood the storm here. Levi cared less about the surprise than about whether Anduin actually wanted the marriage. Once his son admitted that he loved Angela, Levi's response became simple. Stormwind had grown strong enough that the family no longer needed to treat royal marriage as a desperate climb upward. If Anduin wanted the match and Angela wanted the match, politics could become support. Levi told him to prepare for Kanglan City. Anduin immediately regained the confidence that had somehow failed him everywhere Princess Angela was involved. Hestia objected to letting him escape years of awkward behavior without punishment. Hestia complained because her brother had kept Angela waiting while pretending feelings could be postponed forever. For her, the marriage issue had become personal long before the political negotiations caught up. The family argument gave Levi something he had rarely enjoyed during exile. His most urgent problem for several minutes was whether his children were embarrassing one another correctly. Then the conversation returned to Stormwind, and the scale of the territory report changed the mood completely. Levi had been away long enough that the land he built no longer fit inside the picture he carried when leaving. Population, workshops, academies, military formations, and ports had continued growing without his daily supervision. That fact mattered more than any single new building. Stormwind was beginning to function as a system. The officer corps had expanded during repeated wars. The mage corps had benefited from witch stones and the academy network Levi established earlier. Naval research had advanced using both local experiments and technical records Levi brought back from the southern continent. New warship designs now sat between Stormwind's earlier first-class ships and the true saint-level vessels used by southern powers. The designs were still expensive, but the gap had become engineering instead of ignorance. That was an enormous change for a territory that had started with ruined walls and refugees. Levi listened to reports about factories, soldiers, resources, and promoted officers without interrupting every detail. He wanted to know which systems failed when he disappeared and which became stronger. Which Stormwind systems would survive Levi's absence, and which only looked strong while he remained nearby. Stormwind could now survive Levi's absence for years. It still benefited enormously when he returned with resources no domestic system could acquire on its own. That balance was exactly what Levi wanted. A territory dependent on his presence could never become a real power. A lord unnecessary to his territory would eventually become irrelevant. Stormwind was steadily moving between those two military extremes. The individual advancement report looked equally promising. Clay and Roger had already reached new heights through the wars Levi missed. Landon and the elf Freya joined the growing 9th-tier group. Murray had formed the prototype of his own sacred magic. Eric and Victor were also approaching the final stage before Saint Realm. Several veterans from the old knight formations were developing sacred techniques instead of retiring as historical names. Royal Guard Captain Gady, Gagra Loki, and naval officers formed another layer behind them. Stormwind no longer had one generation of elite fighters. Stormwind now possessed a real pipeline for replacing high-level professionals. That word mattered, because one dead saint stopped being an irreplaceable disaster once several candidates were already behind him. At the same time, enemies who had once looked permanent were collapsing. Jason family had lost 2 generations of legends, numerous saints, and most of its naval strength. Former allies discussed the house like an investment nobody wanted to rescue. Even forces sympathetic to Jason admitted there was little left to rebuild quickly. The family that once threatened regional balance was sliding below the level expected from a great noble house. Previous defeats had already hollowed the enemy out, saving Levi from spending another army there. That kind of victory suited him better than another expensive display of force. An enemy unable to recover consumed fewer resources than an enemy dramatically exterminated at enormous cost. Before the royal visit, Klein arrived in Stormwind. The old friend had advanced to 9th-tier paladin and built his own earldom into something far stronger than its beginnings suggested. Stormwind's weapons and support had helped Klein survive repeated orc pressure without becoming Levi's permanent dependent. Levi postponed Kanglan plans for 2 days simply to spend time with him. That choice revealed something else about how far both men had traveled. Years earlier, every meeting had been about survival, food, walls, or who might attack next. Now 2 9th-tier lords could complain about politics while their territories held the frontier behind them. After Klein left, Levi brought Anduin to Kanglan City and formalized the royal marriage discussions. King Thompson did not need much persuasion once Anduin's intentions and Stormwind's position became clear. Princess Angela entered the match as a royal bride joining Alpha's strongest rising frontier house. For Stormwind, that distinction mattered far more than the old language of political rescue. That difference gave both sides room to speak like partners. The royal family announced the marriage publicly through a grand banquet. Celebrations spread across the kingdom before another consequence of Levi's southern actions reached the coast. 3 legendary Nagas had been discussing the death of the coastal Naga legend Levi killed. Naga considered near-sea territory part of their natural sphere, even when they avoided permanent heavy deployments there. A human kingdom killing one of their legends inside that region crossed a line they could not ignore publicly. The 3 leaders began gathering forces for a major offensive against Alpha's eastern coastline. Levi learned about the mobilization while still discussing an entirely different project in Kanglan City. He wanted Storm Professional Academy expanded into a kingdom-wide training network. The proposal surprised Thompson because Levi was not trying to steal every talented child into Stormwind. Noble families could send candidates, receive better training, and still retain ownership of the people they sponsored. Stormwind and the royal family would provide standards, instructors, and institutional weight. The system strengthened Alpha without forcing every lord to choose between cooperation and losing his best heirs. That design made the plan easier to sell politically. A centralized academy serving decentralized noble ownership could raise the kingdom's floor without creating instant rebellion. Levi had learned the value of that structure from the mercenary guild. Anduin listened without interrupting while the naval officers argued over deployment priorities. The discussion also revealed how expensive Stormwind's newest military technology had become. Advanced warships used large quantities of alchemical materials, formations, and specialized components. One top vessel could cost more than training a 9th-tier saint from a well-prepared candidate. Newly risen noble houses simply could not buy fleets at Stormwind scale without destroying their treasuries. That made naval power another form of class division inside the kingdom. The coming Naga War would show whether Levi's investment justified the cost. Stormwind convened a military meeting after reliable intelligence confirmed the offensive. Anduin chaired the naval discussion while Levi deliberately remained an observer. Several officers noticed that choice immediately and exchanged uncertain looks across the command table. Levi was no longer testing whether his son could command one unit. He was testing whether Anduin could carry an entire theater. The Navy welcomed the war with more excitement than fear. Now their expensive ships finally had an enemy built for the sea. Stormwind organized roaming fleets, defensive island chains, saint support, and layered artillery positions. Ashara's secret intelligence became the most valuable advantage before the first large battle. Naga Queen's reports exposed routes, timing, and command movements from inside the enemy system. Levi used that information without revealing the source. Thunder and water fleets moved against 2 Naga vanguard legions. Each roaming fleet carried 9th-tier undead support to prevent enemy saints from turning an ambush into a massacre. Anduin and Hestia participated directly in the high-level fighting. 4 9th-tier Naga accompanying the vanguard died during the opening operations. Stormwind's first major naval victory arrived before the main Naga army even completed its deployment. The temptation was to repeat the ambush immediately. Levi refused to repeat the same ambush against an alerted enemy. Naga communication in the ocean was too efficient for the enemy to remain ignorant. The roaming fleets withdrew behind the island chain before the Naga could prepare a counter-trap. The enemy did exactly that and waited more than half a month for ships that never returned. Every day spent waiting delayed the offensive and increased tension among Naga groups who did not understand the larger plan. Stormwind gained time without firing another cannon. Eventually, the Naga resumed the advance and the war became harder. Their numbers, underwater mobility, and ability to attack formations from several directions stressed the island defenses continuously. How would Naga Command react when 10 9th-tier reinforcements vanished before ever reaching the front? Neither side could break the other cheaply. Naga Command responded by bringing 10 additional 9th-tier saints from the rear. Naga Command answered the losses by sending 10 more 9th-tier saints. A normal commander would have asked for 10 more defenders. Levi chose to make the reinforcements disappear before they arrived. Panda and Andreas drew the attention of the 2 legendary Naga positioned near the battlefield. Levi sent 2 clones around the southern approach under Lilith's assistance. Devour swallowed the moving saints one after another before they could join the main army. All 10 reinforcements vanished without producing the decisive battle Naga Command had expected. That disappearance changed the enemy's problem from military arithmetic into paranoia. Legendary warrior Ahmed and priest Hasna demanded to know how 10 saints could simply stop existing between rear territory and the front. No clear answer existed because Levi had left almost nothing connecting the disappearance to Stormwind. The mystery was useful, but it would not force the Naga to retreat by itself. Levi visited Nelson and asked whether the Church of Dawn could pressure the sea race from another direction. Nelson explained that the church was already busy with Radiant Church problems and could not openly enter the Naga war. Then Nelson mentioned the Lost Palace and its existing war against the Naga. Nelson could not openly commit Dawn forces to the naval war. Pressure from the Lost Palace already consumed resources the sea race could not ignore. Levi immediately saw the opening hidden inside that unrelated conflict. He did not need the Lost Palace to cooperate. He only needed the Naga to believe the Lost Palace had chosen this moment to expand its war. Instead, the rear crisis Stormwind needed could be manufactured with enemies who never agreed to participate. Levi left Nelson with a plan forming faster than any request for official church aid. Naga had greater naval strength than Alpha. Stormwind had better information, better deception, and a lord increasingly comfortable turning someone else's war into ammunition. That distinction mattered because the Lost Palace did not need to know Stormwind was borrowing its reputation. A convincing false flag only required signatures the Naga already feared and enough destruction to make doubt feel expensive. Nelson warned that Hell factions were unpredictable, even when their interests seemed to overlap for a few convenient days. For one reason above all, Levi preferred controlled servants over negotiations with unpredictable demons. The battlefield outside Swordfish Island could survive without him for a short window, if Anduin kept every fleet disciplined. Panda and Andreas would cover the legendary pressure. The risk sat somewhere else inside Hell. How much chaos could one captured phantom demon create before the sea race noticed the hand arranging every corpse? Back in Stormwind, Levi turned that question into a planned route through Hell. For the Naga, the next threat would arrive wearing the face of an enemy Stormwind had never actually hired. Before leaving, Nelson surprised Levi with one more question about the turmoil spreading across the southern continent. Church of Dawn had learned Geralt was collapsing, and that Radiant forces were quietly moving south. Levi confirmed Geralt's royal family had colluded with the Radiant Church. Nelson admitted Dawn and the Radiant Church were no longer drifting apart politely. That changed the scale of every future calculation. Nelson urged Levi to reach legendary rank quickly. Levi returned to Swordfish Island and found Blackrock reinforcements finally promised. Crawford warned that Alpha could not keep feeding troops into this naval war. Levi accepted the limit and handed battlefield coordination to Anduin. His own body stayed home, but a reverse Hell descent sent one clone toward the 9th layer instead. 8 9th tier undead already ruled 8 Prison City inside the Skull Domain, with Zelensky ready to guide the operation. The clone disguised itself as a shadow demon prince using dark artifacts fashioned from enemies Stormwind had killed earlier. Crossing half the Skull Domain and Grey Mist Domain still cost several clone deaths and more 9th tier equipment than Levi liked. One gray fog source nearly swallowed Zelensky before spatial techniques dragged both travelers away from the spreading corruption. 2 legendary corrupting demons forced repeated sacrifices, turning a simple escort into another bill written in destroyed magical gear. 5 days later, Zelensky finally reached the Lost Domain. A lake crowded with trapped spirits gave away the first useful clue. What kind of demon kept a 9th tier spirit as livestock? Levi followed the trail, prepared a shadow ghost formation. The trapped demon demanded to know which shadow prince had violated the old non-aggression pact between their domains. Levi answered with attacks instead of explanations, keeping his identity hidden. The 9th tier phantom demon fell under control. Its name was Munka, a servant linked to Ramses, one of the Lost Lord's 10 legendary labyrinth guardians. Munka had no direct connection to Noah's Lost Palace, which only made Levi's next decision more audacious. He would manufacture the connection himself and let frightened Naga investigators finish the story for him. Munka, 2 9th tier undead Boris, and an enslaved Naga warrior became the strangest raiding party in the entire sea. They started with medium tribes, then escalated once 9th tier Naga investigators began following demonic and undead traces. Within days, more than 10 medium tribes and several large settlements had been smashed across the Naga rear. 6 9th tier Naga died, while every battlefield conveniently displayed signs pointing toward Hell and the Lost Palace. Boris spent his final strength killing enemies on Green Island, freeing another Dominator contract slot exactly when Levi needed one. The next captured 9th tier Naga became part of the deception, turning an enemy witness into evidence against the wrong culprit. Soon Naga priests found demon residue, undead power, and apparent Naga traitor moving together. Every trace supported the false story Levi had purchased with corpses, equipment, and carefully staged destruction. Thorn Shrine finally sent a legendary Naga to hunt the supposed Lost Palace raiders personally. Levi sensed the pursuer early and hid Munka, the undead, and his enslaved Naga inside the tower. When the legendary Naga arrived, only one human seemed to remain behind as an expendable Lost Palace pawn. That assumption lasted until Spatial Force locked the hunter in place and Davis joined the ambush. 9-colored tower crashed down while the 9-headed flame lion erased any remaining illusion of a fair fight. Only then did the Naga understand the truth that mattered most. Someone had prepared this battlefield specifically for a legend. The captive tried a bloodline spell to warn distant kin. Lilith opened the tower's 10th floor, severing every remaining communication route and turning pursuit into execution. Legendary Naga survived less than half a day under Davis. Enslavement would have created another powerful servant. Manhwa flooded the battlefield with phantom demon residue and left damaged illusion arrays behind like fingerprints. Levi erased 9 colored tower traces, then continued raiding. 2 more legendary Naga came to investigate. By then Levi had quietly returned to Swordfish Island, leaving Manhwa hidden for future operations and the captured Naga behind. Anduin looked genuinely relieved when his father returned. Panda reported that Blackrock reinforcements had arrived early, buying the island defense enough strength to survive the final Naga push. Levi finally spent the accumulated energy essence from the dead legend and raised ultimate power into the legendary domain. Pure physical strength crossed the legendary threshold even though Levi himself remained a 9th-tier saint. Blood Burn could double his attributes temporarily. His hands completed a 3rd extraordinary evolution, tripling their extraordinary strength and making surprise melee attacks genuinely monstrous. Nearly half of a legendary body now reinforced the knightly saint arts he had already built around spatial control. Naga attacked desperately for several more days. On the 8th day, the pressure weakened enough for Stormwind to stop absorbing attacks and start choosing targets. Clay and the mobile sky professionals joined a counterattack from Green Island that crushed the enemy force in that sector. Royal and Tulip fleets struck from the south at the same time, turning withdrawal into the Naga's least disastrous option. Panda and Andreas asked whether the 2 retreating legendary Naga should be killed before they escaped. Levi refused. Because the rear crisis was fabricated and dead pursuers might encourage the Thorn Shrine to investigate more carefully. Sometimes the profitable victory was the one that left enemies alive enough to believe the lie explaining their defeat. Naga finally withdrew, giving Alpha its coast back and Stormwind the time it desperately needed. Victory still arrived with invoices. 2 allied saints died, more than 10 sky professionals fell. Stormwind promised cannons, shells, breakthrough treasures, and cultivation resources to the families that had paid in blood. 1/4 of Stormwind's navy had also disappeared. Ships could be rebuilt faster than trained sailors, making the human cost the part no treasury could replace on schedule. Shadow Temple spies cursed the Lost Palace for ruining their opportunity, without realizing Stormwind had invented that intervention. Farther south, Sicilian observers misread Alpha's survival as overwhelming national strength and abandoned their own revenge attempt. By late summer, Levi shifted naval restoration to Creel and put next year's orc preparations under Anduin, Clay, Roger, and Garcia. Angelus returned to focus on her legendary spell prototype. His 3rd knightly saint art was supposed to make spatial offense and defense feel omnipresent, like the turbulence between worlds. 3 months of practice produced almost nothing, forcing Levi to admit the technique might require years under ordinary conditions. Lilith suggested a cultivation ground no sensible 9th-tier saint would enter voluntarily, the chaotic currents of the void itself. Levi possessed legendary dimensional space, so getting lost was less frightening than remaining stuck behind his current bottleneck. He used void travel to exile himself into the turbulence and immediately learned why ordinary saints avoided that place. Spatial fractures crossed everywhere, and only 8 directions ceiling plus dimensional space kept the surrounding chaos briefly stable. The danger worked exactly as Lilith hoped, exposing spatial behavior that peaceful training could never reproduce so clearly. What better classroom for spatial power could exist than currents capable of tearing ordinary saints apart? Stormwind filled with nobles for the royal marriage. After the ceremony, training resumed as the next orc war broke across the northern frontier without Levi's direct supervision. Legendary figures briefly entered that conflict, but Dawn and Ice negotiated with the Beast Temple. Orcs, poorly prepared for a normal war after that agreement, finally retreated before summer ended. Levi barely noticed the campaign, because spatial cultivation had already consumed his attention across multiple sections of the void. After changing training regions repeatedly, even the violent turbulence stopped offering the insight his 3rd technique required. Unknown to Levi, a pair of mysterious eyes had been watching his movements and even replaying pieces of his past. The unseen observer recognized him, sounded almost amused, then reached through space and dragged something transparent toward his location. That transparent creature was a 9th-tier formless demon, born with spatial abilities and capable of copying appearances and auras. The demon transformed into Levi's own shape and assumed the isolated human would become an easy path toward greater power. Instead, its first manipulation of surrounding turbulence showed Levi the missing answer he had been hunting for months. Formless demon could organize chaotic spatial force naturally, turning the void itself into a weapon without fighting its currents. Levi abandoned any plan to overwhelm it with outside power and deliberately answered using only spatial techniques. First sharpness struck, 8 directions sealing answered rifts. Its confidence grew when imprisoned Levi. That exchange changed the creature's attitude immediately, which was exactly what Levi wanted from his unwilling instructor. He showed enough physical power to force seriousness. They hid most other advantages and kept the duel centered on space. Days became weeks as both fighters crossed the turbulence, teleporting, sealing, cutting, and testing one another's control. Whenever death came too close, Levi used legendary dimensional space or physical strength to survive without ending the lesson. Gradually, those emergency interventions became less frequent as his own understanding started matching the demon's spatial rhythm. Formless demon thought the human was simply adapting under pressure and never guessed it was teaching a new saint art. And then one spatial pattern connected every failed attempt Levi had accumulated during months of training. His third nightly saint art took shape in the middle of battle. Void formless. Would the formless demon still fight so confidently once it realized every attack was teaching Levi something useful? Realizing it had been used as a sparring partner, the creature abandoned pride and tried to flee through the void. Void formless cut across that escape route and forced the demon back into stable space. The creature reverted to its transparent body and pushed every innate spatial instinct toward one desperate breakthrough attempt. Instead, the battlefield itself seemed to disappear around it as Levi folded the fight into a hidden layer of space. A spatial slash removed part of the demon's body. Levi's voice arrived from every direction, offering survival in exchange for surrender. The demon refused and charged one direction, convinced any artificial space had to possess an edge it could eventually reach. That assumption ignored the scale of Levi's dimensional space. For 3 more days, Levi treated the trapped demon as a live target and refined every application of void formless. That technique hid him inside an invisible void. Inside dimensional space, those properties became even worse because Levi controlled the entire battlefield containing the target. The 3 spatial saint arts had finally become a coherent combat route. Once the testing value was exhausted, Levi summoned 3 clones, Lilith and the 9-colored tower for the finish. Their combined mental assault crushed the formless demon's resistance before another desperate spatial escape could begin. Dominator contract settled over the creature, converting a month-long opponent into a 9th-tier servant. Formless demon knelt and acknowledged Levi as master while the surrounding dimensional space finally became quiet. Its disguise ability alone could fool most forces that relied on appearance, aura, and ordinary magical detection. Its spatial gifts made that infiltration even worse because walls and guarded routes meant far less to it. Against Hell factions, the servant could also provide information Stormwind previously learned only after enemies started moving. Levi had captured an intelligence asset whose practical value might exceed another straightforward 9th-tier fighter. Then a streak of 7 colors crossed dimensional space before anyone registered hostile intent. No portal opened, no spatial ripple formed, and extraordinary precognition gave Levi absolutely no warning. 1 heartbeat earlier, the formless demon had still been kneeling beside him. A 7-colored tail pierced its transparent body with 1 clean movement and vanished immediately afterward. Dominator contract transmitted nothing useful because the new servant died before it could react. Even the corpse disappeared, leaving Levi without material evidence from the impossible strike. Lilith released Davis instantly while Levi pushed his perception through every layer of the space he controlled. Nothing answered him, and no hostile aura remained anywhere inside the dimensional world. That absence frightened Levi more than finding an enemy powerful enough to measure directly. Someone had entered his private space, killed a spatial demon, and left without triggering any defense. How could an intruder cross dimensional space when even legendary enemies struggled to escape it once trapped? Levi searched again, using extraordinary precognition until the repeated failure became its own answer. Either the attacker had already gone, or its level stood far beyond anything his senses could follow. Lilith finally asked whether Levi had also seen the shape that delivered the attack. He had, although the speed made the memory feel more like a colored scar across vision. Lilith identified it as a dragon-like tail covered in 7-colored scales. That description narrowed the possibilities toward one creature famous for power that ignored ordinary spatial rules. Levi said the name cautiously, because even the possibility sounded absurd inside his own dimensional space. Could the attacker really have been the legendary time dragon? Lilith considered the colors, the tail, and the impossible movement before admitting the guess fit disturbingly well. That still left the question Levi could not price, threaten, or investigate with a corpse. Why had something at that level bothered to kill one newly enslaved formless demon? The attack had ignored Levi, Lilith, Davis, and every other target inside the space. Only the demon died, as if its existence had triggered a rule Levi did not understand. For the first time since mastering Void Formless, his hidden world no longer felt completely private. Silence returned around the nine-colored tower, but Levi kept Davis released and every sense extended. Nothing else moved, leaving only the seven-colored image and one impossible name behind. The time dragon had reached through Levi's dimensional world, killed his new servant, and disappeared without explaining why.